Chapter 1431, Universe God Ranking List. Chapter 1431, Universe God Ranking List. Talents listed in the Real God Ranking List were all the top, genius real god in the 10 cultivation sanctuaries who could easily slaughter a group of ordinary real gods. Like Lei Chao, he was on the list. The Universe God Ranking List was similar. It gathered a group of top universe gods in the 10 cultivation sanctuaries. Without incomparable skills of the third heaven level, or overwhelmingly powerful strength, talents could never be listed in the Universe God Ranking List. Like Lin Shui, who just fought with Ho Yi. She was the top genius of Dark Phoenix Pavilion's universe god in the third heaven and had numerous skills, as well as unique skills for a real god, but she wasn't on the list. On the list, even the weakest one acquires extraordinary unique skills for real gods, which enables them to defeat a group of peak universe gods in the third heaven. And those who are even better are people who understand the power of Way of Heaven, including you. King of Venomous Worms said. Jian Wushuang understood. Anyone who had acquired the power of Way of Heaven was absolutely, incomparably powerful. The majority in the Universe God Ranking List were incomparably powerful. The top 20 of the list were the best among the best. As for Long Jun that Hui had mentioned, he was only at the bottom. Hui also knew that he himself was at the bottom, so he didn't dare to challenge those who were better than him. The lineage of Star is full of geniuses, and there are many gifted universe gods in the third heaven, but only 2 are on the list and not among the top. Jian Wushuang felt amazed. Only disciples from the Star Palace like Jian Wushuang could enter the real God Palace for cultivation. And even if they were allowed to enter, not all talents could understand the power of Way of Heaven. Therefore, only 2 of the 5 disciples of the Star Palace could understand the power of the Way of Heaven, and they were both on the list. Jian Wushuang, now you have understood part of the reincarnation power. As long as you return to the Star Palace and use the painting of understanding sword via reincarnation to improve your swordsmanship, you should not be weaker than those in the list. King of Venomous Worms said. Jian Wushuang nodded. Indeed, not everyone on the list had acquired the power of the Way of Heaven. So when Jian Wushuang returned to the Star Palace and used the painting of understanding sword via reincarnation to improve his swordsmanship and developed powerful unique skills, he could rival the talents on the list. He went back to the Star Pavilion and waited for a night. Tian Shi sent back the first-class blood essence to him the next day. Thank you very much, Jian Wushuang said. Then, he returned directly to the Sword Star. Now he was sitting down in the Sword Star. Let's get started. After taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang waved his hand, and 9 drops of blood were suspended in front of him. Subsequently, Jian Wushuang, according to the instruction of the Xianmia Golden Body, began to practice the first volume. The process of cultivation was rather complicated, and there were many steps. If there was just one mistake in these steps, all previous efforts would be discarded, and the 9 drops of blood would be wasted. Jian Wushuang was not anxious. Instead, he did it step by step. 3 years had passed. Hum. With a muffled hum, Jian Wushuang opened his eyes, but then he frowned. Failed. Fortunately, I've prepared 3 copies of my blood. It's nothing to fail once. There are 2 more chances. With a faint smile, the sword has recovered and reached its peak, and he immediately began to practice for the second time. This second practice took 12 years. This time, although Jian Wushuang encountered some troubles in his practice, he passed through them one by one. The first volume of the Xianmia Golden Body has been finished. Jian Wushuang held his hands tightly and looked at his own divine body excitedly. He could clearly sense the strength of his own divine body. After he had passed the second inverse cultivation test, he got more powerful than a peak universe god in the third heaven. And now, after finishing the first volume of the Xianmia Golden Body, his divine body had reached the level of a real god. Now, even without any other means of protecting the body, he could resist the attack of an ordinary peak universe god in the third heaven with his own divine body. Don't forget, he still had the blood-killing plate armor. The defensive ability of the blood-killing plate armor, when combined with Jian Wushuang's divine body, could totally rival 1 to 2 real gods. King of venomous worms, you're right. For practitioners, the most important thing is the defending ability. Only with this ability can we resolve crisis after crisis and have the opportunity to constantly improve our strength. Now, I have Xin Mie golden body and secret skill of dragon blood. I think few universe gods can rival me now. Jian Wushuang was full of confidence. His defensive ability was incomparable among universe gods. Even King of Venomous Worms admitted that. Now I have to find ways to improve my swordsmanship. Jian Wushuang then took out the painting of Understanding Sword via Reincarnation. The painting of Understanding Sword via Reincarnation was a perfect combination of incarnation and swordsmanship. Jian Wushuang unrolled the painting. Well, there are 9 patterns in this, the painting of Understanding Sword via Reincarnation. These 9 patterns contain different skills and perceptions of reincarnation. Now, according to my swordsmanship, I can only understand the first 3 patterns. Without hesitation, Jian Wushuang began to study the first 3 patterns of the painting of Understanding Sword via Reincarnation. Chapter 1432, Task Assigned. Chapter 1432, Task Assigned. Hall Master Yuan gave Jian Wushuang 100 years to prepare himself. In the past 100 years, besides the first 10 years that Jian Wushuang used to cultivate Xian Mie golden body, he spent the rest of the time on comprehending the painting of Understanding Sword via Reincarnation. On Sword Star, swoosh, a figure suddenly descended. Jian Wushuang. The thick, deep voice was heard in every corner of Sword Star. The maids and servants on Sword Star immediately grew frightened, while Jian Wushuang, who was cultivating in the secret room, was frightened too. Hall Master Yuan. Jian Wushuang immediately appeared before Hall Master Yuan. How did your preparation go over the past 100 years? Hall Master Yuan looked at Jian Wushuang. Not bad, Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. I heard that you bought the painting of Understanding Sword via Reincarnation left behind by real God Zhu, he at a great price from the auction in Star Pavilion. It seems that you are planning to comprehend reincarnation doctrine in the future? Hall Master Yuan asked. Yes, Jian Wushuang nodded as he thought to himself. Hall Master Yuan had yet to find out that he was already a beginner in reincarnation doctrine. Reincarnation doctrine falls under the Supreme 4 doctrines. Compared to the other 9 heaven god doctrines, they are much more difficult. As you have already opted for that doctrine, you will have to work harder, Hall Master Yuan exhorted. Yes, Jian Wushuang nodded again. All right, I shall cut the bullshit. The purpose of my visit is to assign you the ultimate disciple task. I mentioned to you 100 years ago that you should prepare yourself. Hall Master Yuan suddenly grew solemn. The ultimate disciple task is assigned to you by myself personally. It is divided into 3 parts. 3 parts? Jian Wushuang stunned. 3 parts of the task, and every task comes with a different reward. Among the tasks, one of the rewards is 1 million chaos gems, Hall Master Yuan said. Jian Wushuang's eyes beamed with joy. If it was during Star Pavilion, he wouldn't mind much about chaos gems. He probably wouldn't even be bothered if he had heard of the 1 million chaos gem then. But, after the auction in Star Pavilion, he had earned a debt of tens of millions in Star Pavilion. Completing the first part of the task happened to make him able to clear his debt. This is the first part of the task. It's in the token. When you complete the first part of the task, send me a message and I will tell you the second part of the task, Hall Master Yuan said. I understand. Jian Wushuang understood. The ultimate disciple task is no trivial matter. You have to be careful in your journey. Go ahead, Hall Master Yuan waved. Yes. Jian Wushuang immediately departed. After he left Lineage of Star, Jian Wushuang immediately read the details of the first part of the task. Boundless Void? Jian Wushuang looked surprised. Outside 10 cultivation sanctuaries, the Boundless Void was where bandits ran wild and massacres took place in extreme madness. It was the nightmare of many universe gods. Many experts from every region and holy kingdom of eternal chaotic world died in the boundless void before they managed to even step foot in 10 cultivation sanctuaries. When Jian Wushuang had come to 10 cultivation sanctuaries previously, he took the risk in the boundless void too. Now, Jian Wushuang's first part of the task took place in the boundless void. The context of the task was for him to kill 11 bandits on the run in the boundless void. The 11 bandits were from Starland. They had committed great offenses in Starland and they couldn't return. Hence, they had decided to run amok in the boundless void. The bandits were all peak universe god in the third heaven, which was extremely powerful. After Jian Wushuang knew the context of the task, he immediately left Purple Moon sanctuaries through the wormhole on the island and came to the boundless void. 2 years later. That's Ancient Moon Island, where Universe Zhu Xian stays. A person in a black robe stood politely next to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang nodded while his gaze looked towards the end. There was a floating island. The surface area of the island wasn't huge, but there was a fierce aura that the island carried. Jian Wushuang needed to kill his first target, Universe God Zhu Xian. He was on the island then. Luckily, Lineage of Star found the location of the 11 people long ago. Otherwise, if I were to have to search through the boundless void to find the 11 people, it would be like finding a needle in a haystack, Jian Wushuang joked. Wait here, Jian Wushuang glared at the person in a black robe next to him. Mister, it is more than just Universe God Zhu Xian alone who is a bandit on Ancient Moon Island. There are a total of hundreds of universe gods. Among them, there are 5 peak universe gods in the third heaven. If you were to barge in like this, it would. The person in a black robe creased his eyebrows, but didn't finish his sentence. You want to say that I have overrated my abilities? Jian Wushuang smiled. The person in a black robe stiffened and revealed a humble expression. Just you watch, Jian Wushuang smiled and plunged towards Ancient Moon Island. When he got closer to Ancient Moon Island, his soul power spread and covered the entire island. He could see everything on Ancient Moon Island clearly. There's a total of 366 universe god on the island. Among them, there are 5 peak universe god in the third heaven, 31 universe gods at the rank of advanced and beginner. The remaining ones are universe gods in the first and second heaven. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Actually, the information was given in the description of the task that Hall Master Yuan gave. He was only confirming it. According to the information that Hall Master Yuan had provided him with, the 5 peak universe gods in the third heaven were merely ordinary peak universe gods in the third heaven. None of them possessed extraordinary fighting powers. I can wipe off such bandit force alone. There's no need for beating around the bush. Jian Wushuang smirked, then he appeared in the void above Ancient Moon Island. The moment he appeared, he formed a force using an enormous amount of divine aura to suppress the entire island. There was a sudden commotion on Ancient Moon Island. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. There were many figures that plunged out of the buildings on the island and appeared in the void above. There were a few hundred of them, and they were led by 5 people. How dare you behave atrociously on my Ancient Moon Island? A loud, raging voice reverberated through the void. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man with a beard and tan skin. The middle-aged man had a soaring, fierce aura and carried a huge axe on his back. The person was the strongest among the first peak universe god in the third heaven on Ancient Moon Island. At that moment, the bearded middle-aged man and the universe gods around him fixed their gazes on Jian Wushuang. These people's gazes were filled with murderous intention. Chapter 1433, Ancient Moon Island. Chapter 1433, Ancient Moon Island. Almost all the bandits were made up of universe gods and few were real gods. After all, real gods enjoyed a high status, so they don't need to be bandits. Under this circumstance, Ancient Moon Island, which was home to 5 universe gods in the third heaven, was already a power in the universe. That was why they could occupy a whole floating island. But now, Jian Wushuang had intruded into the island, so the bandits were naturally very angry. Who are you? The middle-aged man with a beard stared at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang did not answer, but took out a token, and his deep voice sounded all over the ancient Moon Island. Universe Zhu Xin, 60,000 years ago, you were a guard in the Green Sea City. 300 years after that, you accompanied the Duke of the Green Sea City to explore, but because you coveted the treasure of the Duke, you joined the bandits, killed the rest 31 universe gods, and fled here. Today, on behalf of the lineage of Star and the Green Sea City, I will give you the death penalty and carry it out immediately. As Jian Wushuang was speaking, he stared at a man in black in the crowd. He was Universe Zhu Xin, who Jian Wushuang had come for. Sir, did you hear that? This guy comes for you and announces your death sentence. Should he execute it immediately? A middle-aged man in the crowd laughed ironically. Universe Zhu Xin laughed too. He doesn't know what he is talking about. An ignorant, proud guy who brings himself trouble. The bandits beside them all laughed. They might fear a real god. But Jian Wushuang was obviously only a universe god in the third heaven. So, what did they have to fear? Boy, don't you understand? It's the ancient Moon Island here, a paradise for us bandits. It doesn't work here, whether you represent the Green Sea Island or the lineage of Star. And you, only a universe god in the third heaven, dare to come here alone and sentence me to death? It's a joke. You'd better think about whether you can survive here on the island or not. The middle-aged man laughed wildly. I only come for Universe Zhu Xin. You can continue to be bandits and do whatever you want, but if you don't, all the bandits here will die. Jian Wushuang said to the middle-aged man aggressively. Jian Wushuang didn't like the bandits wandering in the endless void. After all, he had almost died in the hands of these bandits several times when he first went to the 10 cultivation sanctuaries. Now, if these bandits dared to stand in the way, he would not hesitate to kill them. Well, we all have to die. It's a joke. Do you think you're a real god, or the strongest talent in your world? Even a strong man on the universe god ranking list dares not say so in front of us on my ancient Moon Island. The middle-aged man with a beard snorted. Don't talk nonsense to this kid. Go ahead and kill him. Next to the middle-aged man, a universe god in the third heaven got impatient and started to attack Jian Wushuang. With his action, a large number of bandits directly rushed to Jian Wushuang in an instant. In a moment, Jian Wushuang's soul power burst out. Bang! With a piercing, hoarse sound, Jian Wushuang generated a scarlet, blood-colored phoenix, which comprised of his soul power, and appeared in the heaven. This red phoenix was enormous. Once it formed, it spread its wings and plunged out with great power. When approaching the bandits, the power germs of the phoenix feathers turned into dozens of flashes of scarlet light. The flashes of light were so fast and went directly into the body of the bandits, who could not resist them at all. Without any sign, these bandits who had just been rushing crazily to Jian Wushuang were blocked by a mysterious power. The next moment, a large number of bandits all fell directly to the ground, like raindrops without any sound. Under the attack of Jian Wushuang, only 9 bandits out of a 366-member group survived. These 9 people were all universe gods in the third heaven with great consciousness skills, 3 of which were even peak universe gods in the third heaven. At that moment, the 9 survivors were shocked. Consciousness attack. A powerful consciousness attack. They didn't look down at Jian Wushuang anymore. And Jian Wushuang remained calm. More than 300 bandits were all killed by a man out of the universe god ranking list? For Jian Wushuang, who was good at consciousness attacks, it was easy. In the eternal chaotic world, consciousness was known to be able to kill countless enemies. Because consciousness attacks could cover a large area at one time, and there was no way to block it. Talents extremely good at consciousness attack could kill all living creatures in a whole territory, and Jian Wushuang, after his god test, had greatly enhanced his power. With his great power, now he could easily deal with a group of universe gods in the second or third heaven with the Crimson Phoenix in the 5B soul manipulation knack. Now there were still 9 enemies. At that moment, Jian Wushuang took out his Blood Mountain sword, preparing for the next attack. Chapter 1434, Massacre. Chapter 1434, Massacre. Swoosh. Jin Wushuang's body and mind hovered like a ghost. What? Sword? The bearded middle-aged man, Universe God Zhu Xin, and the others were shocked. When they saw Jin Wushuang's techniques, they determined that Jin Wushuang was an expert with a terrifying consciousness attack. But then, Jin Wushuang plunged forward with his sword. Be careful! The bearded middle-aged man suddenly roared. Jin Wushuang's ghostly figure had already appeared before the peak universe god in the third heaven, who stood closest to him. Then, Blood Mountain's sword was wielded silently. So fast. The peak universe god in the third heaven was shocked. He quickly blocked with a long spear. Hua! The sword light fell down in silence. The swing wasn't of a high level, but Jin Wushuang performed it perfectly with his divine power. Most importantly, the swing contained a slight bit of power of reincarnation. Even though it was just a bit, it was the supreme power of Heaven Wei after all. That instant, the power of the sword increased by countless orders of magnitude. Dang! A low clashing noise was heard, and the long spear flew off while the swordlight continued to slash the body of the peak universe god in the third heaven without diminishing force. The peak universe god in the third heaven couldn't resist any further and was killed directly. Third, bastard! The bearded middle-aged man and the others were caught by surprise. You killed our third, you have to die too. The bearded middle-aged man bellowed. Just as Jin Wushuang was wielding his sword like the third, the bearded middle-aged man, Universe God Zhu Xin, and the others launched their attack at Jin Wushuang. A few fierce strokes of force were charging at Jin Wushuang from all directions. At such a close distance, Jin Wushuang wouldn't be able to resist. Clank, 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 clank. There were noises of metal collision. The forces that the bearded middle-aged man and the few others made hit Jin Wushuang's body directly. For instance, the bearded middle-aged man's axe hit Jin Wushuang's head, but Jin Wushuang was covered by a layer of crimson armor. The attacks were weakened by the crimson armor before it transmitted through Jin Wushuang's divine body. It didn't manage to affect Jin Wushuang at all. Jin Wushuang continued to wield his sword. Xieyu. The cold sword technique was a unique skill that Jin Wushuang had created through the years he comprehended the painting of understanding sword via reincarnation. It was a peak rank 3 unique skill. The sword light approached at an unbelievably fast speed. How is this possible? The bearded middle-aged man stared while the cold sword light continued to magnify in his eyes. Pissed. The sword light pierced through the bearded middle-aged man's skull and instantly killed him. That scene frightened the few other bandits. Run. Hurry up and run for your lives. Without hesitation, the few bandits started running. With a short exchange of blows, Jin Wushuang's power had made them terrified. They knew clearly that Jin Wushuang could easily kill them all. So, they could only run for their lives. Looking at the bandits running away, Jin Wushuang's gaze turned cold and aimed at Universe God Zhu Xin immediately. He then chased after him. Run, run. Universe God Zhu, she had terror plastered across his face. As he ran, he muttered continuously, too strong, too scary. An extremely strong consciousness attack. Just a few techniques, and he almost wiped out all universe gods below the level of peak universe god in the third heaven. His swordsmanship is even scarier. Just a casual swing. But both the eldest and the third couldn't resist it. The scariest part is his defense power. We are 4 peak universe gods in the third heaven and an advanced universe god in the third heaven. Our full blows didn't affect him at all. Even if he's a real god, his defense power shouldn't be so strong, right? Universe God ranking list. Yes, he definitely has the fighting power of an expert on the Universe God ranking list. But why isn't he there on the Universe God ranking list? The bandits living in the boundless void had a certain level of understanding towards experts on the Universe God ranking list. They were certain that Jin Wushuang wasn't on the list, but the power he used wasn't any weaker than the experts on the Universe God ranking list. He's another hidden, infamous monster. Universe God Zhu Xian clenched his fists. Just then, "Are you still thinking of running away?" He heard a cold voice. He then saw a huge, blazing quicksand flowing towards him from the nearby void. Suddenly, Universe God Zhu Xian was covered by it. Along with the tremendous increase in Jian Wushuang's power, the blaze quicksand region naturally expanded too. Universe God Zhu Xian, a peak universe god in the third heaven, drowned in the eruption of blazing quicksand and his speed was weakened by half. But Jian Wushuang appeared behind Universe God Zhu Xian in an instant. "No!" Universe God Zhu Xian let out a shrill scream. Jian Wushuang slashed, and it was like how he had killed Xieyu. The slash had carried a slight of power of reincarnation, but it oppressed Universe God Zhu Xian entirely. With one slash, Universe God Zhu Xian became a cold, dead body. The first target, eliminated. Jian Wushuang overlooked Universe God Zhu Xian's body, but his gaze was cold and without pity. As for the few bandits that had run away, Jian Wushuang didn't go after them. "Come here." Jian Wushuang sent a message to the man in black who was waiting outside Ancient Moon Island. The man in black quickly arrived at Ancient Moon Island. The moment he arrived at Ancient Moon Island, he looked at the dead bodies all over and his face grew grave. He thought Jian Wushuang barging into Ancient Moon Island openly was an act of overrating his ability, but then, he lives up to his name as a disciple of Star Palace from lineage of Star. His power is impressive. I wonder how far away is he from the Universe God ranking list? The man in black thought to himself. This is the dead body of Universe God Zhu Xian, am I right? Jian Wushuang threw Universe God Zhu Xian's body before the man in black. The man in black looked for a while and nodded, yes. All right, let's go to the second target then, Jian Wushuang spoke. Yes, the man in black nodded. Jian Wushuang and the man in black departed again after a simple clean-up. The rest of the time, Jian Wushuang found one target after another under the lead of the man in black. Then, Jian Wushuang had used the thunder trick to kill them. With Jian Wushuang's power, as long as he didn't come across any real gods, he could run wild in the boundless void. He had read through the 11 targets in his tasks long ago. They weren't hard to deal with. Jian Wushuang wiped out everyone and carried out massacres. In 30 years, he finished his first part of the task, which was to kill all 11 targets. Plus, in the 30 years, most of the time was spent simply traveling in the boundless void, while hardly any time was used for the actual executions. Chapter 1435, the second part of the task. Chapter 1435, the second part of the task. In 30 years, he completed the first part of the task. When Hall Master Yuan received the news, he was shocked. Although the first part of the task was the simplest among the three, Hall Master Yuan thought Jian Wushuang could use some time and effort to complete it. After all, although the 11 targets were easy, most of them were among bandit groups. To kill them among the bandit groups wasn't that easy. Under normal circumstances, Jian Wushuang could first pretend to be a bandit and blend in with the bandit group. Then, he could seize a chance to kill the target. But, in the end, it obviously wasn't carried out like that. This young man swept all the bandit groups with ferocious power one after another. It seems that after he passed through his inverse cultivation test, his power increased to be much greater than I'd imagined. Hall Master Yuan complimented, and he then sent Jian Wushuang a message. Jian Wushuang, you've completed your first part of the task. The 1 billion Chaos Gems. I'll give them to you after you return to Lineage of Star. Now, I'll assign you your second part of the task. Listen carefully. Jian Wushuang listened attentively. At the border of the boundless void, there was a huge piece of floating land called Floating City. In Floating City, there was a universe god named Su Hong waiting for your arrival. Your task is to escort the universe god across the boundless void into Purple Moon Sanctuary, Hall Master said. Escorting? Jian Wushuang first stunned, then he creased his eyebrows. Only escorting across the boundless void? It's so simple. Simple? No, the second part of the task is far more difficult than the first. Plus, there is a very high reward for it. The reward for completion of your second part of the task is to stay in Real God Hall for 1 month, Hall Master Yuan said. Jian Wushuang beamed with joy. Real God Hall. It was the most precious land of opportunities in Lineage of Star. The reason that he could master a slight bit of power of reincarnation was due to Real God Hall. It was a pity that the terms to enter Real God Hall were too exacting. Even disciples of Star Palace would only have one chance to enter for free and could only stay for 1 month per visit. Then, the reward for the second part of the task was to enter Real God Hall again. The reward was much more precious than 1 billion Chaos Gems. With such an abundant reward, the difficulty of the task would definitely be far beyond the first part of the task. I'm only telling you the requirement of the task. As for the exact cause and reason, meet up with the owner of Floating City and Universe God Su Hong when you arrive at Floating City, and they will clarify everything with you, Hall Master Yuan said. I understand, Jian Wushuang nodded. He cut off his communication with Hall Master Yuan. Then, Jian Wushuang took out the map. Floating City, it's there? It's not that far from me. With my speed, I should be able to get there in 20 years. Jian Wushuang waved and a huge spaceship appeared from nowhere. Jian Wushuang got the spaceship from a peak universe god in the third heaven when he was completing the first part of his task. It was of a much higher level spaceship compared to his own. The travel speed was much faster too. Jian Wushuang drove the spaceship towards Floating City directly, and he arrived at Floating City before the 20 years was up. Floating City was at the border of the boundless void. To be able to take up such a huge plot of floating land there showed that the owner of Floating City was a man with remarkable power. When Jian Wushuang arrived at the city owner's palace and met the owner of Floating City, Jian Wushuang understood. The owner of Floating City was a real god expert, and he was extremely strong among real gods. Although he couldn't be compared with Lei Chao, who was an expert on the real god ranking list, he wasn't any weaker than the Deacon Elderlies in the Lineage of Star. In a lofty hall, disciple of Star Palace, a good-looking middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothes, also the owner of Floating City, looked Jian Wushuang up and down. Well done. He hired a disciple of Star Palace from Lineage of Star. The ancestor of Su family is quite capable. Ancestor of Su family? Jian Wushuang looked confused. He came before he accepted the disciple task of Lineage of Star. As for the ancestor of Su family, he had no idea about it. I called Su Hong over. The owner of Floating City smiled faintly. Soon, a black-haired man in singlet walked into the hall. City owner. The black-haired man bowed politely at the owner of Floating City. Su Hong, the person who will escort you to Purple Moon Sanctuary is here. It's this person next to you, the owner of Floating City said. The black-haired man named Su Hong immediately turned to look at Jian Wushuang. Su Hong, greetings. I wonder, what's your name, mister? Su Hong asked humbly. I'm Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang smiled. Jian Wushuang? Su Hong tried to think quickly in his head, but he had never heard of Jian Wushuang's name. He then creased his eyebrows. Su Hong, you should be glad. Your ancestor at home thinks quite highly of you. He even paid an outstanding price to hire a disciple of Star Palace to escort you. The owner of Floating City smiled. Disciple of Star Palace? Su Hong had his eyes wide open, and he immediately revealed a happy expression. He was originally from Purple Moon Sanctuary, and he knew the overlord of Purple Moon Sanctuary, Lineage of Star. At the same time, he also knew just how impressive the disciple of Star Palace from Lineage of Star was. A universe god in the third heaven, who was a disciple of Star Palace, was definitely one of the top among universe gods in the third heaven. City owner universe god Su Hong, although I received the escort mission, I have no idea what I might come across during the process of escorting. I don't think the issue is bandits that are wandering in the boundless void, right? Jian Wushuang asked. If it was just to deal with the bandits, there would be no need for you, a disciple of Star Palace, to come. The owner of Floating City smiled as he replied. He looked towards Su Hong and said, Su Hong, you should tell him. Yes, Su Hong nodded and started explaining, Mr. Jian Wushuang, to be frank with you, I am a descendant of the direct line of Su family in the land of fire and ice in Purple Moon Sanctuary. We, Su family, have been businessmen through generations. We have many properties in the land of fire and ice, and can be considered a force with decent power. However, among Su family, there is another hidden sect. The sect shares a different surname and is under the control of a person with different surname. They have been rather rampant recently, and they have been trying to overwhelm the voice of the host. Especially when there was an accident not long ago. The head of the Su family passed away, and there was no one among the direct line of descendants who was qualified to inherit the position. Hence, the ancestor of Su family selected me, who has been wandering outside to return to Purple Moon Sanctuary to inherit the position as the head of the Su family. So, the sect with the different surname naturally wouldn't let me return to the Su family after they found out about the news. Chapter 1436, Hong Ri Mercenary Group. Chapter 1436, Hong Ri Mercenary Group. In other words, not only would we encounter bandits in the boundless void, but we would also possibly meet the experts sent by the other sect that doesn't share the same surname, that intend to kill you? Jin Wushuang looked at Su Hong. Yes, Su Hong nodded. However, the sect under a different surname, also known as Chu sect, their core force is under the watch by us, the Su family. They can't send anyone over. The most that they can do is to hire some universe gods to kill me at a high price. I understand, Jin Wushuang nodded. When do we depart? Anytime, Su Hong said. If so, let's not delay any further. Let's go now, Jin Wushuang said. All right, Su Hong nodded and turned to look at the city owner of Floating City. Sorry for the trouble. Thank you. I'm friends with your old man and Su family. It's nothing. Don't mention it, the city owner of Floating City waved. Su Hong expressed his gratitude once again before leaving the hall with Jin Wushuang. The palace where the city owner of Floating City resided had a troop formed by a dozen people waiting there. When they saw Su Hong walk over, a brown-haired man who was supposedly the leader greeted, Su Hong, we have been here for a dozen years. When do we depart? Now. Immediately, Su Hong replied. Oh. The brown-haired man raised his eyebrows, then he noticed Jin Wushuang. He couldn't help but ask, who is he? He is a helping hand I called for. He will be escorting me to Purple Moon Sanctuary along with all of you, Su Hong smiled and replied. You found help? The brown-haired man's face changed. Su Hong, you don't trust us, the Hong Ri Mercenary Group? No, Su Hong shook his head as he denied. An extra person will give an extra guarantee. Don't worry, the commission won't be a penny less than what I promised. Then it's fine. The brown-haired man nodded and stole a glance at Jin Wushuang. Then, he called his soldiers to get ready to depart. Jin Wushuang, excuse me. Su Hong looked at Jin Wushuang in embarrassment. These people are the mercenary soldiers that you hired? Jin Wushuang looked cold. Yes, Su Hong nodded and said, after I received my old man's message, I rushed over from Purple Moon Sanctuary. I have to thank Hong Ri Mercenary Group for the journey. The person earlier was the leader of Hong Ri Mercenary Group, Yu Gang. We have to pass through the boundless void soon. There are countless bandits in the boundless void. With Hong Ri Mercenary Group, at least the ordinary bandit groups won't dare to make trouble with us. Jin Wushuang understood. He knew about mercenary groups. The mercenary soldiers made their way through the dangerous place. They especially opted to do escorts or other dangerous missions in order to make a profit. Hong Ri Mercenary Group was complete and not too shabby in power. As they were wandering into the boundless void, having a powerful mercenary group around them would definitely save a lot of trouble. Very soon, everything was ready. Let's go, Su Hong said, and the huge spaceship drove out from the floating city and towards the boundless void immediately. After the spaceship drove out, two figures gathered at the corner of Floating City. Hee, the mercenary group has finally departed. They stopped at Floating City for 10 years. I thought they'd never leave. It seems like they have to go through the boundless void anyway. They laughed as they chatted. Quick, inform the boss about this. Let our people keep an eye on this troop. This troop hired a complete mercenary group to escort. The owner of the troop should be quite significant. If we succeed, we will definitely gain bountiful harvest. This is a great deal. If boss were to find out, he would definitely be thrilled. In the boundless void, the huge spaceship was plunging forward. Even though there were some bandits sweeping out their consciousness occasionally during the journey, the moment the bandits looked clearly at the group formation, they ran away immediately. After all, this troop had a complete mercenary group. There were dozens of universe gods in the mercenary group. Among them, there were 12 who were universe god in the third heaven. There were even 4 peak universe gods in the third heaven. With such a mercenary group, no ordinary bandit would dare to provoke them. It was a rather quiet journey. On the deck of the spaceship, the universe gods and Hongri mercenary group gathered in small groups. Yu Gang was among them too. Leader, wasn't Mr. Su Hong alone all this while? Why is there another person with him out of a sudden? A universe god in the third heaven asked. He is someone Su Hong has specially requested help from. He said that he is going to escort him to Purple Moon Sanctuary with us, Yu Gang said calmly. Help. The surrounding universe gods and Hongri mercenary group creased their eyebrows. He already hired Hongri mercenary group, isn't that enough? He requested more help? Su Hong doesn't trust us? Don't forget that it had always been us Hongri mercenary group who escorted him here, one of the universe gods commented unhappily. Who knows? Anyway, he promised that the price that we agreed upon wouldn't be any less. That's enough. As for who else he asked help from, it has nothing to do with us. Yu Gang couldn't be bothered. True, the universe gods understood. Oh yeah, leader. What's the name of the person Su Hong hired? Someone asked again. I think it's Jianku, Yu Gang replied. Jianku, humph. I can tell it's an alias. He doesn't even use his real name. I don't think he should be that powerful. He must be much weaker than our leader. That's for sure. Our leader is at least a genius from a holy kingdom. He's not a person that some random person like that could be compared to favorably. I wonder what Su Hong was thinking. If he were to hire someone on the universe god ranking list, it would be fine, but he hired someone that we have never heard of. I heard he paid a huge price. TSK. He might as well give it to us, so we can go all out with our work. The people from Hongri mercenary group sneered and chatted. In the cabin, Jin Wushuang was sitting opposite Su Hong. There was wine on the table before them. Jin Wushuang, you heard the conversation outside, right? Su Hong looked at Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang nodded. Actually, the moment you announce your identity as a disciple of Star Palace, none of these people will dare to make such comments, Su Hong smiled and said. It's not necessary, Jin Wushuang was cold. They can speak as they wish and think as they wish. It has nothing to do with me. My task is to escort you to Purple Moon Sanctuary. That's all I want. Plus, it is better to not announce my identity in order to ensure your safety. Chapter 1437, Hei Longshan. Chapter 1437, Hei Longshan. For my safety? What do you mean? Su Hong looked doubtful. You have stayed in the floating city for a total of 10 years' time with Hongri Mercenary Group and, if I'm not mistaken, Hongri Mercenary Group should have recruited some new members in the past 10 years. Am I right? Jin Wushuang asked. Yes, Su Hong nodded. Hongri Mercenary Group escorted me to Floating City, and they encountered danger too and lost some men. Hence, during the 10 years we stopped at Floating City, they recruited more men. Not many, about 10 of them. Exactly. Jin Wushuang said coldly. The boundless void was huge. Finding the existence of our troop in the boundless void is like looking for a needle in a haystack. If I were to be an expert from the Chu sect and Su family, I'd definitely keep an eye on you since you arrived at Floating City. I would also assign experts to blend into your troop. Then, even when you're in the boundless void, the expert that Chu sect sent would be able to find you easily and kill you. What? Su Hong was shocked. You mean there's a possibility that the expert that Chu sect sent is among the people in Hongri Mercenary Group? Not possibly. Definitely, Jin Wushuang stole a glance at Su Hong. That's also why my identity and power naturally should be kept secret. Then, when the expert that Chu's sect sent appears, I can at least take the initiative. Hearing what Jin Wushuang had said, Su Hong's face grew grave. Jin Wushuang, according to what you said, the expert that Chu's sect sent could interrupt and kill us at any time. Aren't we in danger? Exactly. But you shouldn't be worried. My task is to escort you to Purple Moon Sanctuary safely. Before you arrive in Purple Moon Sanctuary, I won't let anyone hurt you, Jin Wushuang said. Su Hong looked at Jin Wushuang and recalled his identity. He then nodded heavily. There was a disciple of Star Palace escorting him personally. He felt at ease. The spaceship continued to plunge forward in the boundless void. That very moment, a far distance from the spaceship, there were countless figures standing in the vast void. These people were universe gods. The one leading was a bald man carrying a saber on his back. Although the bald man was just a peak universe god in the third heaven, his aura was much fiercer than anyone of the same level. Mu Tao, this should be the first time you're out for a hunt after you joined He Longshan, right? The bald man looked at the purple-haired young man who was pale. Yes, the purple-haired young man nodded faintly. He Longshan is different from the ancient moon island that you were at. If we were to take action later, you'd better watch closely and learn. Then, you might have a chance to take the position to be head. The bald man smiled widely. Yes, the purple-haired young man nodded again. The purple-haired young man was peak universe god in the third heaven who just joined He Longshan. Before that, the purple-haired young man was one of the heads in Ancient Moon Island. Unfortunately, Ancient Moon Island was destroyed not long ago. Oh, yeah, I'm curious, the bald man spoke again. Although Ancient Moon Island couldn't be compared with He Longshan, you're one of the strong forces among bandit groups in the boundless void. Who was the one who destroyed all of you? Could it really be a real god expert that took action? Not a real god, merely a peak universe god in the third heaven. However, the peak universe god in the third heaven is definitely one of the scariest universe gods that I've ever seen. Mu Tao said as his face filled with unconcealed terror. Oh. The bald man raised his eyebrows but didn't ask further. Just then, Boss, the prey is here. A message was sent, and the bald man beamed with joy when he received the message. Haha, everyone, follow me. As the bald man laughed maliciously, the crowded figures plunged forward to the void before them. On the huge spaceship, Universe Gods of Hongri mercenary group were still chatting when Jin Wushuang, who was sitting in the cabin with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. What happened? Su Hong looked at Jin Wushuang. Someone is coming. Many people. Jin Wushuang said calmly. His soul power could sense a large amount of aura approaching. Many? Su Hong's face grew grave. Would they be the experts that Chu's sect sent? They reached us so quickly? Not sure if they are experts that were sent, or bandits that are in the boundless void. In short, they have no good intentions, Jin Wushuang said. Su Hong's face grew solemn, and he immediately got out from the cabin. Group leader Yu Gang. Su Hong came before Yu Gang and said, Quick, be prepared. There's an incoming enemy. Incoming enemy? Where? Why don't I see them? Yu Gang immediately looked out at the void. He spread his consciousness, but he couldn't sense any figures. Universe Gods and Hongri mercenary group looked confused too. This, Su Hong creased his eyebrows. He didn't see anyone outside too. Su Hong, are you getting too nervous? Yu Gang joked. No. Jianku said it, Su Hong explained. Him? Yu Gang sneered. We at the decks didn't even see any shadows of the incoming enemy. How could he know from the cabin? Don't listen to his nonsense. But, Su Hong wanted to say something. Virum. Suddenly, there was a crowd of darkness approaching from the void far away. They were churning forward like a dark cloud. Then, everyone on the spaceship noticed. There's really someone? Many. So many of them. And they're all universe gods. This is... Then, the members of Hongri mercenary group looked terrified. There were too many of them. There was at least 2,000 of them when they looked over the crowd. The aura of the 2,000 people was strong. None of them was lower than a universe god. Among the dark clouds, there were hundreds of universe gods in the third heaven with stronger auras. There were even 18 peak universe gods in the third heaven. It was a terrifying formation. The dark cloud was obviously coming at them. Very soon, they stopped before the spaceship. There was a formation with a total of 2,000 universe gods blocking before the spaceship, which blocked their way. There were a few thousand gazes looking at the spaceship. The members of Hongri mercenary group saw the scene outside the spaceship and they gulped. There was a tinge of fear from the bottom of their hearts. Even the group leader of Hongri mercenary group, Yu Gang, looked rather distressed. Chapter 1438, Hunt. Chapter 1438, Hunt. Leader, what should we do? The people in Hongri mercenary group were terrified. What's there to panic about? Stay calm. Yu Gang bellowed as he took a step forward. His bright, loud voice traveled well. I am from Hongri mercenary group, Yu Gang. I wonder who you are, and whether you could show us some consideration and let us pass? The voice transmitted through the spaceship to the outer void, then to the crowd. Hongri mercenary group. The leader of the crowd was a bald man. He scoffed, You're only some random mercenary group. How are you qualified to ask me, He Longshan, to show consideration? He Longshan? He's really He Longshan? On the spaceship, there was a commotion. Hongri mercenary group often traveled back and forth in the boundless void. They were familiar with bandit forces that were extremely strong. In the boundless void, there were 4 strongest bandit forces. He Longshan was one of them. It was said that He Longshan had more than 10,000 universe gods. Among them were hundreds of universe gods in the third heaven. Over the years, they had been moving about in the boundless void, and they definitely deserved their titles as overlords in the boundless void. Hongri mercenary group had heard of the name He Longshan long ago, but they had never crossed paths before. It was their first time. After finding out their enemy's identity, Yu Gang knew that it would definitely be impossible for their troops to slip past He Longshan in peace. We, Hongri mercenary group, are willing to pay 5 million chaos gems as toll fee. I hope that you will all let us through, Yu Gang offered. 5 million chaos gems wasn't a small figure. After all, an ordinary universe god's entire wealth would only be about 40 to 50 million chaos gems. Haha, 5 million chaos gems? You're trying to dismiss us? Listen up. If you, Hongri mercenary group, really want to buy your way out, at least show some sincerity. 50 million chaos gems, no less. Otherwise, you will become souls of the deceased by He Longshan's hands. The bald man shouted. 50 million? Yu Gang and the universe gods in Hongri mercenary group grew grave. A real god would only have 40 million. Now, he's asking for 50 million chaos gems as a toll fee? He's demanding an exorbitant price. Yu Gang sounded cold as he looked around. Turn around. With the speed of our ship, He Longshan might not be able to catch up with us. Virum. The huge spaceship immediately turned in another direction. He didn't bother with the experts from He Longshan before him, but opted to plunge forward through the void by the side. Looking at the sight, the bald man smirked but didn't chase. After the spaceship had traveled forward in a different direction for a while, he realized that at the end of their trajectory was an enormous amount of experts surging forward too. Not only that, in the other 2 directions, there were also huge numbers of figures. From all directions, there were shadows. In addition to the 2,000 people that they saw, there was at least 10,000s of universe god. What? Yu Gang's face grew grave. Everyone in Hongri mercenary group was terrified too. He Longshan, this is He Longshan. Yu Gang quivered in fear. The leader of He Longshan, the bald man, appeared once again before the spaceship. His malicious laugh was heard ringing out, "Ha! You're trying to run away? We He Longshan had been eyeing your troop when you were in Floating City. Why would we give you a chance to flee? What should we do? Leader, what do we do?" The Universe Gods and Hongri mercenary group looked terrified. Yu Gang looked cold as he spoke with a deep voice. I paid a great price to get this spaceship. The structure of the spaceship is extremely solid. Although there are many Universe Gods in Heilongjian, it isn't that easy to break through the spaceship. We can rely on the structure and force our way out. Run. Yu Gang made a decision, and there was a ray of light that exploded. The very next moment, the faint purple film at the border of the spaceship shined out brilliant rays of purple light. Then, the spaceship suddenly traveled at a terrifyingly fast speed and plunged towards the crowd ferociously. They're asking for death. The leader of Heilongjian, the bald man, saw the scene and he burnt with rage. He waved and commanded, "God-Slayer guards, prepare yourselves." Behind the bald man were a dozen figures standing in line and holding on to a pitch-black bow that gave out an extermination aura. The bows were controlled by Universe Gods in the third heaven. Along with the stretch of the bowstring, the extermination aura shook the universe. The people in Hongri mercenary group noticed the existence of the extermination aura. It's God-Slayer bow, God-Slayer bow. Damn it. Heilongjian is just a bandit force. How could they have so many God-Slayer bows? Yu Gang's face grew grave. The God-Slayer bow was famous in 10 cultivation sanctuaries. Some extremely strong forces would build a soldier troop equipped with God-Slayer bow. The fighting power of the troop would also be very terrifying. But then, Heilongjian was just a bandit force. How could he form a troop with a dozen God-Slayer guards? Humph, Heilongjian has been called an overlord in the void for so many years. We are not just a name. The bald man smiled savagely. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Along with the arrows that the God-Slayer guards shot, dozens of extermination lights shot towards the spaceship. The dozens of lights hit the heavy-duty structure of the spaceship simultaneously. The spaceship was really solid, so although it shook, it withstood the attack. They resisted the attack? Humph, do it once more. The bald man's voice was cold. The dozens of God-Slayer guards pulled their bows once again, and there were dozens of exterminating auras that gathered again. We're doomed. On the spaceship, the Universe Gods and Hongri mercenary group, including Yu Gang, went as pale as a sheet. In the cabin, Su Hong, who stood in front of Jian Wushuang, became nervous too. Jian Wushuang still looked rather cold. His soul power was spreading over the area, and he could see the situation outside clearly. At first, I wanted to wait until the expert from Chu sect revealed himself before I take action, but it seems like I will have to take action ahead of schedule. Jian Wushuang squinted. The next moment, he appeared on the deck of the spaceship. That very moment, the God-Slayer guards shot their arrows for the second time and were already flying towards the spaceship. Jian Wushuang didn't hesitate anymore when he saw the scene. He held his Blood Mountain sword and took a huge stride to appear outside of the spaceship. He stood right before the exterminating arrows. Chapter 1439, The 10 Kings. Chapter 1439, The 10 Kings. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. There was a total of 10 destroying lights spurting over. Jian Wushuang looked calm. He wielded his Blood Mountain sword, and there was a sudden eruption of terrifying divine power. Rumble. The boundless divine power with the slight bit of power of reincarnation that Jian Wushuang had comprehended instantly substantiated and formed a huge, lofty mountain before Jian Wushuang. The mountain was a few hundred zhang long. It blocked Jian Wushuang himself and the spaceship behind him entirely. Those destroying lights spurted over and hit on the lofty mountain. In an instant, the mountain shattered and crumbled, but the power of the destroying lights dispersed as well. What? The head of Heilongjian's face grew grave. On the spaceship, the Universe Gods and Hongri mercenary group were delighted as they escaped from the disaster. At the same time, they looked at Jian Wushuang, who was outside the spaceship. It's Jian Ku. It's the helper that Mr. Su Hong hired. He blocked the God-Slayer guards' arrows for us. The Universe Gods and Hongri mercenary group were shocked. There was a flash of murderous intention in Jian Wushuang's eyes, and his ghostly figure plunged. The scene shocked all the universe gods from He Longshan. He Longshan was made of tens of thousands of universe gods. The universe god in the third heaven before their eyes had charged towards them alone. I wonder where this idiot came from. Kill him. The bald man roared. Among the crowd from He Longshan, there was a large cloud of figures that charged towards Jian Wushuang. Humph! Jian Wushuang humphed and his soul power swept out and instantly became a huge crimson phoenix. The crimson phoenix wailed and its feathers turned into flowing light as it plundered. Without any hindrance, they immersed into the bodies of the experts from He Longshan. In silence, a few hundred figures fell directly. The scene shocked all universe gods from He Longshan, as well as from Hong Ri mercenary group. In He Longshan camp, the purple-haired young man, Mu Tao, who stood next to the bald man, stared. The scene before his eyes was too familiar. Back then, he had seen the exact scene on ancient Moon Island. Exactly the same. Not only was the outcome the same, the movement and pattern was the same too. Mu Tao's eyes were locked dead on the ghostly figure in the void before. He saw clearly. He finally saw the face of the ghostly figure clearly. In that instant, Mu Tao was frightened out of his wits. It's him. It's really him. Mu Tao stared with his wide-open eyes and his face was filled with terror and fear. He would never forget the scene on ancient Moon Island. He would also never forget the person who swept out of ancient Moon Island alone. Run, hurry up and run, Mu Tao muttered. His voice was extremely soft, as though he had no strength. The bald man next to him heard his voice and he looked over. Mu Tao, what are you talking about? It's him, the demon, Mu Tao muttered. Demon? The bald man's face grew grave, but immediately responded. Would this be the universe god who destroyed ancient Moon Island? Mu Tao didn't reply, but the bald man got his answer through his expression. I see. No wonder he could destroy ancient Moon Island alone. It turned out that he was an expert who was good at consciousness attacks. Before an expert who was good at consciousness attacks, the amount wouldn't matter. The bald man squinted his eyes, then he smiled coldly. It's a pity that He Longshan is different from ancient Moon Island. 10 kings, come and kill this boy for me. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. 10 piercing noises were suddenly heard. Among the crowd, there were 10 figures that plunged forward. The 10 of them were wearing bronze armor, and they had soaring murderous intentions. They stood in a line before Jian Wushuang as their boundless auras pressured Jian Wushuang. It's the 10 kings. The 10 kings are launching attacks altogether. This boy is going to die. The universe gods from He Longshan saw the 10 figures, and there was immediately a commotion being stirred up among the crowd. The 10 kings were second to the few heads of He Longshan. The 10 of them were peak universe gods in the third heaven who were extremely powerful, and the head of He Longshan had paid a huge price to build them up. The divine weapons that they were using and the armor that they were wearing were outstanding. The 10 of them had even cultivated a war formation especially to join their forces to fight against their enemy. With the 10 of them joining forces, besides the experts on universe god ranking list, there shouldn't be any other universe god who could win against them. Die! The 10 kings were extremely quick to action. They appeared before Jian Wushuang instantly. Then, there were attacks from all directions that landed on Jian Wushuang one after another. Jian Wushuang looked calm and composed while he wielded his blood mountain sword with a light bit of power of transformation. Dang! 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 The 10 attacks were blocked by Jian Wushuang, and Jian Wushuang merely took one step back. Then, Blood Mountain sword slid through the void like a snack and hit the body of 2 kings. The 2 kings were protected by the bronze armor, but they flew backwards when they were hit by the sword light. Huh. He could easily block our attacks and instantly counterattack. This boy has strong swordsmanship. One-on-one, none of us is his match. Let's use war formation. The 10 kings discussed and reached a mutual attack style. Hong. A terrifying aura soared up. A demonic dragon knight who was 100 zhang tall and covered under bronze armor appeared in the void. The demonic dragon knight had soaring murderous intention that struck fear into the surrounding people. Formation? Jian Wushuang looked. He knew about war formation long ago when he was in Green Fire World. He knew the advantage of the war formation. Although the individual power of the 10 kings wasn't strong, when the 10 of them joined forces and moved into a war formation, it brought significant pressure to Jian Wushuang. Interesting. Jian Wushuang smiled, and in the next moment, his figure suddenly magnified and became 100 zhang tall too. His body gave out a dark gold luster, and there were 5 four-angled stars in between his eyebrows, which were shimmering. Come on. Jian Wushuang laughed, and his huge divine god body took a huge stride forward. Then, Blood Mountain's sword in his hand that had increased in size too gave out terrifying power. The demonic dragon rider shook, and the demonic dragon let out a shrill roar. Suddenly, the two huge figures collided together. Chapter 1440. Whoever blocks me will die. Chapter 1440. Whoever blocks me will die. Bang, 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 bang. Shockingly loud thunder could be heard on the horizon. Along with the thunder, there was a savage power that swept over from all directions. Suddenly, the earth shattered. The surrounding spectators were terrified. Humph, I paid a great price to nurture the 10 kings. Not only are they powerful, but when they are united in a formation, besides experts on Universe God ranking list, no one else will be evenly matched. Although he is strong, he is dreaming of being able to fight evenly with the 10 kings. The leader of Hei Longshan, the bald man, said. As he spoke, the huge, demonic dragon suddenly let out a raging roar. Then, it wielded the long spear in its hand, and suddenly a boundless flame that covered the entire universe spurted out. The flame formed into demonic dragon knights, and they charged towards Jian Wushuang. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang was in a fix. Looking at the scene, universe gods and Hei Longshan suddenly looked delighted. Only Mu Tao wasn't. Ever since Mu Tao had seen Jian Wushuang, there was only fear in his eyes. When he saw Jian Wushuang in a pinch, he shook his head. It's useless. It can't stop him. No one can stop this demon. He knew well how scary Jian Wushuang was. Back then, when he was on Ancient Moon Island, not only had Jian Wushuang performed terrifyingly great swordsmanship and a scary consciousness attack, the thing that had made them hopeless was his unbelievable power of defense. Back then, when a few peak universe gods launched a full attack and hit Jian Wushuang's body directly, it didn't affect Jian Wushuang at all. That was the scariest part about Jian Wushuang. With such a terrifying divine body, he was destined to not fail. As expected on the battlefield, even though he was facing the attack of demonic knights and in a pinch, his aura wasn't weakened at all. On the contrary, he grew even stronger. I don't want to waste any more time on you. A cold voice was heard from Jian Wushuang's mouth. In Jian Wushuang's eyes was a chilly gleam. There was also a significant crimson light erupting from the Blood Mountain sword in his hand. Reincarnation sword principle. The bleeding technique. Rumble. A terrifying crimson light suddenly erupted. The entire, vast void suddenly drowned in a crimson ocean. In the crimson ocean, a ray of sword light penetrated the void and slashed at the demonic knight. There was a sudden explosion of power of reincarnation. The demonic knight, too, immediately resisted with the long spear. However, it collided with the crimson light. Pissed, the spear was broken into two directly. The crimson sword light wasn't hindered but plunged at the body of the demonic knight. That very moment, the entire universe went quiet. The demonic knight collapsed immediately and fell apart. The 10 kings in it were revealed. The 10 kings looked terrified. They had never expected that when the 10 of them united to transform into a demonic knight with formation, they would be defeated by a universe god. Just then, Jian Wushuang suddenly showed a flash of murderous instinct. Reincarnation sword principle. Bleed to the end of the world. Wah. A shrill, crimson sword light filled the air. In the dark void, it was like riding a crimson yet tragic and soul-stirring route to the end of the world. It looked extremely eye-catching. The route to the end of the world passed before the Ten Kings. Pust, 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 pust. The Ten Kings' eyes were wide open as their heads were chopped off. With that one swung, the famous Ten Kings in He Longshan lost their lives in an instant. So impressive, the tens of thousands of universe gods in the surrounding void were in a sudden, unprecedented shock. Jian Wushuang was murderous. After he had killed the Ten Kings, his gaze was redirected to the leader of He Longshan, the bald man. Before shooting the rider, one should shoot the horse first. Before capturing the thief, one should capture the king first. There was coldness in Jian Wushuang's eyes. The next moment, his figure moved and charged towards the bald man. Shit! The bald man felt Jian Wushuang's intention to kill. His face grew grave. Although he was the leader of He Longshan and he was the number one among all bandits in He Longshan, he knew clearly that when the Ten Kings united, they could oppress him easily even if they didn't perform a formation. However, Jian Wushuang had defeated the Ten Kings' demonic dragon knight in an instant and killed all 10 of them. He was such a terrifying existence. How could he be his match? Quick, hurry and block him for me. The bald man roared and commanded the surrounding bandits to block Jian Wushuang while he ran towards the void behind. Trying to run away? Jian Wushuang sneered as a vast soul power stirred. Virum. Without performing a 5-beast manipulation knack, without performing Crimson Phoenix, with mere soul power, he swept out and covered the void before him, then started suppressing with soul power. The terrifying soul power pierced into the surrounding universe god's head like a thorn instantly. Suddenly, la, like raindrops, more than 1,000 universe gods' corpses fell down before Jian Wushuang. Before Jian Wushuang, there was immediately a broad rout. Another boundless soul power swept out. Jian Wushuang performed the secret skill of Tian Yuan directly. The first technique in secret skill of Tian Yuan, inextinguishable light. A silent soul light caught up to the bald man at an incredibly fast speed and was absorbed into his body. Ah! The bald man cried out. His body stopped and his hands were on his head as he screamed in pain. The bald man was a true peak universe god in the third heaven. After all, with Jian Wushuang's current soul strength, performing inextinguishable light would at most make him feel pain and affect his movement. However, it wouldn't be possible if Jian Wushuang intended to kill the bald man with inextinguishable light. The moment the bald man stopped, Jian Wushuang immediately appeared behind him. He swung out a sword light and the bald man's head flew off. Jian Wushuang lifted his hand to catch the bald man's skull. In the void, Jian Wushuang held his sword in one hand and held the bald man's head in the other. He looked around at the He Longshan experts surrounding him. He exerted strength in his palm, and the bald man's head exploded in his head. Then, Jian Wushuang spoke in a cold voice. "Whoever blocks me will die." Chapter 1441, Collapse. Chapter 1441, Collapse. Dead silent. The entire universe was dead silent. The countless universe god from He Longshan stared at demon-like Jian Wushuang, whose hands were covered with fresh blood. Everyone shivered in fear from the bottom of their hearts. Too strong. Demon. He's a demon. Such a demon. How could we match him evenly? The universe gods from He Longshan shouted. They saw the earlier scene clearly. The 10 kings of He Longshan had joined forces and became the war formation, demonic dragon knight. But Jian Wushuang swept them off and the 10 kings died. With his thought, thousands of universe gods had suddenly died. The head of He Longshan, who was the strongest among them, couldn't make one single move on Jian Wushuang and was instantly killed. Everything shocked them, and they were dumbfounded. Run! No one knew who the first person who shouted was. The very next moment, the surrounding countless universe gods, including the few heads of He Longshan, didn't hesitate but opted to run for their lives. Run, run, run. The bandits forgot about everything, but only knew to run. In an instant, the large number of bandits who were originally surrounding the spaceship ran away. The danger vanished into thin air in a sudden. On the deck, Universe Gods and Hong Ri mercenary group looked surprised, and it stirred a commotion in everyone's heart. Especially Yu Gang. He looked as though he had seen a ghost. One must know that the people in Hong Ri mercenary group were unhappy with Jian Wushuang's existence earlier. They thought it'd be more than enough for Su Hong to hire Hong Ri mercenary group alone. He didn't need to hire another person. On top of that, Jian Wushuang wasn't famous, and they didn't think just how strong Jian Wushuang was. But then, after Jian Wushuang had showed his power, everyone was taken by surprise. Too strong. He definitely has the fighting power of one on Universe God ranking list. Definitely. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to defeat He Longshan's troop all alone. This Jian Ku, is he an expert on Universe God ranking list? The people in Hong Ri mercenary group were hot with emotion. They finally understood why Su Hong would hire Jian Wushuang. Just then, swoosh, Jian Wushuang landed on the deck once again, among the people in Hong Ri mercenary group. The people in Hong Ri mercenary group looked at Jian Wushuang again at a close distance, and all of them were gulping their saliva, including Yu Gang. There was an unprecedented reverence in their eyes. Jian Wushuang stole a glance at everyone but didn't say much. He walked into the cabin before everyone's gazes. When Jian Wushuang entered the cabin, the people in Hong Ri mercenary group let out a breath of relief. Go, go, go. Let's continue with our journey, Yu Gang said, and continued to drive the spaceship again. In the spaceship cabin, you live up to your reputation as disciple of Star Palace. I'm impressed. Su Hong looked at Jian Wushuang in shock and smiled. To have you, Jian Wushuang, escort me personally is my pleasure. Don't be too happy just yet. After all, our real trouble has yet to arrive. Jian Wushuang looked solemn. Su Hong squinted his eyes. The expert that Chu sect sent might be very strong, but with your power, you should be able to deal with them, right? In Su Hong's view, Jian Wushuang could deal with a huge bandit group like He Longshan. The expert that Chu sect sent wouldn't be any stronger than He Longshan, so Jian Wushuang should be able to deal with it easily. If it was before He Longshan, I definitely could. But now, it's hard to say, Jian Wushuang said. Why? Su Hong was confused. I told you before that Chu sect definitely sent experts to hide among Hong Ri mercenary group. I didn't take any action before, so Chu sect didn't know my background. They'd only treat me as an ordinary peak universe god in the third heaven. But now that I have exposed my power, Chu sect will definitely know, and they will definitely lay down a plan according to my power. The experts that they send will definitely be extremely strong, Jian Wushuang said. Su Hong was stunned and immediately understood. The experts from Chu sect either did not take action at all or took action with full confidence. They naturally took Jian Wushuang's power into consideration. What can we do? Su Hong creased his eyebrows and asked. I don't know, but when I attacked earlier, I did something on purpose. I didn't show my full power. Plus, the expert that Chu sect sent to hide among Hong Ri mercenary group is most likely a universe god in the third heaven, or even lower. Hence, his understanding is limited, and he won't be able to tell my true ability. I reckon he will only treat me as an expert suspected to have fighting power like one on the universe god ranking list. Hence, we are still at an advantage, Jian Wushuang said. Hearing what Jian Wushuang said, Su Hong was extremely shocked. What you revealed earlier wasn't your full power. Jian Wushuang glanced at Su Hong but didn't answer. In actual fact, he did hold back during the battle earlier. He didn't give full play to the power of reincarnation, and his swordsmanship wasn't performed to the limit. He had just passed through his second inverse cultivation test, and his swordsmanship was in an advancement period. During the years he was preparing in Lineage of Star, he had improved in swordsmanship tremendously with the aid of the painting of understanding sword via reincarnation. The most distinguished achievement would be that he had created the reincarnation sword principle. The reincarnation sword principle. He had named it so because he had comprehended from the painting of understanding sword via reincarnation. There's 7 strokes in the reincarnation sword principle. Every stroke was a fierce, unique skill. He had only performed 2 of the fiercer strokes, the bleeding technique and bleed to the end of the world technique. Among the reincarnation sword principle, he had also created another stronger stroke compared to the 2, but he had yet to perform it. Just wait. The expert that Chu sect sent will be here in no time. Jian Wushuang muttered, then he closed his eyes. Just as Jian Wushuang had expected, the expert sent by Chu sect immediately found out about Jian Wushuang's power after their encounter with He Longshan, and they made a corresponding plan. In the boundless void, there were a dozen figures waiting patiently on a mini island that was abandoned. Very soon, a crimson spaceship stopped before the island in the void. Then, there was a crimson-robed figure that walked out slowly from the crimson spaceship. He's here. Looking at the crimson-robed figure, people who were waiting on the island looked excited. Chapter 1442, Fighting Power Like One on Universe God Ranking List. Chapter 1442, Fighting Power Like One on Universe God Ranking List. Mr. Zhao Han. Looking at the person in the crimson robe walk out from the scarlet spaceship, the dozen experts that were waiting on the island bowed politely, except for one. The cold-looking young man in the crimson robe overlooked everyone on the island. Then, he shook and suddenly appeared before the peak universe god in the third heaven that never bowed. Pangbo, long time no see. You're here too? The young man, Zhao Han, said with a smile. The person who was called Pangbo was a brawny, middle-aged man who was more than 2 meters tall. The brawny, middle-aged man carried a green saber on his back, and his figure looked bold and strong, with a tinge of imposing manner. Hearing what Zhao Han said, Pangbo replied coldly, "There's some trouble. Otherwise, there would be no need for you to be here." "What kind of trouble? Even you, an expert who is extremely close to the standard of Universe God ranking list, can't deal with it?" Zhao Han smiled. "The enemy is suspected to have fighting power like one on Universe God ranking list," Pangbo replied. "Oh." Zhao Han squinted his eyes. Being extremely close to the standard of Universe God ranking list, and suspected to have fighting power like one on Universe God ranking list, obviously something unusual was happening. "Tell me, what's going on?" Zhao Han asked. "As you are invited by the Chu sect, you naturally know the aim of the mission and the person that we are going to kill. Although he isn't strong, he hired some experts to escort him. Among the experts, Hongri Mercenary Group is just a mercenary group after all. You can ignore them. However, when they were in Floating City, he called for extra help. The help's name is Jianku," Pangbo said. "Jianku? Who can't tell that that's an alias?" Zhao Han smirked. "It's this Jianku who is suspected to have fighting power like one on Universe God ranking list." "Yes," Pangbo nodded. "Not long ago, Jianku and the rest of them encountered the bandits from He Longshan in the Boundless Void." "He Longshan?" Zhao Han looked surprised. "I happen to have been training in the Boundless Void for a while now, and I've heard about He Longshan. It is said that He Longshan has hundreds of thousands of bandits. Among them were quite a few universe gods in the third heaven. There are even a few peak universe gods in the third heaven. They also have the 10 Kings, which is quite well known." "That's right. Whichever troops want to go through the Boundless Void, as long as they meet with He Longshan, will definitely experience a nightmare. There is almost no one who could escape under the watch of He Longshan." Jianku and the troop met He Longshan in the Boundless Void, supposedly, and things seemed bad. In the end, Pangbo creased his eyebrows. "Why? Unless they escaped through He Longshan's hands?" Zhao Yu joked casually. "They didn't escape, but they defeated He Longshan wantonly with thunderous measures," Pangbo said. "What?" Zhao Han's face suddenly grew grave. He had been training in the Boundless Void for quite some time. Initially, he intended to make trouble for He Longshan, as he had heard of He Longshan's power. He knew clearly how great one's power must be to be able to defeat He Longshan wantonly. Would it be that the one they encountered wasn't the main force of He Longshan, but just a partial section of the experts? Zhao Han couldn't help but ask. No, they met the main force led by He Longshan's leader. On top of that, He Longshan launched their full force. There was a total of tens of thousands of universe gods, and inclusive of the Ten Kings were involved in the action. But in the end, they were killed and defeated. The leader of He Longshan and the Ten Kings all died. The person who causes that to happen is Jianku, Pongbo said solemnly. You meant that Jianku alone killed the Ten Kings from He Longshan and their leaders in front of the universe gods from He Longshan? Zhao Han asked. Yes, the Ten Kings from He Longshan already gave their all, and they even made a formation. But, in the end, Jianku defeated them directly, Pengbo said. Then, even Zhao Han had a glimpse of shock in his eyes. The Ten Kings from He Longshan, the moment they united and formed their formation, it is said that only one who possesses power like one on Universe God ranking list could be evenly matched. But Jianku could defeat the formation directly. His power shouldn't be weak. However, it doesn't mean that he possesses fighting power like one on Universe God ranking list, Zhao Han smiled. Doesn't it? Peng Bo was stunned. Fighting power of one on Universe God ranking list isn't something easily achievable. Otherwise, there wouldn't be only 100 of them, Zhao Han smiled. In the 10 cultivation sanctuaries, how many are like you? Extremely close to the standard of one on Universe God ranking list, and how many are suspected to have fighting power like one on Universe God ranking list? There is a countless number of them, but among these people, how many could really be evenly matched with experts on Universe God ranking list? For example, 50,000 years ago, a genius disciple from East Royal Sanctuary, Yi Han, was naturally gifted, and he defeated many experts who were close to the standard of one on Universe God ranking list. He was recognized as being suspected of having fighting power like one on the Universe God ranking list. But in the end, when he really came across an expert on Universe God ranking list, and the expert was only on the 93rd place, considered the bottom of the list, what happened then? With just 3 moves, Yi Han was defeated, heavily defeated, without a chance to struggle. Hence, whoever has yet to fight against an expert on Universe God ranking list will not be qualified to be recognized as suspected to have fighting power like one on Universe God ranking list. Just like the Ten Kings from He Longshan, they said that no one without the fighting power of one on the Universe God ranking list could fight evenly with them once they were in their formation. But, in actual fact, have they fought with an expert on Universe God ranking list before? Do they know how strong an expert on the Universe God ranking list is? Zhao Han looked like he didn't care. Well, that's true. In the 10 cultivation sanctuaries, there were many that were said to be suspected to have fighting power like one on Universe God ranking list, but they were actually far from the real experts on the Universe God ranking list. Jian Ku and the troop are still in the boundless void? Zhao Han asked again. Yes, our people are among their troop. We know of their location, Pengbo replied. If so, let's get into action. Let's meet with this person that you said to be suspected to have fighting power like one on Universe God ranking list, Jin Ku, Zhao Han scoffed. With you involving yourself personally, there shouldn't be any unexpected events, Pengbo smiled faintly. The universe gods at the side were absolutely confident in Mr. Zhao Han. Forget about the fact that Jian Ke might possess fighting power like one on Universe God ranking list. Even if he did, they believed that Mr. Zhao Han could easily seize control of him. After all, Mr. Zhao Han became an expert of the Universe God ranking list in the 10 cultivation sanctuaries long ago, and he wasn't too low on the list. Without much preparation, Zhao Han and Peng Bo led a dozen universe gods onto the delicate scarlet spaceship. Then, they plunged towards where Jian Wushuang and the troop were. Chapter 1443, They're Here. Chapter 1443, They're Here. In the boundless void, the spaceship was still traveling forward. On the deck, the people in Hong Ri mercenary group were very free. It has been rather peaceful. There are not even any bandits that come and look for trouble. Humph, which ordinary bandit groups dare to ask for trouble with us? Hong Ri mercenary group? Even if we were to encounter the extremely strong bandit groups like He Longshan, we have Mr. Jian Ku with us. There's nothing to be afraid of. When would we be as powerful as Mr. Jianku? They chatted leisurely as they gathered in groups. In one of the corners, there were two universe gods together. The two universe gods were just ordinary universe gods in the third heaven, and they were recruited by Hongri mercenary group when they were at Floating City. Mr. Pangbo already sent a message. They'll be here in another half a day. By then, we carry out the plan accordingly, an elderly with triangle eyes said in a very low voice. Besides the person before him, no one else could hear. On this spaceship, there's Jianku who swept He Longshan alone. Mr. Pangbo, would they succeed? The other blonde-haired maiden ceased her eyebrows and asked. Don't worry. Not only is Mr. Pangbo coming, there's also Mr. Zhaohan, the elderly with triangle eyes replied. Mr. Zhaohan? The expert on Universe God ranking list? The blonde-haired girl was shocked and immediately beamed with joy. Then, it should be fine. No matter how great Jianku is, he definitely is far behind when he is compared with an expert on the Universe God ranking list. Let's get ready. There's about half a day left, the elderly with triangle eyes said. Half a day flew past really quickly. In the spaceship cabin, Jian Wushuang, who had been closing his eyes, suddenly opened his eyes. His sole power sensed the other spaceship in the void in front of them, approaching them. Su Hong, the person who wants to kill you is here, Jian Wushuang spoke. He's here? Su Hong's face grew solemn instantly. Immediately, Jian Wushuang and Su Hong came out from the cabin. Mr. Jianku, Su Hong, why are both of you out? Group leader of Hongri mercenary group smiled, and he looked over. Jian Wushuang didn't reply, but fixed his gaze in the void before him. You gang, tell your people to be prepared. There's a strong enemy approaching, Su Hong said in a deep voice. A strong enemy again? Yu Gang creased his eyebrows. The strong enemy this time is much scarier than He Longshan, Su Hong said. What? Yu Gang got a shock and gave out a command in a roar. Hurry up, get up, and be prepared to fight your enemy. The people in Hongri mercenary group who were on the deck were frightened. They stood up and divine weapons appeared in their hands. Everyone was looking into the dark void before them. There was a crimson light appearing gradually, and it continued to magnify. It's a spaceship. Such a beautiful spaceship. The people in Hongri mercenary group fixed their gazes on the beautiful crimson spaceship. Just then, on the corner of the deck, the elderly with triangle eyes and the blonde-haired maiden, who were well prepared, exchanged a glance. Action! The elderly with triangle eyes roared. Suddenly, there was an eruption of two bolts of aura on the spaceship. The elderly with triangle eyes and the blonde-haired maiden took action simultaneously. They launched their strongest attacks at the structure of the side of the spaceship. The structure of the spaceship was heavy-duty. When a strong attack was launched from the outside, it would require time and effort to break. However, if the attack was launched from the inside, it would be much easier. The elderly with triangular eyes and the blonde-haired maiden stayed on the spaceship for a while, and they knew clearly about the weakness of the structure. Then, they attacked the two weakest points directly and did so at the same time. Instantly, the structure on the side of the spaceship shattered. Shit! Yu Gang's face grew grave. You two bastards. There's two of them? Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes. He knew long ago that there was an expert sent by Chu's sect among Hongri mercenary group, but he had never expected there to be two. The two of them suddenly launched an attack at the structure, and he couldn't stop them in time. Hurry up and run. The elderly with triangle eyes and the blonde-haired maiden removed the structure and left the spaceship without hesitation. They wanted to run to the Crimson spaceship and meet up with Zhao Han, Pangbo, and the rest of the troop. But just as they dashed out from the spaceship, there were two shapeless soul attacks that hit them. What? The elderly with triangle eyes and the blonde-haired maiden looked terrified. Then, their figures fell down the very next moment. Although I can't stop you breaking the structure in time, it's fairly easy to kill you. Jian Wushuang looked cold. Awesome. Yu Gang and the Universe Gods and Hongri mercenary group at the surrounding felt great. Be prepared, the massacre is going to start, Jian Wushuang said. The universe gods and Hongri mercenary group suddenly lifted their heads. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. They saw figures with fierce auras turning into flowing light and plunging towards their spaceship. Without the hindrance of the structure, the flowing light descended onto the deck directly. There was a total of 30 figures descending simultaneously. Luckily, the spaceship was extremely huge. The deck was like a mini battlefield, and it could fit these people. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes and stared at the people before him. Yu Gang by his side and the universe gods and Hongri mercenary group looked on in distress. They had already noticed the people who came were all peak universe gods in the third heaven. There was a total of 30 of them. Among them, the one leading was the brawny man carrying a green saber. His aura was much stronger compared to the others. Yu Gang stared at the brawny man carrying a green saber, and there was terror in his eyes. Pang Bo, it's you. You know him? Jian Wushuang glanced at Yu Gang. Yes, Yu Gang nodded. Pang Bo was originally a group leader of a huge mercenary group, but in the end, because he offended an expert on Universe God ranking list by accident, and the mercenary group under his lead was massacred. The expert on the Universe God ranking list originally wanted to kill him too, but Pang Bo was too strong. His defense power is terrifyingly strong. Although the expert on the Universe God ranking list could suppress him, he couldn't kill him, and he gained fame in that battle. He is an expert who is extremely close to the standard of the Universe God ranking list. Is that so? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Are you Jianku? Pang Bo's gaze was cold as he looked at Jian Wushuang. It's me, Jian Wushuang nodded faintly. If you were to leave here now, you might save your own life, Pang Bo said coldly. Hee, you might not be qualified to say this, Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Is it? There was a flash of coldness in Pang Bo's eyes, and he plunged forward like a fierce tiger in the very next moment. Chapter 1444, Universe God Ranking List, Zhao Han. Chapter 1444, Universe God Ranking List, Zhao Han. Pack! Pang Bo charged forward, and the deck broke as a terrifying aura swept in all directions. Ninth Thunder Sword. Pang Bo was raging with a fierce aura as the green saber in his hand was engulfed in green bolts of thunder. He suddenly appeared before Jian Wushuang and slashed with the green saber. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. There was a total of 9 sword lights, and everyone had a boundless power of thunder. Most importantly, not only were the 9 sword lights getting stronger with every stroke, their speed grew with every stroke. Jian Wushuang concentrated, and Blood Mountain Sword appeared in his hand. He erupted his divine power and greeted his opponent. The clashing of blades was heard. The 9 continuous clashes caused great impact, and Jian Wushuang couldn't help but retreat. On the other hand, Pang Bo looked even more triggered. There was an armor made of green thunder protecting his body out of nowhere. He wore a thunder armor and held a green thunder saber. Pang Bo then looked like he had transformed into a thunder god. 12 Thunder Sword. Pang Bo again wielded his saber fiercely, but by then it was a total of 12 sword lights. This sword technique is quite impressive. Although it isn't on the level of real god, from the continuous overlapping of accumulated power, the last one could barely be comparable with real god unique skill. No wonder he was said to be close to the standard of one on Universe God ranking list. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. He could tell that Pang Bo's power couldn't be much weaker than the top genius of Dark Phoenix Pavilion, who was a universe god in the third heaven, Lin Shui. The 12 sword lights descended one after another. Jian Wushuang immediately raised his sword to block. He blocked 11 sword lights in an instant. When the last sword light had descended, Jian Wushuang's gaze turned cold. Reincarnation Sword Principle, the bleeding technique. Rumble. A terrifying crimson light suddenly exploded, and the entire void drowned in a crimson ocean. In the crimson ocean, a scarlet sword light soared along with boundless power, including the slight bit of power of reincarnation that Jian Wushuang comprehended. The scarlet sword light collided with the last sword light that Pangbo had performed directly. Bang! There was a loud, vigorous noise before the entire spaceship broke entirely. The terrifying divine power shattered it, while the people on the spaceship fall and dispersed into all directions from the impact. In the midst of the divine storm, a figure suddenly retreated and finally regained his stability. The person was Pangbo. So strong. Such strength. Pangbo was still engulfed in the green thunder, but his palms started shivering. Both arms were going numb. Jian Wushuang gradually revealed his figure among the divine storm. His face turned cold as he stared at Pangbo. No wonder experts on Universe God ranking list couldn't kill you. Your defense power is not bad. However, with you alone, you're not qualified to be my opponent yet. Let the person behind come forth. The person behind? Su Hong and the people from Hongri mercenary group were stunned. Haha, very well. You could identify my existence. A malicious laughter suddenly burst out. Then, there was a figure in crimson robe that floated out from the delicate crimson spaceship and appeared before everyone. He looked cold, but he was wearing a creepy smile as he measured Jian Wushuang up and down. Although he looked calm, every universe god from Hongri mercenary group stiffened at the sight of him. Jian Wushuang's face also grew grave when he saw the approaching person. Expert. He is at least 10 times stronger than Pangbo, Lin Shui from Dark Phoenix Pavilion, or even Hui, who defeated Lim Shui and declared that he was going to challenge an expert on Universe God ranking list. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists. He lit up his soul power, and he could clearly sense the boundless pressure that the other person was giving him. Zhao Han, number 76 on Universe God ranking list. The man in the crimson robe, Zhao Han, smiled faintly. Hearing what he had said, everyone from Hongri mercenary group were shocked. An expert on the Universe God ranking list? Shocking. To people from Hongri mercenary group, Pangbo, who was close to the standard of one on Universe God ranking list, was already in existence that was beyond reach. Let alone Zhao Han, who was truly an expert on Universe God ranking list. As expected, Jian Wushuang wasn't surprised. To be able to place such great pressure on him, only experts on Universe God ranking list could do so. On the Universe God ranking list, there was a total of 100 top experts. Although Zhao Han was only on the 76th, even the strongest Universe God in the third heaven and lineage of star was only on the 51st on Universe God ranking list, which was not much stronger than Zhao Han. I do not kill any nobody. Tell me your real name. Don't try to fool me with a pseudonym like Jin Ku, Zhao Han spoke in a cool tone. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly and replied, Star Palace, Jian Wushuang. I see. A genius disciple of Star Palace from lineage of star. No wonder you have such power, Zhao Han said. Lineage of star. Overlord of Purple Moon Sanctuary in Starland. Such great power. Normally no one has the guts to provoke them, while disciples of Star Palace are lineage of stars precious. Whoever kills disciples of Star Palace will definitely trigger lineage of star. However, I, Zhao Han, happen to be the kind of person who isn't afraid of anything. If you intend to kill me, you can't do it with words, Jian Wushuang said coldly. Of course. Zhao Han's smile turned cold, and there was suddenly a terrifying aura soaring from his body. Simultaneously, boundless divine power flowed out and formed an illusionary image of a huge golden bear in an instant. Jian Wushuang, let me see just how capable are you as a disciple of Star Palace. Zhao Han fixed his gaze on Jian Wushuang, and his figure shook the next moment. The void before Jian Wushuang shattered while Zhao Han appeared from the shattered void. He swung his palm that was covered in faint gold light. Then, the huge golden bear too swung its paw ferociously. Hong! The golden paw continuously grew and suddenly covered a range of more than 100 miles. The void within the range shattered and collapsed. The terrifying force locked Jian Wushuang within. Such power? Jian Wushuang's face grew solemn. Jian Wushuang, be careful. Zhao Han is just like you. He has already comprehended a slight bit of power of Heaven Way, and he has grasped the myriad beasts doctrine in the 9 heaven god doctrine. This scariest part about the doctrine is its attack power. Not only is it strong, it is also extremely ferocious. King of Venomous Worms said in Jian Wushuang's head. Myriad Beasts Doctrine? Jian Wushuang smirked. We shall see if his Myriad Beasts Doctrine is stronger, or if my Reincarnation Doctrine is more powerful. Chapter 1445, Jian Wushuang vs. Zhao Han. Chapter 1445, Jian Wushuang vs. Zhao Han. With a slight bit of scorching heat, Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship erupted. Jian Wushuang slashed with his sword. Not only did he give full rein to his divine power and ancient god power to his extreme limit, but he had also performed with the slight bit of power of reincarnation that he had comprehended. Break! The cold sword light brought along a shrill, piercing whistle and instantly hit the golden palm that was pressing down. Walala! An enormous amount of divine power dispersed, and the huge golden palm was torn apart by the sword light. Not bad. Zhao Han saw the scene and sneered. He then flipped his wrist to reveal that he was wearing a pair of golden gloves. The golden gloves gave out an outstanding power. They were obviously a very fierce chaos unique treasure. Then, let's give it a try. Zhao Han's face grew ferocious as boundless divine power flowed into his hands in an instant. The golden bear statue that soared up from his body immediately bellowed at the sky above. The golden bear was acting as though it was insane. The two huge bear paws slapped out at lightning speed like a huge golden mountain. Every golden mountain covered an expanse of thousands of miles and traveling towards Jian Wushuang. Looking at the golden mountains that were pressing in on him, Jian Wushuang couldn't dodge. So strong. Compared to the earlier slam, it is much stronger. Jian Wushuang's face grew solemn. If so, Virum. The billowing scarlet flame suddenly soared up and formed a crimson sea, surrounding Jian Wushuang. And Jian Wushuang was the king of the Crimson Sea. Once the secret skill of Scarlet Kingdom was put to play, Jian Wushuang's overall performance doubled. Kill! Jian Wushuang roared and wielded his sword. A fierce power tore the golden mountains that were pressing towards him. Simultaneously, Jian Wushuang's figure was moving closer to Zhao Han at a terrifyingly fast speed. After a short while, Jian Wushuang appeared before Zhao Han. Reincarnation Sword Principle, bleed to the end of the world. Jian Wushuang wielded his sword directly. Wow! Shrill crimson sword light filled the air. In the dark void, it was like riding a bloody and sad yet stirring road to the end of the world. The road to the end of the world was unusually brilliant. The swordlight was aiming at Zhao Han's throat. Funny. Zhao Han's gaze fixed and the right hand in a golden glove suddenly became a dragon claw and clawed out at lightning speed. Behind his back, there was instantly a powerful golden dragon, and the golden dragon was clawing out with his claw. Clash! The dragon claw that Zhao Han struck out with grabbed Jian Wushuang's sword directly. The clashing sound of enormous divine power didn't move him at all. Grabbing my sword with a bare hand? You have guts. Jian Wushuang smirked and Blood Mountain sword in his hands immediately let out a shocking sword intention. The entire sword was giving out a shrill sword whistle. What? Zhao Han's face changed. He could clearly sense the terrifying sword intention from the sword and the shrill aura. He had an illusion that if he didn't move his palm, he would definitely be chopped into two by the shrill aura. Swoosh! Without hesitation, Zhao Han immediately let go of Blood Mountain sword and his figures. Demonic Dragon! Jian Wushuang's eyes grew cold. Then his soul power turned into 5 demonic dragons in an instant. The 5 demonic dragons carried terrifying murderous intentions and charged forward like lightning. 5 worms, how dare you act wildly before the real, huge dragon? Zhao Han shouted, and the golden dragon behind him opened its mouth. A terrifying roar was heard. The sound wave of the angry bellow shattered the 5 demonic dragons directly. But the demonic dragon just shattered, and a black light shot towards Zhao Han in silence. That's it, Zhao Han contracted his pupils. He already could see that the black light was a black long spear. The black long spear carried a unique power, and it came before his eyes in an instant. Humph! Zhao Han huffed and clasped his hands together. The huge golden bear was originally behind him, but it suddenly appeared before him. The golden bear solidified its body, and he blocked the spear, relying on its huge body. Although the long spear was blocked, it contained a soul attack, and it hit Zhao Han without hindrance. Consciousness attack? Zhao Han creased his eyebrows and instantly recovered. He blocked my attack of inextinguishable light that I used with his god-killing spear so easily? Jin Wushuang was shocked. In the void, Zhao Han stood and regained stability. There was shock in his eyes as he looked at Jin Wushuang. On the battlefield, there was a temporary silence. At the surrounding Hongri mercenary group, including those peak universe gods in the third heaven, who were there to kill Su Hong, were gawking at the scene. When Jin Wushuang and Zhao Han stopped, they came back to reality. So strong. Too strong. This is the fighting power of one on Universe God ranking list. We are all universe gods in the third heaven, but we are of a totally different level compared to the two of them. I feel that Mr. Zhao Han could easily kill me with a casual slap. Same goes for Jin Wushuang's swordsmanship. Everyone was shocked. Everyone was shocked by the terrifying battle. In the middle of the battlefield, Zhao Han finally spoke again. It seems that I've belittled you. You really do have the fighting power of one on the Universe God ranking list. Zhao Han smiled faintly. As you are quite powerful and you're a disciple of Star Palace, as long as you can take my next move, I'll let you live. You're boasting shamelessly, Jin Wushuang shouted. Then take this. There was a loud shrill, and there were two rays of brilliant golden light from Zhao Han's hands. The golden light was constantly magnifying like two golden suns. Then, there was an ancient, strong beast that appeared behind him out of nowhere. The beast had 3 heads, and no one could recognize it. However, the moment the beast opened its eyes, it sent chills down everyone's spine. Then, Zhao Han's sun-like palm swung. Rumble. The surrounding void started trembling with madness. The terrifying power made every surrounding person roar uncontrollably. Everyone couldn't help but stare at the 2 golden suns. Real God unique skill. Jin Wushuang's face grew grave. He knew Zhao Han, an expert on Universe God ranking list who had already comprehended a slight bit of Myriad Beasts doctrine. He had already created real God unique skill. Then, he tightened his grip and Blood Mountain sword quivered in madness and let out its extreme power. Reincarnation Sword Principle, Enduring Samsara. Chapter 1446, Myriad Beasts Idol. Chapter 1446, Myriad Beasts Idol. Rumble. A black and a white ray of unusual sword light merged together perfectly, and there was a huge, black and white whirlpool that appeared out of nowhere. The formation of the Enduring Samsara. It was the strongest technique that Jin Wushuang had created through the painting of understanding sword via reincarnation over a dozen years. Although the technique wasn't a real God unique skill, it had reached the extreme limit of a rank 3 unique skill. The huge, black and white whirlpool and the 2 golden suns collided. There wasn't any ferocious rumble like how they had imagined, nor was there any explosion of terrifying power. There were only noises from the 2 bolts of forces madly colliding with one another. The 2 bolts of strength were continuously wearing down, but, finally, the golden sun had won by a notch. However, after the golden sun defeated the black and white whirlpool, it didn't have much strength left. Hence, it couldn't have any effect on Jin Wushuang's divine body. He withstood my technique directly? Zhao Han squinted his eyes. Jin Wushuang, I can tell that you've already comprehended a slight bit of power of Heaven Way. It's only a matter of time until you enter the Universe God ranking list. You probably wouldn't need much time to catch up with me on the ranking. A genius like you is someone I'd really love to eliminate ahead of time. However, I will honor my words. As you withstood my attack earlier, I shall show mercy. Please leave. Zhao Han stood there as he stared at Jin Wushuang as though he was watching his junior. You sound as though you are being lenient and letting me live, but I didn't see your ability to kill me, Jian Wushuang sneered. Zhao Han, if you were to really have the ability to kill me, show me. Otherwise, you, an expert on the universe god ranking list, shall die here today. Jian Wushuang, are you trying to die? Zhao Han's face turned cold. He really didn't want to kill Jian Wushuang. Firstly, Jian Wushuang wasn't that weak. Unless he performed that technique, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to kill him. However, it wouldn't be easy for him to perform the technique. Unless it was necessary, he wouldn't perform it. Secondly, Jian Wushuang was a disciple of Star Palace. He had scruples towards lineage of Star, after all. If Jian Wushuang were to provoke him, he had no alternative. Hee, I'm trying to die? The person who is trying to die might be you. Jian Wushuang's voice was cold and the aura in his body continued to strengthen. Humph, if so, you can't blame me then. Zhao Han's eyes were covered with murderous intention as an enormous amount of divine power crazily soared. Rumble. There were suddenly 3 huge figures behind Zhao Han. The 3 huge figures were 3 golden idols that were tens of thousands of meters tall. The 3 golden idols looked as though they had the power to break the heaven and the earth. Zhao Han, who created the 3 golden idols, his face became ferocious and his eyes were red. This is myriad beast idols? King of venomous worms, who resided in Jian Wushuang's body, suddenly exclaimed. Myriad beast idols? What's that? Jian Wushuang asked closely. He could feel the terrifying power of the 3 golden idols. Myriad beast idols is a kind of powerful secret skill that was specially created for experts who can comprehend myriad beasts doctrine. The secret skill gathers the power of idol, and every idol will be extremely strong. When the 3 idols gather together, it is enough for Zhao Han to enhance his strength to another level. King of Venomous Worms said, however, I can tell that Zhao Han has barely comprehended myriad beasts doctrine. Hence, he can barely perform the secret skill. I reckon it should countercharge him too. It is the power of idol. After all, it isn't so easily controlled. Zhao Han has such a trump card? Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows and his face grew extremely solemn. Jian Wushuang, die. Zhao Han let out a furious roar. Then he took a heavy step and clapped. The 3 tall golden idols suddenly let out brilliant golden light. The 3 powers of idol flowed into Zhao Han's hands and his palm became extremely terrifying. Rumble. The towering golden palm slammed down on Jian Wushuang directly. Before the palm descended, the mere handprint brought about a terrifying pressuring force and the blood in Jian Wushuang started boiling and churning as though the bones all over his body were going to explode. Then, the golden palm finally arrived. Just then, roar. There was a sudden angry roar that could break the universe. Underneath the golden palm, there was an extremely rich golden light that soared. There was a divine ape soared up while it engulfed in golden light. The divine ape appeared and immediately let out a terrifying roar. Then, it straightaway knocked the golden palm away. In the void, Jian Wushuang stood coldly as he held Blood Mountain's sword in his hands, while the golden divine ape that soared up from his body also held a huge sword in his hand with towering aura. His personal eruption of divine power, in combination with the extreme explosion of soul power, had formed a divine ape. It was a perfect match of personal divine power and soul power. Jian Wushuang's fighting power was billowing. How could he? Zhao Han, who was under the illusionary image of the 3 idols, saw the divine ape that Jian Wushuang had created and his face grew grave. He never thought that after he played his trump card Jian Wushuang could still withstand his attack. Zhao Han, you and I, let's battle again. Jian Wushuang, who was engulfed in the golden divine ape, had fighting intention. He fixed his gaze on Zhao Han, then took a huge stride forward. The huge golden divine ape suddenly charged forward. Shit! There was fear from the bottom of Zhao Han's heart. It is too difficult for me to perform myriad beast idols. Forget about how long I can even stand. Handling the countercharge itself from performing myriad beast idols is suffocating enough, but Jian Wushuang. It is obviously not difficult for him to perform his masterstroke. If we continue to fight, I will be at a disadvantage. Zhao Han thought and immediately made a decision. Dumbass, what are you doing there? Hurry up and take action. Kill Su Hong. Pang Bo, hurry up. Zhao Han let out a roar, and he looked as though he was going to bother Jian Wushuang again. Pang Bo and the dozens of universe gods in the third heaven who were around the battlefield immediately came back to reality. Actually, they took action long ago. However, Jian Wushuang and Zhao Han's fighting impact was too huge. They hid far away as they were afraid that they might be impacted. Hence, their fight naturally ceased. Then, when they heard Zhao Han's bellow, Pang Bo and his troop quickly took action again. They just moved, and Jian Wushuang, who was at the core of the battlefield, his face changed, and immediately the huge divine ape suddenly shook and appeared before Su Hong. His cold gaze swept towards Pang Bo and the universe gods in the third heaven. Chapter 1447, the second part of the task completed. Chapter 1447, the second part of the task completed. This, looking at Jian Wushuang, who stood right at the front, Pang Bo and his troop were frightened. His figure paused in the void too. Jian Wushuang, I, Zhao Han, will remember what happened today. In the future, I must take revenge. Zhao Han's cold voice rang. Mr. Zhao Han left. Hurry up and let's go. With Jian Wushuang around, it's impossible for us to kill Su Hong. Let's go. Pang Bo and the other universe gods in the third heaven weren't stupid either. They naturally left immediately. Looking at everyone leaving, Jian Wushuang didn't chase, and the people in Hong Ri mercenary group let out a breath of relief. The huge golden divine ape on the surface of Jian Wushuang slowly dispersed. He watched the direction the crimson spaceship went in, and his face grew solemn. Expert on universe god ranking list, he lives up to his reputation, Jian Wushuang muttered. He had given his all during his earlier battle. He put all his techniques to play, but he could only be evenly matched with Zhao Han. Zhao Han comprehends myriad beasts doctrine. He should be one notch higher than I in terms of realization. Plus, he created a real god unique skill and even possesses strong secret skills like myriad beast idols. Compared to him, my comprehension of reincarnation doctrine and my unique skills are slightly weaker. The reason why I could be evenly matched with him was because of the combination of soul power and personal divine power, and also my possession of various treasures and secret skills. With such power, he will only be 76th on the universe god ranking list. I really wonder just how powerful are those people before him, especially those above 20 and those in the top 10. Just how scary of a monster are they? Jian Wushuang clenched his fist. He had just broken through and become universe god in the second heaven after all. There was still extremely huge space for improvement. Only when he had reached his peak might he be qualified to be evenly matched with the top 20 on the universe god ranking list and those monsters in the top 10. Jian Wushuang. Su Hong's voice was heard from behind. I never thought Chu sect was capable of hiring an expert on universe god ranking list. Luckily, we have you. Otherwise, we would be doomed. Su Hong was glad. At the same time, he marveled at his power. One should know that Zhao Han was a true expert on universe god ranking list, and he was at the 76th place on the list. With such power, Jian Wushuang had forced him to retreat. Just how strong was Jian Wushuang? Not any weaker than Zhao Han, right? Experts on universe god ranking list are extremely rare. Chu sect was able to hire Zhao Han, and he was already really hard to come by. It is impossible for them to hire another expert on universe god ranking list who is stronger than Zhao Han to kill you at such short notice. Plus, the two persons among Hong Ri mercenary group were exposed. Without the two of them providing information, the experts from Chu sect won't be able to trace us in the boundless void. Hence, on our journey, we won't come across any danger, Jian Wushuang explained. Su Hong beamed with joy. Let's continue our journey. Jian Wushuang didn't say much, but urged everyone to depart once again. The group leader of Hong Ri mercenary group, Yu Gang, quickly took out a brand new spaceship, and everyone continued their journey on the new spaceship. On the way, the people of Hongri mercenary group treated Jian Wushuang even more reverently. After all, forgetting about the fact that Jian Wushuang was a disciple of Star Palace, his capability to force Zhao Han's retreat alone had instilled fear in them. On the other hand, in Lineage of Star, in the cave dwelling that was made of special gemstones, Hall Master Yuan received an update. Chu Sect sent Zhao Han, who was at the 76th place on Universe God ranking list, to stop and kill him, but in the end he couldn't complete his mission. Zhao Han fought a battle against Jian Wushuang, and they were evenly matched? How is this possible? After receiving the news, even Hall Master Yuan was shocked. But very soon, he calmed down. It seems that I've belittled the young man's potential. To be able to fight against Zhao Han like that, his power definitely reached a standard to be listed on the Universe God ranking list. Plus, he had just passed through his second inverse cultivation test, and it had only been 100 years. If he were to continue to improve, he could reach the top 20 on the Universe God ranking list, or even the top 10. Until he passes through his inverse cultivation test in the third heaven, it should be easy for him to be listed in the top 10 on the Universe God ranking list. Such a gifted genius, there's never been one in the history of Lineage of Star. On top of that, he's an inverse cultivator. Hall Master Yuan was beaming with joy. This young man, the arrangement that I specially made for him wasn't in vain. I hope he can continue to surprise me. In the Boundless Void, the following journey went as predicted by Jian Wushuang. They didn't come across any other experts that Chu Sect sent, and only encountered some bandits. But none of those bandits came to find trouble with them. In a dozen years, the troop traveled across the Boundless Void and stepped foot in Purple Moon Sanctuary. The second part of the task is finally completed. Jian Wushuang had a smile on his face. The second part of the task was definitely much more dangerous than the first part of the task. Not only did they come across He Longshan, most importantly, they encountered the attempted murder from the experts sent by Chu Sect. They even had experts on the Universe God ranking list to launch the attack. However, to Jian Wushuang, it was a great reward that he could fight a battle against an expert on the Universe God ranking list. To obtain another chance to enter Real God Hall after the completion of the task, the reward itself was abundant. Su Hong, my task is to escort you to Purple Moon Sanctuary. As we've arrived, for the rest of the journey you'll have to rely on yourself. Jian Wushuang looked at Su Hong. Thank you so much for escorting me on this journey. Su Hong was extremely grateful. As soon as he arrived at Purple Moon Sanctuary, the experts from Su family found him. With the experts from Su family around, Chu Sect wouldn't be able to play any more tricks. In other words, he was already out of danger. Take care, Jian Wushuang said, and then turned to leave. Su Hong and Universe Gods and Hongri mercenary groups watched Jian Wushuang as he left. Everyone was sighing. If everything goes to plan, on the Universe God ranking list, there will be Mr. Jian Wushuang's name in no time. Definitely. To be able to fight against Zhao Han like that, he definitely will enter Universe God ranking list. From what I can see, not only will Jian Wushuang be listed on the Universe God ranking list, his ranking will surpass Zhao Han's in no time. TSK. When will I be able to have Mr. Jian Wushuang's power? Chapter 1448, Sky Sword Mountain. Chapter 1448, Sky Sword Mountain. After Jian Wushuang had parted ways with Su Hong, he found a bar and sat down. At the same time, he sent a message to Hall Master Yuan to inform him that he had already completed the second part of the task. Jian Wushuang, I heard that you met an expert on Universe God ranking list, Zhao Han, in your second part of the task. How do you feel? Hall Master Yuan asked casually. The expert on Universe God ranking list was really strong, Jian Wushuang solemnly said. According to my power now, I could barely match Zhao Han evenly. If I intend to defeat him, I have to have a breakthrough on my sword principle again and create a unique skill of real God level. On sword principle unique skill, he had already created the rank 3 strongest unique skill, Enduring Samsara. Hence, to be stronger, he naturally had to create a real God unique skill. Hearing what Jin Wushuang said, the king of venomous worms couldn't help but mutter, if it wasn't because you had to protect Su Hong, you could totally try to keep Zhao Han behind and replace him easily on Universe God ranking list. Jin Wushuang smiled in reply. Previously, when Jin Wushuang was fighting against Zhao Han, myriad beast idols countercharged Zhao Han's body too vigorously, and he wasn't able to withstand for long. If they were to continue to fight, Jin Wushuang could definitely defeat him or even kill him. However, the victory would depend on his divine power and King of Venomous Worms' recovery power. As for his real power, he was really slightly weaker than Zhao Han. Regardless, you performed well to be able to fight against Zhao Han like that. Considering your ability now, I can be less worried about the third part of the task, Hall Master Yuan said. Huh. Jin Wushuang was surprised. The way Hall Master Yuan spoke made the third part of the task seem unusual. Jin Wushuang, I shall assign you the third part of your task, also the last part. Listen carefully, Hall Master said. Jin Wushuang listened with full attention. The 10 cultivation sanctuaries, which are outside of the boundless void, in between Holy Kingdom of Green Thunder and Holy Kingdom of Illusionary Sea, there is a huge piece of land. This land is where the Sky Sword Mountain is located. Sky Sword Mountain is an extremely strong force in Eternal Chaotic World. Although they aren't within the 10 cultivation sanctuaries, the overall power they contain isn't ordinary. Even compared to us Lineage of Star, they aren't that far off. Jin Wushuang was shocked when he heard that. A force that wasn't much weaker the Lineage of Star was definitely at the top in Eternal Chaotic World. Back when I followed King Luozhan to wander around in the Eternal Chaotic World, I've heard of Sky Sword Mountain. The owner of Sky Sword Mountain is extremely hard to deal with. King of Venomous Worms' voice was heard. Hall Master Yuan continued, Sky Sword Mountain has many experts and also many real gods. Besides, Sky Sword Mountain has a total of 108 white deacons. These white deacons are all peak universe god in the third heaven. Among them, there is universe god Mo Yin. He once joined forces with a bunch of universe god in Purple Moon Sanctuary to kill one of the disciples of Lineage of Star. Your task is to head over to Sky Sword Mountain and find an opportunity to kill universe god Mo Yin. Head to Sky Sword Mountain to kill universe god Mo Yin. He's the only target? Jin Wushuang asked. Yes, just killing him will do, Hall Master Yuan replied. How strong is universe god Mo Yin? Was he on the universe god ranking list or close to having fighting power like one on universe god ranking list? Jin Wushuang asked again. No, he isn't strong. He's just an ordinary peak universe god in the third heaven, Hall Master Yuan said. Jin Wushuang creased his eyebrows when he heard Hall Master Yuan's reply. Only to kill an ordinary universe god in the third heaven. The task seemed quite easy. But it was the final part of the task? Jin Wushuang, although universe god Mo Yin wasn't strong, he is from Sky Sword Mountain, after all. Plus, he is very cunning. He has been staying in Sky Sword Mountain all these years, and he has never left. You have to kill him in Sky Sword Mountain if you were to kill him, under the watch of many experts in Sky Sword Mountain. If you make any careless mistakes, you'll be chased after by the experts in Sky Sword Mountain, even if you kill him. In turn, you might lose your life, Hall Master Yuan said. Is that right? Jin Wushuang's face grew solemn. He knew that killing universe god Mo Yin was an easy task. The crucial part of the task was that he had to escape from Sky Sword Mountain after he had killed him, or he wasn't discovered by anyone after he killed universe god Mo Yin. Hence, the difficulty of the task instantly became a few times higher. The reward for the third part of the task is for you to stay in Real God Hall for 2 months, and, on top of that, you'll be rewarded with a Chaos Unique Treasure of Real God level, Hall Master Yuan said. Jin Wushuang immediately beamed with joy. It was unnecessary to talk about Real God Hall. For the second part of the task, he was only allowed to be in Real God Hall for a month's time. However, upon completion of the third part of the task, he could stay for 2 months. As for the Chaos Unique Treasure of Real God level, in Eternal Chaotic World, the treasures were segregated into Chaos Divine Weapon, Chaos Unique Treasure, and Chaos Divine Treasure. Among Chaos Unique Treasure, there was a difference between Universe God and Real God levels. The name itself revealed that Chaos Unique Treasure of Universe God level was for Universe God, while Chaos Unique Treasure of Real God level was for Real God. For instance, among the treasures that Jin Wushuang had, Blaze Quicksand Gourd could only be considered a higher class Chaos Unique Treasure of Universe God level. Blood Mountain Sword was just an embryo sword. By then it had already merged with the strongest unique skill in the third heaven that Jin Wushuang created. The eruption of its power could be compared favorably with the top-notch Chaos Unique Treasure of Universe God level. Blood-killing plate armor could also be considered as a top-notch Chaos Unique Treasure of Universe God level. As for Real God level, Jin Wushuang really didn't have any. He possessed Mountain River Map, which was a Chaos Divine Treasure. It was a pity that, due to its high level, Jin Wushuang couldn't give full play to its power. He reckoned that he could only use the treasure after he became a real god. Hence, if he were to obtain Chaos Unique Treasure of Real God level at such a critical point, it would definitely be useful to Jin Wushuang. Although the third part of the task is very dangerous, the reward is generous, Jin Wushuang smiled. Opportunity and danger coexisted. Jin Wushuang, let me remind you that the third part of the task is not ordinary. You might lose your life if you make any careless mistake. Hence, before you launch an attack to kill Universe God Mo Yen, be well prepared. Keep an escape route open. If you aren't well prepared, don't act hastily, Hall Master Yuan exhorted. Understood. Jin Wushuang nodded heavily. Besides, if you were to be in life-threatening situation, tell them your identity as a disciple of Star Palace directly. You might stand a chance, Hall Master Yuan said again. Jin Wushuang's eyes contracted, and then he nodded. I sent you the location of Sky Sword Mountain. Go ahead. Hall Master Yuan cut off their communication. Jin Wushuang departed shortly after. Chapter 1449, 9 Sword Mountains. Chapter 1449, 9 Sword Mountains. A huge piece of land was located in between two holy kingdoms. The piece of land was where Sky Sword Mountain was. Jin Wushuang spent another 10 years traveling by spaceship and went through the boundless void once again. He then appeared on the land. This is Sky Sword Mountain? Jin Wushuang looked over the huge piece of land before his eyes, and he could faintly see the 9 lofty mountains at the end of his view. Even though he was at a far distance, Jin Wushuang could feel the boundless aura of the 9 mountains. It is said that there are 9 sword mountains in Sky Sword Mountain, and the 9 sword mountains were made by the owner of Sky Sword Mountain himself. It is said to be impressive. King of Venomous Worm's voice was heard in his head. Let's take a look. Jin Wushuang smiled faintly. After he got off the spaceship, he relied on his own speed to travel to the 9 loft sword mountains at the end of his sight. After a short while, Jin Wushuang appeared in the huge, empty land. In the empty land, there were many cultivators gathered together. Some were chatting casually, some were practicing swordsmanship, but a lot more of them were closing their eyes as they sat there. It seemed that they were comprehending something. Jin Wushuang stood on the empty land and lifted his gaze to look at the 9 mountains before him. The 9 mountains gave everyone an extremely magnificent feeling. Just as Jin Wushuang looked at the first huge mountain, Virum, a terrifying sword intention spread over. The sword intention spread with great momentum that made people submit. This sword intention, Jin Wushuang's eyes contracted suddenly, and his mind and soul immediately drowned in the sword intention. It was quite some time until Jin Wushuang came back to reality. I am drowned by the sword intention? Jin Wushuang was shocked. With his understanding of swordsmanship, he wouldn't be bothered with ordinary sword intention. However, the sword intention spread by the lofty mountain made him drown uncontrollably. Just how strong was the sword intention? Jin Wushuang immediately looked at the second mountain, Virum. Similarly, a terrifying sword intention spread over, but it was like all rivers running into the sea. It included everything in the universe. Jin Wushuang was affected by the sword intention and drowned uncontrollably. After a short while, So magical. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes, and they beamed with excitement. The 9 lofty mountains. Every one of them contained a terrifying sword intention. The strength of the sword intention was so enchanting, and one would automatically submit. 9 unique mountains. If he were to cultivate and comprehend there for a short while, his swordsmanship would definitely improve tremendously. My friend, a gentle voice was heard. Jian Wushuang turned around and looked. He saw an old man in a white robe walking towards him. The old man in a white robe looked at him in a friendly way. You are? Jian Wushuang looked at the person approaching him. I am the White Deacon of Sky Sword Mountain, Bing Tsong. The elderly in a white robe smiled. White Deacon? Jian Wushuang looked shocked. One must know that the target of the task, Universe God Mo Yin, was also a White Deacon of Sky Sword Mountain, who shared the same position as Bing Kong. Looking at your reaction, it should be your first time in Sky Sword Mountain, right? Bing Tsong smiled as he looked at Jian Wushuang. Yes, Jian Wushuang nodded. Well, of course. Only cultivators who are in Sky Sword Mountain for the first time would be so shocked when they see the 9 Sword Mountains. Bing Tsong smiled and continued. The 9 Sword Mountains are the foundation of Sky Sword Mountain, also made by our owner. The 9 Sword Mountains, every one of them contains terrifying sword intention. Also, it's the best place for cultivators of swordsmanship to comprehend and cultivate. No wonder there are so many sword cultivators here. Jian Wushuang looked around and saw the cultivators on the empty land were mostly sword cultivators. The purpose of your visit will be the same as the rest, right? Bing Tsong looked at Jian Wushuang. He had already noticed the sword that Jian Wushuang was carrying on his back. Of course, Jian Wushuang nodded and asked, Mr. Bing Tsong, if I were to intend to comprehend and cultivate before the 9 Sword Mountains, what would be the criteria? Criteria? There are no criteria. Our owner exhorted us long ago that the 9 Sword Mountains were open to all sword cultivators. Regardless of who they are, they can comprehend sword intentions before any sword mountain, and for however long they want, Bing Tsong said. What? Jian Wushuang was shocked. 9 such impressive sword mountains are open to the public? Just how generous is the owner of Sky Sword Mountain? One must know that there were many forces and sects in eternal chaotic world, and they possessed some land of opportunities. But even their disciples had a certain limitation, let alone outsiders. For instance, in Lineage of Star, only the disciples of Star Palace were permitted to enter Real God Hall, Scripture Depository, and Reset Palace. But Sky Sword Mountain, from Jian Wushuang point of view, although the 9 Sword Mountains couldn't be compared to Real God Hall favorably, it was a rare cultivation place. Especially for sword cultivators, it was definitely a chance that was hard to come by. But the owner of Sky Sword Mountain had opened the 9 Sword Mountains to public. That was very generous of him. There were many places for comprehension and cultivation on the empty land. You can pick anywhere you like to cultivate on your own. You can cultivate for however long you wish, but remember to not break Sky Sword Mountain's rule. Bing Tsong said. Rule? What rule? Jian Wushuang asked. Very simple. Just don't kill anyone in Sky Sword Mountain, Bing Tsong said. Jian Wushuang's eyes contracted. The aim of his visit to Sky Sword Mountain was to kill someone. It seemed that he definitely had to break Sky Sword Mountain's rule. What would happen if one accidentally broke Sky Sword Mountain's rule? Jian Wushuang asked casually. One who breaks the rule will be punished in Sky Sword Mountain, which means Bing Tsong sighed with emotion. What will happen? Jian Wushuang asked curiously. I don't know, but Bing Tsong shook his head and continued. It is the higher-up who is of real god level in Sky Sword Mountain who is in charge of punishment, after all. But I've heard that rule breakers end very tragically. Oh. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows slightly. All right, friend. Take your time to comprehend and cultivate. If there's any problem, you can look for me. We are the White Deacon after all, and we are obliged to take care of trivial matters. Bing Tsong smiled and turned to leave. Jian Wushuang stood there quietly as a strange light shimmered in his eyes. There are so many experts in Sky Sword Mountain. There are even so many real gods. To kill under the watch of so many experts, it definitely will not be easy. But I'm not in a hurry either. I'll stay under the 9 sword mountains to comprehend slowly and get to know the environment better. Then, I'll look for an opportunity to take action. Chapter 1450, Universe God Mo Yin. Chapter 1450, Universe God Mo Yin. After Jian Wushuang had made up his mind, he immediately found a space and sat down while his gaze fixed on the 9 lofty sword mountains in front of him. Every one of the 9 sword mountains contained boundless sword intention, and all 9 of them were different. Jian Wushuang could feel every single one of the sword intentions. After a while, Jian Wushuang chose one of the sword mountains. The sword mountain contained an extremely swift and fierce sword intention that seemed to be able to tear the universe. It was extremely similar to Jian Wushuang's sword intention. According to Jian Wushuang's understanding towards the sword aimed to kill, and it originally contained boundless spearheads. Only a rusty sword would lose its swiftness. Jian Wushuang started to comprehend in silence and feel the sword intention of the sword mountain. Along with the comprehension, his understanding towards the sword principle and sword intention continuously increased. The time slowly passed. Sky Sword Mountain had strict rules that no one dared to break. Jian Wushuang stayed silent as he comprehended. No one came to interrupt him either. In the blink of an eye, it had been 70 years. Jian Wushuang already stood up from the ground. Then, he held Blood Mountain's sword with his eyes still closed, but Blood Mountain's sword started to be wielded slowly. Whistle. A ray of sword light suddenly flashed. The sword light was like a frightened swan. It suddenly swept past. However, at the instant when the sword light pierced through, an extremely terrifying fierce aura suddenly erupted. A terrifying stroke. The stroke even attracted many cultivators' attention. Rank 3 strongest unique skill? The sword principle is so swift and fierce. Such swift and fierce stroke carries a power that can't be blocked. I definitely couldn't withstand that stroke. The cultivators complimented in silence. There were many sword principle cultivators, but there weren't many who had reached the level of peak universe god in the 3rd heaven. One who could create a rank 3 strongest unique skill was even more scarce. Hence, the sword principle that Jian Wushuang performed received their compliments. After Jian Wushuang had performed his sword principle, he immediately stored his sword and slowly opened his eyes. Phew! Jian Wushuang let out a breath of relief and revealed a smile across his face. After comprehension for 70 years on the Sword Mountain, my understanding towards sword principle has increased tremendously. Although I still have yet to create a unique skill of real god level, I have created the 2nd rank 3 strongest unique skill besides enduring samsara. This stroke advances bravely. It won't stop without tearing apart or eliminating the person. As the sword light swings out, it is like a frightened swan. As such, the stroke should be named Frightened Swan. Jian Wushuang smiled. Frightened Swan stroke was created and Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship was one step closer to perfection. In Sky Sword Mountain, there were many buildings. Among these buildings, there were stores, bars, and also entertainment places. He was in front of a store then. Take your leave leisurely, a malicious youth in a white robe said humbly as he sent 2 peak universe gods in the 3rd heaven away. Sorry for giving you so much trouble. The 2 peak universe gods in the 3rd heaven didn't act haughtily, but one of them took out his Qian Kuren ring. This is a token of appreciation. Please take it. The malicious-looking youth in a white robe beamed with joy and accepted it. If you were to come across any trouble in Sky Sword Mountain in the future, come and look for me. Sure. The 2 peak universe gods in the 3rd heaven left very soon after. The malicious-looking youth in white robe watched the 2 of them left and immediately ran through the Qian Kuan ring. Then, he immediately wore a satisfying smile across his face as he walked into the store again. Jian Wushuang, who was in the bar opposite the store, saw the scene. Universe God Mo Yin. Jian Wushuang's gaze was fixed on the malicious-looking youth in the white robe. His soul power covered the store entirely then. Universe God Mo Yin is really cunning. I've been in Sky Sword Mountain for 70 years, but I've never seen him leave the mountain. Plus, even when he's in Sky Sword Mountain, he normally stays in the store. In the nearby stores, there are at least 4 real gods. Jian Wushuang sighed in silence. He had waited in Sky Sword Mountain for 70 years. In the 70 years, most of the time he had comprehended at the Sword Mountain, but he was looking for a chance to take action simultaneously. However, for 70 years, he had never found any chance to take action. In the end, Jian Wushuang concluded that if he wanted to kill Universe God Mo Yin, he could only do it in the store, under the watch of the 4 real gods. If it were to be any ordinary cultivator, even if he was an expert of real god level, to kill Universe God Mo Yin under the watch of 4 real gods and leave would be almost impossible. However, I might stand a chance, Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. He was different from ordinary cultivators. After all, he was good at soul attacks. The scariest part about soul attacks were that he could kill his opponent quietly without much movement. Although the 4 real gods are nearby, it is impossible for them to disperse their consciousness at all times to pay close attention to their surroundings. Even if someone died near them, as long as there was no noise, no eruption of divine power, they shouldn't be able to discover it. This is my chance. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes. Universe God Mo Yin. Although he is a peak universe god in the 3rd heaven, he isn't strong in consciousness. He should only be at the level of an ordinary universe god in the 3rd heaven. According to my current soul strength, if I were to perform the inextinguishable light with the secret skill of Tian Yuan with full force, the sudden attack should have a high, 70% chance to be able to kill him. A 70% success rate is already very high. After killing him, I will leave immediately. By the time the real gods realize, I should be out of Sky Sword Mountain. Jian Wushuang thought it through again and decided to take action. Immediately, Jian Wushuang left the bar and walked into the store opposite Universe God Mo Yin. Jian Wushuang arrived in the store, and he saw the malicious-looking youth in a white robe who was inspecting a ton at the desk, Universe God Mo Yin. Besides Universe God Mo Yin, there were 2 servants at the entrance of the store. Universe God Mo Yin's eyes beamed with joy the moment he saw Jian Wushuang enter. He could feel Jian Wushuang's aura, which revealed him to be a peak universe god in the 3rd heaven. On Sky Sword Mountain, peak universe gods in the 3rd heaven were all big customers. Mister, how can I help you? Universe God Mo Yin stood up and asked with a smile. I need a few elixirs to help to stabilize my mind and body. It must be of a higher level. I wonder if you sell them? Jian Wushuang asked. Of course, but we at Sky Sword Mountain sell things at a higher price compared to other places. I wonder if Mr. can accept this? Universe God Mo Yin asked again. Chapter 1451, Sudden Change. Chapter 1451, Sudden Change. I want an elixir. As for chaos gems, it wouldn't be a problem, Jian Wushuang said. If so, please follow me to the secret room for further discussion, Universe God Mo Yin said. Secret room? Jian Wushuang was happy, but he wore a poker face. Sure. Please. Under the lead of Universe God Mo Yin, Jian Wushuang walked into the secret room in the interior of the shop. On the way, Jian Wushuang took out a token secretly. The token was a mirror token, specially used to record the mirror image. The mirror image was also the item that Jian Wushuang used to prove that he had completed the task alone. Universe God Mo Yin led Jian Wushuang, and they arrived at the secret room. There was a glimmer of light in Jian Wushuang's eyes, and his soul power covered the surroundings. He instantly determined that it was the best time for him to take action. Universe God Mo Yin, Jian Wushuang suddenly spoke. Huh, how did you know my name? Universe God Mo Yin turned around in surprise. Just as he turned, a silent soul light pierced into him without any sign. Too fast, and they were too close to one another. Universe God Mo Yin couldn't respond at all. The soul light hit his consciousness and destroyed his consciousness easily, like breaking dead wood. Universe God Mo Yin stared but didn't make any sound. His body was still standing but never fell. However, his aura had already dispersed. Success. Jin Wushuang tightened his grip. Just as he had expected, Universe God Mo Yam's consciousness strength was of a normal standard among peak universe gods in the third heaven. He performed the second layer of the secret skill of Tian Yuan with his inextinguishable light, and under the condition that caught Universe God Mo Yin by surprise, it was not possible for him to block the attack. His consciousness was destroyed directly. After he killed Universe God Mo Yin, Jin Wushuang took away his Qian Kuren ring. Then he didn't stay any longer in the private room, but left the shop directly. Jin Wushuang looked calm as he walked to the entrance of the shop. The two attendants bowed at him politely but didn't notice anything unusual. Jin Wushuang left the shop without hindrance. Everything was just as planned. As long as there's no movement, there shouldn't be anyone who notices Universe God Mo Yan's death. Before they react, I should already leave the place. They won't be able to catch me in time. The third part of the task isn't as difficult as I'd imagined. Jin Wushuang smiled as he prepared to leave Sky Sword Mountain swiftly. Humph! How dare you kill in Sky Sword Mountain? You have guts. An angry bellow that seemed to be from out of the highest heaven suddenly reverberated through Sky Sword Mountain. The voice was as loud as thunder, and it shook all the cultivators in Sky Sword Mountain. Rumble. A terrifying power instantly concentrated in the sky above. What? Jin Wushuang's face changed. He lifted his head in shock and realized that there was a huge hand towering above his head. The towering, huge hand was moving towards him slowly. It made Jin Wushuang feel as though his head was exploding, and there was an unprecedented fear growing in him. It's almighty, it's almighty. The king of venomous worms' voice and groan was suddenly heard in Jin Wushuang's head. How is this possible? Jin Wushuang was in disbelief. He was confident that he had done it flawlessly. The real gods in Sky Sword Mountain has yet to notice Universe God Mo Yan's death, and he could totally escape. However, he had never expected that the real god wouldn't notice, but the most terrifying existence on Sky Sword Mountain, the owner of Sky Sword Mountain, would instead. After the owner of Sky Sword Mountain found out, he took action against him immediately. The Almighty took action on his own. Even Jin Wushuang felt hopeless. In and out of Sky Sword Mountain, countless cultivators, including various real gods, looked up in terror. All of them were staring at the towering hand. This is the Almighty's doing. In Sky Sword Mountain, there's only one Almighty, who is the owner of Sky Sword Mountain. Who is it? He provoked the owner of Sky Sword Mountain to take action himself? Killing in Sky Sword Mountain? And caught by the owner of Sky Sword Mountain himself? TSK. This person is doomed. Everyone was greatly astonished and pitied Jin Wushuang. Rumble. The towering hand slowly descended. It looked slow, but there was a feeling that soared up in Jin Wushuang that he couldn't resist or avoid it. He could only stand there and watch as he waited for the huge hand to eliminate him. He had no power to struggle nor fight back. The owner of Sky Sword Mountain, I'm a disciple of Star Palace, Jin Wushuang shouted in madness. His voice spread across the entire Sky Sword Mountain. It was Jin Wushuang's last chance. He could only hope for the owner of Sky Sword Mountain to be lenient because of the lineage of Star. Humph, so what if you are the disciple of Star Palace? This is Sky Sword Mountain. No one has the right to violate my rules here in Sky Sword Mountain. However, as you are only a universe god, I will not kill you. I will send you to Sky Sword Prison for you to perish. The magnificent voice reverberated in the universe once again. After it was done, the towering hand suddenly increased in speed and clawed towards Jin Wushuang at lightning speed. Jin Wushuang had no power to fight back, and he could only watch as the towering hand picked him up like a chick and threw him. There was a wormhole that appeared in the surrounding void, and Jin Wushuang's figure instantly drowned in the wormhole and disappeared. After it did all that, the towering hand slowly dispersed and the magnificent voice wasn't heard again. The entire Sky Sword Mountain resumed its silence. However, the countless cultivators on Sky Sword Mountain, including the real gods, were still astonished. Earlier, when the hand descended, I felt like the sky was going to collapse. I had no intention to fight back. It was too scary. Almighty, it's an Almighty's way. The universe god is imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison by the owner of Sky Sword Mountain. Sky Sword Prison? Where's that? You don't know? TSK. It is widely recognized by the nearby 72 holy kingdoms that it is the scariest place. Even the real gods would be petrified if they heard the name. A universe god who is imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison. I'm afraid he will stand no hope to get out of it. However, he was audacious enough to kill in Sky Sword Mountain, so he deserved it. The cultivators in Sky Sword Mountain continued to discuss among themselves. It only subsided after a few days. Very soon, Sky Sword Mountain resumed its tranquility. Chapter 1452, Sky Sword Prison. Chapter 1452, Sky Sword Prison. The place was in complete isolation from the outside world. It was a boundless crimson land called Sky Sword Prison. Crimson sky and dark boundless ground. There was a pungent blood smell in the air. Virum. A part of the void suddenly distorted, and was then followed by a flowing light that erupted from the distorted void. Its speed was extremely swift, and it slammed down at the bare mountain. Bang! A loud thud. Then the mountain exploded entirely as shattered debris dispersed. Underneath the broken stones, a figure struggled and stood up slowly. The owner of Sky Sword Mountain is quite brutal. Luckily, my divine body is extremely strong and I can withstand such strong impact. Otherwise, if I were to be any ordinary peak universe god in the third heaven, from the slam on the mountain, I'd already have lost my skin. Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows as he felt the churning blood in his body. Very soon, he recovered his body status. Jian Wushuang looked around as he swept out his soul power. He realized that his soul power was hindered, and the range he covered was barely 1/5 of what he could in the outside world. This space is extremely strange, Jian Wushuang muttered, and immediately took out a token. He tried to send a message to Hall Master Yuan, but the message couldn't be sent. He was surprised by that. He understood that he was in Sky Sword Prison that the owner of Sky Sword Mountain mentioned earlier. As it was a prison, it naturally wouldn't be an ordinary one. If one could communicate with people in the outside world, it wouldn't be called a prison. I'm in big trouble, Jian Wushuang sighed. He never thought that the owner of Sky Sword Mountain would notice during the process of him completing his task, and that he would imprison him in Sky Sword Prison. He had once heard that Sky Sword Prison was an extremely terrifying place during his 70 years in Sky Sword Mountain. It seemed that most of the people who broke the rules on Sky Sword Mountain would be imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison. However, the people in the outside world only knew of the existence of the prison. No one knew where the prison was or what would one encounter in the prison. Although it's a troublesome situation, it's much better than losing my life straight away. Plus, I already revealed my identity when I was thrown into this prison. Hall Master Yuan should find out that I'm detained from the owner of Sky Sword Mountain very soon, and he should be figuring out a way to save me. However, before that, I'll need to figure a way to stay alive in here. Jian Wushuang looked around with a solemn look. He could clearly feel the bloody scent in the air. Such a pungent bloody scent showed that Sky Sword Prison must be going through a mad massacre all the time. After he had thought for a while, Jian Wushuang plunged towards a direction. He was very slow in speed. He didn't know much about Sky Sword Prison. After all, he naturally didn't dare to barge in. 3 days later. A vague shadow in a luxuriantly grown bush suddenly lifted its head. Through the gaps among the tree leaves, he could see that there was a young man in red robe carrying a sword behind his back appeared in the void above and flew past the top of his head. Red robe? Sword? This look, I've never seen it. Could he be a newcomer? Jejia, here comes the opportunity. The vague shadow was overjoyed. He stared at the young man in red robe's eyes above, and he was beaming with excitement too. The aura all over his body was hidden to its limit, and it could be said that it was flawless. Right at that moment, the young man in the red robe flew past the top of his head. Swoosh! The vague shadow suddenly plunged like a cheetah. The speed was too swift. He swept up from the bush below, but instantly appeared in the sky 1,000 miles above and appeared behind the young man in red robe. Then, puzzed. An extremely sharp claw that could tear the sky suddenly descended, and a terrifying murderous intention exploded. At such a close distance, this boy will be doomed. The vague shadow saw that the young man in the red robe couldn't find him at the first instance, and he relaxed. Just as he slashed the sharp claws at the young man in the red robe, the young man who had been facing him suddenly turned around. At the moment he turned around, his eyes flashed out a crimson light. The crimson light was like a crimson sun, extremely harsh to the eye, yet eye-catching. It was Jian Wushuang's 18 Azura Hell. One must know that Jian Wushuang had already lit up his soul fire, and his soul power was spread around him all the time. Although the vague shadow had hidden among the bush without any sign, it was almost impossible to hide from the probe of Jian Wushuang's soul power. Jian Wushuang had noticed the existence of the vague shadow long ago. He hadn't exposed him. When the vague shadow launched an attack, he suddenly performed his technique. The vague shadow saw the crimson sun immediately and suddenly drowned in a phantasmagoria. Humph! The vague shadow quickly shook off from the dreamland and harumphed. He swept out his sharp claws and then continued to explode with action after pausing for just a short while. You resisted my 18 Azura Hell so easily? Jian Wushuang was shocked, but immediately wielded his sword. A terrifying sword intention suddenly erupted. Dang! 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 Jian Wushuang exchanged blows with the vague shadow at lightning speed. In an instant, they had already slashed thrice. The impact from the 3 collisions made Jian Wushuang take 2 steps back, but the vague shadow grew imposing and its body turned into a 2-meter-tall, golden, exotic beast. The exotic beast used its claws and slashed. Kacha-kacha. Jian Wushuang could faintly hear that there was an explosive sound in the air. Its terrifying power made Jian Wushuang grow distressed. Go away. Jian Wushuang's blood mountain sword immediately erupted with a terrifying scarlet light. The slight bit of power of reincarnation that he had comprehended suddenly flowed into his sword principle and increased the power tremendously. Rumble. The sword light and the claw collided directly, and the 2 bolts of terrifying power exploded. The golden exotic beast that the vague shadow had turned into flew off from the attack directly. 3rd level. Just as the golden exotic beast retreated, it exclaimed in surprise. After he steadied himself, he didn't hesitate but turned around to run away. Want to escape? Jian Wushuang's face grew cold, and he took out a gold calabash. Rumble. A large amount of blazing quicksand flowed out and instantly flooded the vast void. The golden exotic beast was engulfed within, and the quicksand region immediately took effect. Chapter 1453, Experts in the Prison. Chapter 1453, Experts in the Prison. Regional Treasure. The golden exotic beast noticed the regional power from the surrounding, and it felt stressed. But then, its back suddenly grew a pair of golden wings. With the golden wings, its traveling speed suddenly increased, and it flew through the quicksand instantly. Although the blazing quicksand formed pressure, it couldn't stop the beast. In the blink of an eye, the golden exotic beast dashed out from the blazing quicksand region. He ran away? Jian Wushuang's facial expression changed. In the nearby void, after the golden exotic beast ran away from the glazing quicksand, it stopped. Then, the golden exotic beast slowly dispersed and revealed its original appearance of a human man. He was a skinny, cold-looking young man. The young man's eyes looked devilish, and he was looking at Jian Wushuang. Newbie, not too shabby, the young man smiled. Who are you? Jian Wushuang stared at the young man. I'm Luomeng. I was once famous in one of the Holy Kingdoms. But now, just like you, I'm a pathetic prisoner of Sky Sword Prison. The young man Luomeng made fun of himself. How long have you been imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison? Jian Wushuang asked. Not long. About 80,000 years, Luomeng replied at ease, but In actual fact, he already knew just how dangerous it was to live in Sky Sword Prison. Newbie, let me remind you. Although you're quite powerful, stronger than I am, there are many people who could kill you in Sky Sword Prison. Hence, you'd better not move around the prison as you wish. It'd be best if you were to be like me, find a spot to hide. Then, you'll be able to live, Luo Ming said. We are all people who are imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison. I've never once provoked them. Why would they want to kill me? Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows and asked. It seems that you don't know anything about the rules in Sky Sword Prison. But that makes sense. When I was first thrown in Sky Sword Prison, I was just like you. Luo Ming smiled faintly and continued. It is rare to come across a newbie in Sky Sword Prison. I might as well share what I know with you. It is needless for me to explain about the origins of Sky Sword Prison. It was created by the owner of Sky Sword Mountain, especially to imprison experts. Ever since Sky Sword Prison existed, there have been more than a few millions of experts, or maybe a few billions experts imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison over the years. Why are there be so many? Jian Wushuang didn't understand. Sky Sword Mountain was famous in Eternal Chaotic World, and the owner of Sky Sword Mountain was an almighty. Generally speaking, there would be almost none who had the guts to offend such a strong force. For instance, he himself had only offended the owner of Sky Sword Mountain in order to complete the task that lineage of Star assigned. Otherwise, he wouldn't offend such a powerful force. As there was no one who had the guts to provoke him, why would there be so many experts imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison? You thought only those who offended Sky Sword Mountain would be imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison? Luo Ming sneered at him. Let me tell you, among the cultivators who are imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison, 99% of them weren't imprisoned in Sky Sword Mountain because they offended Sky Sword Mountain, but because they committed crimes in various holy kingdoms. Some of them massacred, some offended experts of a higher level, some were dragged in. In short, there are many reasons to be imprisoned. Like me, I am imprisoned due to my connections with my own sect. Connections? Jian Wushuang was confused. The sect that I was in was destroyed entirely because we offended the royal in the holy kingdom that we were in. Then, universe gods who were in the third heaven and above from the sect were sent to Sky Sword Prison. Naturally, it included me. Luo Ming smiled faintly. From what I know, the owner of Sky Sword Mountain, who created Sky Sword Prison, looks like he only controlled Sky Sword Mountain. But in actual fact, he controls a total of 72 holy kingdoms in Eternal Chaotic World. They are all appendages to Sky Sword Mountain. Among the 72 holy kingdoms, whichever cultivator conducted iniquity or offended the royal cultivators, any universe god below the third heaven would be eliminated directly, while cultivators who were of a level higher than universe god in the third heaven would be sent into Sky Sword Prison. After all these years, tell me, just how many cultivators are there who have been imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison? Jian Wushuang asked, and he was astonished. A total of 72 holy kingdoms. Holy kingdoms. Although it was far beyond comparison with cultivation sanctuaries, a holy kingdom covered a wide expanse of territory and the number of cultivators was huge. It was definitely an astronomical figure. There were countless universe gods in the holy kingdom. Of course, there would be some real gods too. A total of 72 holy kingdoms. Then, there must be an even larger number of cultivators. Over the years, there was definitely a large number of universe god in the third heaven who had committed crime or offended a royal member. The number of a few million or a few billion was normal. Not long after the cultivators were imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison, the owner of Sky Sword Mountain set a rule for Sky Sword Prison. All prisoners in the prison could kill other prisoners in exchange for an opportunity to leave. A universe god in the third heaven is required to kill 100 cultivators of the same level, or 10 real gods who are above his level. Then, he can leave. As for real god, they have to kill 1,000 universe gods in the third heaven to be able to leave. Sky Sword Prison has a unique ability. It can gauge how many people you killed in the prison. Generally, there won't be a mistake. It is the only chance for us prisoners to leave Sky Sword Prison, Luo Ming explained. Oh, I see. No wonder. You said that the prisoners in Sky Sword Prison, including yourself, would want to kill me. Jian Wushuang nodded as he understood. But he suddenly responded. You said earlier that there are real gods imprisoned here too? Yes, quite a number of them, Luo Ming said. Real gods are far stronger than universe gods in the third heaven. Even the weakest real god should be able to create a massacre in the prison. It shouldn't be difficult to kill 1,000 universe gods in the third heaven, right? Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows and asked. It isn't as easy as you thought it'd be. Luo Ming smiled. In Sky Sword Prison, comparing real gods with universe gods in the third heaven, the ratio wasn't as one-sided. After all cultivators who are imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison are restricted by the limitation in Sky Sword Prison. Everyone's divine power is capped at the level of a peak universe god in the third heaven. In other words, even if one were a real god who was extremely powerful, his divine power would be capped at the level of a peak universe god in the third heaven while he's in here. Chapter 1454, 4 Levels. Chapter 1454, 4 Levels. I see. Jian Wushuang understood. Although real gods were much stronger than universe god in the third heaven, the difference was mainly in divine power. When the divine power of an expert of real god rank erupted, it was far beyond a universe god in the third heaven. Forget about the eruption of divine power. The advantage a real god had over a universe god of the third heaven wasn't that big. For instance, many universe gods in the third heaven were much stronger than real gods in unique skill and comprehension of the power of Heaven Wei. As such, it wouldn't be as easy for a real god to kill 1,000 universe gods in the third heaven. Forget about the fact that the divine power of real god is restrained. It wouldn't be that easy to kill a universe god in the third heaven. Even if the real god really had an exceedingly great power, the most crucial part is that there aren't that many cultivators in Sky Sword Prison. Luo Ming smiled. Not many? How many are there? Jian Wushuang asked. Throughout the years, there were millions, or even tens of millions of cultivators that were imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison. However, these cultivators live by endless massacres. How many are left? From what I know, adding up all cultivators in Sky Sword Prison currency, there shouldn't be more than 1,500 of them. Plus, the 1,500 cultivators who are able to live through endless massacres and stay alive must be extremely capable. Most importantly, they possess strong survival ability. Even if the two were different in power, it would be difficult for them to kill one another, Luo Ming said. Jian Wushuang understood. He had fought against Luo Ming earlier, and he was much stronger than Luo Ming, but Jian Wushuang couldn't make him stay. It was because Luo Ming was extremely fast and had extremely strong survival skills. With his speed, even if he were to encounter any ordinary real god in Sky Sword Prison, he should be able to survive. It'd be impossible to achieve the owner of Sky Sword Prison's criteria to leave in a short period of time. So, every one of us is enduring it, Luo Ming said. After all these years, there are some experts that achieved his criteria and left Sky Sword Prison alive. Jian Wushuang nodded in silence, and finally understood Lei Ming's feelings when he said that he was only a poor prisoner. Newbie, what's your name? Luo Ming suddenly asked. Jian Wushuang replied. Jian Wushuang, as you have chatted with me for so long, let me give you a helping hand. Here's the information of many experts that I've collected through the 80,000 years that I've spent in Sky Sword Prison. I am giving you a copy so you have a basic understanding. If you run into any experts that you can't deal with in Sky Sword Prison, run as far as you can, Luo Ming said. Then, he waved and threw a token at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang caught it directly. Jian Wushuang, I hope that you will still be alive in Sky Sword Prison 10,000 years later. Then, Lei Ming moved and suddenly sped up. He disappeared before Jian Wushuang's eyes very quickly. Watching Lei Ming leave, Jian Wushuang muttered, I hope that you and I can leave Sky Sword Prison alive. Jian Wushuang immediately got up. Soon, he found a place in the mountain and hid. Then, the token that Luo Ming had given him appeared in his hand. In the token, Luo Ming recorded the information of various experts that he knew of during the 80,000 years in Sky Sword Prison. He immediately started to read carefully. Very quickly, Jin Wushuang was surprised. There are so many real gods in Sky Sword Prison, Jin Wushuang exclaimed. Luo Ming had stayed in Sky Sword Prison for 80,000 years, and he had recorded a total of 1,466 experts on the token. Among the 1,466 experts, there were 1,381 universe gods in the third heaven, and the rest of the 85 were all real gods. However, they were restrained by the limitations of Sky Sword Prison. Hence, they could only perform divine powers of a peak universe god in the third heaven. Why is there so many? Jin Wushuang was surprised. One should know that even in 10 cultivation sanctuaries, real god experts belong to the top experts too. In 10 cultivation sanctuaries, some weaker force would only have 2 to 3 real gods who were at the highest level of fighting power. If they were to be in any holy kingdom, a real god would definitely be in existence of Overlord. Just like the Snow Kingdom that Jin Wushuang was in back then, he had only seen one real god in Snow Kingdom, which was Master of Silence Gloriette, and Master of Silence Gloriette's position in Snow Kingdom was extremely high and respectable. There was 85 similar real gods imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison. Jin Wushuang, you must clarify one thing. King of Venomous Worms suddenly spoke. In 10 cultivation sanctuaries, real gods are really top experts, but there was a difference of strength in real gods too. If I'm not mistaken, the real gods that are imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison should be real gods who are weaker. Real gods who are really at the top would definitely not be here. Besides, although real gods are powerful, to an almighty, they aren't much different from ants. With the owner of Sky Sword Mountain's power, forget about the 85 real gods that are imprisoned. Even imprisoning hundreds of real gods would be easy for them. Jin Wushuang was dumbfounded. Then he continued to read the information in the token. Lei Ming was in Sky Sword Prison for 80,000 years, and it wasn't in vain. The collection of information about the experts is quite detailed. He has even categorized the experts into 4 levels according to their power. Jin Wushuang's expression grew strange. 4 levels. It was the simplest method to categorize the experts in Sky Sword Prison. After all, real God's divine power was constrained by the limitation of Sky Sword Prison. Hence, they couldn't just differentiate them as real gods and universe gods. The 4 levels that Luo Ming had come up with was rather complete. Out of the 4 levels, the weakest would be the 4th. The level was formed by universe gods in the 3rd heaven. Generally, they only created peak rank 3 unique skill or rank 3 strongest unique skill. Their overall power wasn't too strong. If they were to be put in the outside world and eternal chaotic world, they would be the top universe gods in the 3rd heaven. However, in Sky Sword Prison, they were the ones at the bottom of the endless massacre. Just like Lei Ming himself, who was at the 4th level. But he was considered the top in the 4th level. The 3rd level was made up of universe gods in the 3rd heaven who had created real god unique skill and those ordinary or weaker real gods, and also a few universe gods in the 3rd heaven who had comprehended a slight bit of the power of Heaven Wei. There was quite a large number of cultivators at this level in Sky Sword Prison. While on the 2nd level, Chapter 1455, Jin Wushuang's Strength. Chapter 1455, Jin Wushuang's Strength. The 2nd level was made of real gods who comprehended a slight bit of power of Heaven Wei, and also universe gods in the 3rd heaven who had high comprehension power towards power of Heaven Wei, and were extremely powerful. In Sky Sword Prison, most of the cultivators were at the 3rd or the 4th level. There were very few who were at the 2nd level. As for the 1st level, they were at the highest level in Sky Sword Prison, a bunch of experts who were on the top. There were only 4 people in the bunch of people. The 4 of them were referred to as the 4 kings. They were the epitome of unrivaled. According to Luo Ming's understanding of the 4 kings, they were all real gods that were extremely strong in power. They had extremely high comprehension power towards power of Heaven Wei. It was said that they had reached the level of the Doctrine Palace. Doctrine Palace? Jin Wushuang was confused. Jin Wushuang, Doctrine Palace is a place in the 10 cultivation sanctuaries to examine one's comprehension power towards power of Heaven Way. Out of the 10 cultivation sanctuaries, each and every one of them have one Doctrine Palace, and there are 9 levels in the Doctrine Palace. Every level represents a different level of comprehension. Regardless of if you are comprehending the 9 Heaven God Doctrine or the Supreme 4 Doctrine, the Doctrine Palace could precisely determine your comprehension level. The first level of Doctrine Palace, although it was only the first level, would require an extremely high level of comprehension power. Like yourself, although you comprehended a slight bit of power of Heaven Way, it is merely at the beginner level. You are far from passing through the first level of Doctrine Palace. Even Zhao Han, who fought against you in the Boundless Void previously, his comprehension of Myriad Beast Doctrine is higher than your comprehension of Reincarnation Doctrine. However, he is also far from passing through the first level of Doctrine Palace. The 4 kings, as they possess the standard of comprehension towards power of Heaven Way of the first level in Doctrine Palace, even if they could only perform divine power capped at the level of peak universe god in the 3rd heaven, they could still carry out their capability as real gods. It should be extremely easy to kill the current you. King of Venomous Worm's voice was heard in Jian Wushuang's head. Jian Wushuang kept quiet. According to the token, my current power should only be on the 3rd level, Jian Wushuang sighed. The 3rd level was made of real gods who were weaker and created real god unique skills, and also universe gods in the 3rd heaven who comprehended the power of Heaven Way. Jian Wushuang also comprehended a slight bit of power of Heaven Way, but he had yet to create any real god unique skills. He was really on the 3rd level, and it wasn't the top of the 3rd level. Universe gods who comprehended the power of Heaven Way. If they were in Eternal Chaotic World, they would be listed on the Universe God ranking list. It is rare to see any in the outside world. However, in Sky Sword Prison, there are a total of 10 universe gods who have comprehended the power of Heaven Way. So many of them. Jian Wushuang was amazed. Humph, over so years, there have been so many universe gods in the 3rd heaven who are imprisoned and in such a mad massacre environment where the fittest survive. It's no surprise that it gives birth to many experts who possess fighting power like one on the universe god ranking list. King of Venomous Worm scoffed, Jian Wushuang. I remind you to not be puzzled by the surface phenomena. Even in the 10 cultivation sanctuaries, although the universe god ranking list has gathered the top universe gods experts, the experts are only those who have revealed their capability and stepped into the limelight. However, in the 10 cultivation sanctuaries and the entire expanse of Eternal Chaotic World, among the countless holy kingdoms, there are many experts. They possess fighting power like one on the universe god ranking list, but they never once reveal their power, nor do they seek fame, just like yourself. You possess the fighting power of one on universe god ranking list, but you are not on the list. You mean that there are many universe gods in a similar state to me in Eternal Chaotic World? Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows. Of course. In Sky Sword Prison itself, aren't there a dozen of them? King of Venomous Worms said. Jian Wushuang understood. After having a brief understanding of the experts in Sky Sword Prison, Jian Wushuang sighed with emotion. After all, Sky Sword Prison was created by the owner of Sky Sword Mountain, and the owner of Sky Sword Mountain already knew that I was a disciple of Star Palace, but still imprisoned me. He naturally isn't afraid of Lineage of Star, hence, even if Lineage of Star has already found out that I'm imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison, they won't be able to rescue me in a short period of time. Plus, I must take the best and the worst situation into consideration. I can't place all my hopes on Lineage of Star. I must also rely on myself. The owner of Sky Sword Mountain set a rule that, as long as I can kill 100 universe gods in the 3rd heaven, or even 10 real gods, I can leave. That's also my way out. Jian Wushuang knew that there should be quite a number of universe gods and real gods who left from Sky Sword Prison for the past years. Of course, he wished that he was one of them. However, I have just arrived in Sky Sword Prison and I am not at the top of the chain in power within Sky Sword Prison. It is impossible for me to kill 100 universe gods immediately and leave here. I can only take my time. Before that, I have to set foot in Sky Sword Prison steadily. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists. With his current ability, It wasn't difficult for him to keep his footing in Sky Sword Prison. After all, he possessed a divine body of real god level. His blood-killing plate armor had strong defense power too. As long as he didn't encounter any experts of the second and the first level, he shouldn't be in a life-threatening situation. Most importantly, compared to other experts in Sky Sword Prison, he was at an advantage. It was that he possessed soul power. His soul power coverage was wide, far beyond that of real gods. Once he launched his soul power, no matter which invisibility means one was using, one would be exposed. No matter who it was, once someone appeared around him, he could notice at the first instant and identify the person's power. If he were to come across anyone who was strong and he was unable to deal with, he could totally avoid them. Then, Jin Wushuang was put in an advantageous position. He would be able to make trouble with others, but it was impossible for the others to surprise attack him. Just like when Luo Ming, who once surprise attacked him, Jin Wushuang had noticed him long ago. Let's begin. I shall see just how strong the prisoners in Sky Sword Prison are. With a tinge of excitement, Jin Wushuang started wandering in Sky Sword Prison. Sky Sword Mountain, under the 9 lofty sword mountains, there was a secluded cave dwelling. In the cave dwelling, there was a person carrying 3 long swords. A middle-aged man who was like an enduring, ferocious sword, sat there with his eyes closed. Suddenly, the middle-aged man's eyes shot open. The moment he opened his eyes, there was an explosion of sword intention. The middle-aged man waved his hand. Wow! The void before him became distorted, and there was another middle-aged man that appeared before him. Although the figure was blurry, Jin Wushuang could definitely recognize at the first glance that it was Hall Master Yuan from Lineage of Star. Chapter 1456, Misfortune. Chapter 1456, Misfortune. One of the 3 Hall Masters in Lineage of Star, Hall Master Yuan, who possessed extremely strong power in Lineage of Star, behaved rather humbly at that very moment before the middle-aged man. Mr. Tianjian, sorry to trouble you, Hall Master Yuan smiled. It's nothing. Don't mention it. The middle-aged man was the owner of Sky Sword Mountain. His voice was cold as he spoke. As you have requested, I imprisoned the young man in Sky Sword Prison following a matter of course. However, Sky Sword Prison is extremely dangerous and it's impossible for me to keep an eye on him all the time. Hence, if the young man were to run into an accident in Sky Sword Prison, I would not be responsible. Of course, Hall Master Yuan smiled. You look like you are very confident in the young man. The owner of Sky Sword Mountain looked at Hall Master Yuan. If I were not confident, why would I dare to ask Mr. Tianjian to send him into Sky Sword Prison? Hall Master Yuan smiled as he replied. The others didn't know Jin Wushuang's direct line of descendants, but Hall Master Yuan did. He knew Jin Wushuang had cultivated Xin Mie Golden Body and completed the first fraction. His divine body could be compared favorably with a real god's. Plus, he had defense treasure with him. In Sky Sword Prison, everyone's divine power was restrained. Hence, it wouldn't be easy to kill Jin Wushuang, whose defense power was so strong. Plus, he also knew that Jin Wushuang possessed soul power. It was one of the biggest advantages he had. With the two, as long as Jin Wushuang was careful and didn't catch the eye of the few top experts in Sky Sword Prison, he shouldn't be in too much danger. How long do you want me to imprison him for? The owner of Sky Sword Mountain asked. 10,000 years, Hall Master answered. 10,000 years should give the young man enough experience in Sky Sword Prison. If he were to be lucky, he might already reach the criteria to leave Sky Sword Prison before 10,000 years. Achieve the criteria on his own? To kill 100 universe gods in the 3rd heaven in Sky Sword Prison? The owner of Sky Sword Prison raised his eyebrows. If so, I will be rubbing my eyes in anticipation. Hall Master Yuan smiled faintly, and then his blurry figure vanished into the cave dwelling. 10,000 years to achieve the criteria to leave Sky Sword Prison? Hee hee, I'd love to see if the young man from Lineage of Star has the ability. The owner of Sky Sword Mountain sneered and closed his eyes. Jin Wushuang thought he was just unlucky that he had got imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison. He happened to be caught by the owner of Sky Sword Mountain right when he had killed Universe God Mo Yin. He didn't know that it wasn't because he was unlucky that he got imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison, but because Hall Master Yuan had intentionally arranged it for him. From Hall Master Yuan's point of view, although Sky Sword Prison was dangerous, it was also a great place for training. In the prison, not only were there universe gods who possessed fighting power of one on universe god ranking list, but there was also a large number of real gods. Especially as the real gods were restrained and could only carry out divine powers like a universe god in the third heaven, it was extremely valuable. In the outside world, Jin Wushuang, who was universe god, wouldn't have the chance to fight against a real god after all. However, there would be many chances in the Sky Sword Prison. Such a place was, of course, suitable for training. However, Jin Wushuang had no idea at all. He thought Hall Master Yuan was negotiating with the owner of Sky Sword Mountain to get him out. However, Jin Wushuang never placed hope on other people. In Sky Sword Prison, in the vast Crimson Land, Jin Wushuang was plunging forward in the void. His soul power had spread around long ago and filled the surrounding region. He could see everything in the region. Jin Wushuang suddenly paused and looked towards a direction to one side. There was a bear mountain in the direction. It didn't look strange, but Jin Wushuang could see clearly with the coverage of his soul power. At the bottom of the mountain, there was an expert hiding. Purple-haired, carrying a saber, and there is a faint scar in between his eyebrows. Jin Wushuang could even see the characteristic of the expert's appearance clearly with his soul power without the other person knowing. With his appearance and characteristics, Jin Wushuang immediately recognized the person. Wu Tsong of the 3rd level, an expert close to the top. He's good with a sword and created a real god unique skill. He's good in close combat and possesses a secret skill of defense. His divine body is extremely strong too. Jin Wushuang recalled the information about the expert. The experts from 4 different levels in Sky Sword Prison, putting aside the 4 kings from the strongest 1st level. Although the other 3 levels of cultivators were of the same level, there was a difference in strength. Hence, there were top, intermediate, and low players at every level. Wu Tsong was of an intermediate standard of the 3rd level, close to the top. I just came to Sky Sword Prison and I only fought for a short while with Luo Meng, but Luo Meng is only an expert from the 4th level who had yet to create real god unique skill. He isn't my match, but Wu Tsong. I can give him a try. Jin Wushuang smiled faintly and went forward towards the Bear Mountain. Just as Jin Wushuang appeared in the void surrounding the Bear Mountain, the expert who was hiding in the cave dwelling at the bottom of the mountain, Wu Tsong, immediately lifted his head. This person looks very unfamiliar. I've never seen him before. A newcomer. Wu Tsong immediately understood, and he was beaming with joy. In Sky Sword Prison, newcomers were the easiest to kill normally. The experts who stayed in Sky Sword Prison for years had their measures to defend, and they knew one another's ability clearly. Hence, it was extremely difficult to kill one another. Wu Tsong saw Jin Wushuang, and he immediately had the intention to kill. He stopped? He's right above me. Did he notice me? Wu Tsong creased his eyebrows. Shouldn't be. My hiding skills are brilliant. Even when real gods pass by, they don't notice me if they don't probe carefully. Wu Tsong thought Jin Wushuang had happened to stop in the void above the mountain. But in actual fact, Jin Wushuang had locked him down via soul power long ago. Come out. In the void, Jin Wushuang's voice traveled through the mountain, layers of ground, into the cave dwelling and into Wu Tsong's ears. He really found me? Wu Tsong creased his eyebrows, but he didn't hesitate and exited the ground directly. He appeared in the void above, before Jin Wushuang. Newbie, your consciousness senses are not too shabby. You can even notice my existence. Wu Tsong carried his saber behind his back and he crossed his arms. He looked at Jin Wushuang with a malicious smile. Chapter 1457, Lesson. Chapter 1457, Lesson. Such a strong murderous intention. Jin Wushuang looked at Wu Tsong before him, and felt the terrifying murderous intention soaring from his body. His pupils contracted. In Sky Sword Prison, the massacring was crazy. There was no reason required to kill anyone. In the Mad Massacre, the experts in the prison had terrifying murderous intentions. Jian Wushuang flipped his wrist and Blood Mountain sword appeared in his hand instantly. Haha, I shall see just how powerful you are, newbie, and see if you can live in Sky Sword Prison. Wu Tsang laughed and suddenly his figure turned vague. Swoosh! A ghostly figure suddenly appeared before Jian Wushuang, and there was a green saber that swung out. So fast! Jian Wushuang was shocked. The expert information provided by Luo Meng highlighted that Wu Tsang was good with swords, and his close combat power was strong. It noted that his divine body was strong too, but there weren't any specifications on how fast his speed was. Then, the speed that Wu Tsang showed caught Jian Wushuang by surprise. The moment the blade light descended, Jian Wushuang transformed his divine power and Blood Sword Mountain became a ray of crimson shadow to counterattack. Dang! There was a loud clash, and the fierce strength spread. Jian Wushuang's figure shook faintly. Terrifying strength too. Although his divine power is only at the standard of a peak universe god in the third heaven, he has cultivated some kind of secret skill, and the secret skill increased his divine power, which seems to be stronger by a nose compared to mine. Jian Wushuang sighed. The next moment, the power of blood-killing plate armor erupted and his strength increased tremendously. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Jian Wushuang's Blood Mountain sword swept out like a snake and instantly pierced 5 holes in the void. However, Wu Tsang's figure moved around creepily and dodged the 5 attacks easily. Then, there was green light flowing out from his body that looked like a green dragon. Triple abrupt lightning. Wu Tsang held his saber with both his hands and slashed 3 times at lightning speed. The 3 slashes contained boundless power, just like 3 strikes of lightning that suddenly descended. Jian Wushuang immediately wielded his sword to withstand it. Dang, dang, dang. There were 3 loud clashes, and Jian Wushuang staggered backwards from the attack. Newbie, your power is only at such level? Wu Tsang stood there and looked at Jian Wushuang with disdain. Jian Wushuang's face grew grave, and there was a sudden soaring sword intention from his body. A fierce divine power suddenly erupted. Wow! A sword light suddenly shined out. The sword light was like a frightened swan. It instantly disappeared. However, as it whistled, there was an extremely terrifying, shrill aura that swept past. Sword Principle, Frightened Swan. It was created by Jian Wushuang after comprehending for 70 years under the 9 Sword Mountains in Sky Sword Mountain. It was the most ferocious stroke that Jian Wushuang had ever created. The moment he performed the stroke, Jian Wushuang immersed the slight bit of power of Heaven Wei that he had comprehended into the Sword Principle. The sudden explosion. Rank 3 strongest unique skill. Wu Tsang looked at the sudden stroke of Frightened Swan with a scornful look. Such a joke. Wu Tsang bellowed and took a huge stride. His body was like a green dragon while his blade was like a bolt of abrupt lightning. Walala. Boundless thunderous power swept out. Thunderous green dragon. Roar. There was suddenly a huge green dragon that plundered out from Wu Tsang's body. The green dragon immersed itself in the blade light, and the power of blade light instantly increased in power tremendously. The stroke was obviously a real god-unique skill that Wu Tsang had created. Suddenly, the 2 bolts of terrifying attack collided. There was a loud thud, and the Sky Sword Prison faintly shook. What? Wu Tsang's facial expression suddenly changed. Jian Wushuang had only performed Sword Principle of rank 3 strongest unique skill, so he didn't bother much. After they collided, he felt an extremely strong power from the Sword Principle. The power was the power of Heaven Wei. Swoosh, swoosh. Due to the impact, both Jian Wushuang and Wu Tsang staggered backwards. The Frightened Swan that Jian Wushuang had performed was only a rank 3 strongest unique skill after all. In terms of power, there was a huge difference compared to real god unique skill that Wu Tsang performed. However, Due to the power of reincarnation, the two could be well matched. Young man, you're a newbie, but you have already comprehended a slight bit of power of Heaven Way? Wu Tsang's eyes were bloodshot red and obviously green with envy. One must know that he had been in Sky Sword Prison for almost 1,000,000 years. Through countless life and death situations, he had yet to comprehend even a slight bit of power of Heaven Way. On the other hand, Jian Wushuang, who just come to Sky Sword Prison and had yet to experience a massacre in Sky Sword Prison, had already comprehended a slight bit of power of Heaven Way. He was of course jealous. You comprehended a slight bit of power of Heaven Way. Although you only created a rank 3 strongest unique skill, you are evenly matched with me. I can't kill you, but I can teach you a lesson. Wu Tsang's face was cold. Teach me a lesson? Jian Wushuang was stunned, and then came back to reality. Swoosh! Wu Tsang's figure turned into a bolt of lightning and leaped before Jian Wushuang. Then he slashed. Not only was he fast, but he was extremely ferocious too. Jian Wushuang immediately raised his sword to block. Just as he blocked the first slash, wow, blade lights swept towards him like billowing waves one after another. Too fast, too ferocious. They were extremely strong. The terrifying blade light formed into an ocean and engulfed him. The explosion of Jian Wushuang's divine power reached his limit, and he wielded his sword to block. Right after he blocked the few blade lights, Wu Tsang's figure moved again in an unexplainable manner and appeared next to Jian Wushuang again. His body became a saber and hit Jian Wushuang as though he was a slash by a saber. That very moment, not only his body but also his thighs, knees and arms were like sabers slashing with flexibility. Jian Wushuang was astonished. This is a close combat fight? It was close combat fight. The information that Luo Meng had provided him with highlighted Wu Tsang's ability with close combat skills. Although Jian Wushuang noticed it previously, he didn't expect that Wu Tsang's close combat skill would be that strong. His body was like a saber. Every part of his body that could be used for attack seemed to have turned into a saber. From the continuous attack, Jian Wushuang was suppressed. Although he had amazing power, he couldn't give play to his power at all, but he could only retreat. He was totally in a fix. Rumble. Wu Tsang's thighs were like the back of the saber. It broke Jian Wushuang's defense and hit his body. Then, Jian Wushuang's body immediately turned into a flowing light and erupted. Swoosh! Wu Tsang's body paused in the void. With a cold smirk, he looked at Jian Wushuang, who finally steadied himself from afar. That's enough teaching. I shall leave. Wow! Wu Tsang suddenly retreated, and also at lightning speed. Very soon, he disappeared from Jian Wushuang's eyes. Chapter 1458, Training. Chapter 1458, Training. This? Jian Wushuang stood there as he watched Wu Tsang leave. He took a long time to calm himself down. Too strong. His close combat power is too strong. Jian Wushuang exclaimed. Really scary. He thought that he had fought with many experts ever since he started cultivation, and his close combat power wasn't that weak either. However, when he had fought with Wu Tsang, the match was dominated by one side from the outset. Wu Tsang was the one with the strongest close combat power among all experts that he had fought before. Such a terrifying close combat power. Why wasn't it emphasized in the information that Luo Meng gave? Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows. From Luo Meng's information, the introduction about Wu Tsang had described his strong close combat power, but it didn't say just how strong it was. However, from Jian Wushuang's point of view, Wu Tsang's close combat power couldn't just be described as extremely strong. It should be described as terrifying. Unless most of the experts in Sky Sword Prison are good at close combat. Jian Wushuang thought, oh, the people in Sky Sword Prison are always in a massacre. The massacre itself would increase one's close combat power tremendously, and the people here are imprisoned for very long. They'd figure out all the ways to increase their own power. They wouldn't even let the least bit pass. Close combat power is extremely useful during an actual fight. These experts definitely try their best to enhance their power. Naturally, all of them are good at it. Jin Wushuang understood. If it were to be a cultivator from the outside world, when they reached a bottleneck and found it difficult to break through, most of them would look for a chance and opportunity to improve. However, it was different in Sky Sword Prison. There wasn't any chance or opportunity, only merciless massacre. Hence, once their power reached a bottleneck, they could only figure out ways to improve things that they could improve on. It also led to the scenario where most of the experts in Sky Sword Prison were very good at close combat. Wu Tsong, who had fought with Jin Wushuang earlier, his close combat power wasn't at the top in Sky Sword Prison. In terms of power, Wu Tsong and I are about the same. However, he relied on his close combat power to suppress me. Of course, that was because I didn't perform any secret skills, nor use my soul power. Otherwise, he would be the one in a fix. Jin Wushuang smiled faintly. His strongest fighting power was a flawless combination of sword principle and soul power. That was the true fighting power of one on Universe God ranking list. He merely used his sword principle, but he never used a soul attack. He had yet to even reveal his trump cards. The battle with Wu Tsong reminded me that my close combat power isn't strong. There are many experts in Sky Sword Prison, and most of them are good at close combat. With me wandering here, I could train my swordsmanship with the experts and simultaneously train close combat power. After all, there aren't many experts who would fight against me in the outside world. Plus, I have the painting of understanding sword via reincarnation with me. When I tried to comprehend it on my own blindly, the speed of improvement wasn't fast. But if I were to kill and train while I comprehend, the effect would be much better compared to before. Jin Wushuang then revealed a smile. In Sky Sword Prison, he saw the opportunity to train. An opportunity that he had never had anywhere else. Very soon, Jin Wushuang continued to wander in Sky Sword Prison. With the advantage of soul power, he wasn't worried that he would encounter much danger. After all, if he ran into anyone above the second level, experts who he couldn't provoke, he would avoid them. He could only fight with experts in Sky Sword Prison from the third or fourth level. Jin Wushuang had no intention of fighting with a real god in the third level either. After all, even the weakest real god in the third level, although they never once comprehended the power of Heaven Wei, their unique skill and secret skill were at a terrifying level. Even when their divine power was restrained, they weren't easy targets. Jin Wushuang planned to only fight against these real gods after he became stronger, or after he had created a real god unique skill. By then, he would really achieve the result of training. The time flew past. When Jin Wushuang had first came to Sky Sword Prison, not many of them knew. However, as Jin Wushuang continued to wander and fought against experts in the third and fourth level, the experts in Sky Sword Prison gradually got to know his existence. After all, although Sky Sword Prison couldn't be connected to the outside world, the experts in the prison could still communicate with one another freely. The messages weren't hindered. After Jin Wushuang fought many times, he was listed in the third level by many people's experts' information collection. He was listed as intermediate in the third level. Of course, Jin Wushuang wasn't there to train his swordsmanship and close combat power. Hence, he hardly used his soul power. If he were to use his soul power, he would be on the top in the third level. After the blink of an eye, Jin Wushuang had stayed in Sky Sword Prison for 170 years. In the 170 years, Jin Wushuang fought with many universe god experts of the third and fourth level. There were victories and defeats. His swordsmanship and close combat power increased tremendously through the vigorous fighting, but it was a pity that he never once killed an expert in the 170 years. It wasn't because Jin Wushuang wasn't capable enough. It was because the experts in Sky Sword Prison had impressive survival skills. Even experts of the fourth level weren't easy targets to be killed. In Sky Sword Mountain, in the cave dwelling under the 9 lofty sword mountains, the middle-aged man sat. He was the owner of Sky Sword Mountain. He opened his eyes once again after 170 years. Then, he glanced at the Sky Sword Prison, which was under his control. He could see Jin Wushuang in Sky Sword Prison clearly. Huh, The owner of Sky Sword Mountain lifted the corners of his lips and revealed a smile in disdain. It has already been 170 years. This young man from lineage of Star had yet to kill even one universe god in the third heaven. Hee. Yuan said that this young man could kill 100 universe gods in 10,000 years and leave Sky Sword Prison with his own ability. From the look of things, that is just a joke. The owner of Sky Sword Mountain closed his eyes again. As he was at a high level, he was not bothered by the life or death of the prisoners in Sky Sword Prison. But then, it was because of Jin Wushuang that he would pay more attention to Sky Sword Prison. Otherwise, he wouldn't bother to take a look at Sky Sword Prison even once in a time span of tens of thousands of years. Chapter 1459, Universe Godlong Xiao. Chapter 1459, Universe Godlong Xiao. In Sky Sword Prison, in the depths of the forest, Jin Wushuang was sitting on a huge rock as he slowly opened his eyes. My soul strength has reached the limitation of a universe god. There was a smile plastered on Jin Wushuang's face. For 170 years, when he was wandering in Sky Sword Prison, he was mostly fighting against experts to train his swordsmanship and close combat power. As for soul attacks, for 170 years, he had almost never used any soul attack. However, what Jin Wushuang had never expected was that even when he didn't intentionally improve his soul strength, it had reached the limit of a universe god's in the 170 years. At that level, it was already at the limit that a universe god could reach. Any higher would be the level of real god. Reaching such state, Jin Wushuang's soul attack would be a notch higher compared to before. Plus, in the 170 years, his swordsmanship and close combat power would improve tremendously. His overall power was one notch higher compared to before. The current me, if my full power were to be put into full play, out of the experts in the third level in Sky Sword Prison, I would be at the top. I am even close to the second level. It's a pity that I never created any real god unique skills, and yet I can be compared favorably with the experts truly in the second level, Jin Wushuang sighed. With the aid of the painting of understanding sword via reincarnation, his comprehension towards reincarnation doctrine improved tremendously too. However, to be truly evenly matched with the real gods who comprehended the power of Heaven Wei on the second level, he still had a way to go. Continue to train. Jin Wushuang smiled and soon continued his journey in Sky Sword Prison again. During his journey, although he had never once killed any universe god, he wasn't in a hurry. To him, then, it was most important to continuously improve his power. As for the massacre, it wasn't time yet. In the cold void, there was a breeze blowing. Against one's body, it made one's heart cold too. Jin Wushuang, in a crimson robe and carrying his sword on his back, moved forwards slowly as his soul power swept across. Jin Wushuang was shocked as he noticed a figure that appeared within the coverage of his soul sensory. It was a blonde-haired, brawny man. Even though he was far away, Jin Wushuang could feel the raging, tyrannical aura in his body. The blonde-haired, brawny man reminded people of a ruthless lion. Universe Godlong Xiao? There was a glimpse of light in Jin Wushuang's eyes, and he immediately plunged towards where the blonde-haired, brawny man was. In an instant, Jin Wushuang appeared before the blonde-haired, brawny man. If I'm not mistaken, you're Jin Wushuang who just got into Sky Sword Prison, right? The blonde-haired, brawny man glared coldly at Jin Wushuang. I am, Jin Wushuang nodded. I've been wandering around Sky Sword Prison for 170 years, and I have fought many experts. However, it is my first time seeing you, Universe Godlong Xiao. You knew my identity, but you have the guts to appear before me so frankly. You are very courageous, the blonde-haired brawny man Universe Godlong Xiao said. Jin Wushuang smiled at his reply. However, he knew clearly that Universe Godlong Xiao said so not because he was arrogant, but because he had the right to. Universe Godlong Xiao. Among the experts in Sky Sword Prison, he was on the third level, but he was at the top of the third level. Plus, Universe God Long Xiu was widely recognized as the most annoying one by all universe gods in Sky Sword Prison. He cultivated an impressive secret skill in martial art motion. His martial art motion was known as the first in Sky Sword Prison. Secondly, he was also good at his travel speed. When he runs at full speed, even a real god couldn't catch up with him. As for his divine body, he too was strong. In combination with defense secret skill and defense treasure, many real gods' defense power couldn't be evenly matched with his. A universe god who possessed terrifying martial art motion, fast in speed, strong divine body, and almost no weakness. He could move around Sky Sword Prison as freely as he wished. There was a rumor that he had once met one of the kings of the first level in Sky Sword Prison. The king took action against him but didn't manage to kill him. One should know that the strongest in Sky Sword Prison was the Four Kings. Even the kings couldn't take care of him. Who else could kill him? Because so, although Universe God Long Xiu was only on the top of the third level, he could move around Sky Sword Prison freely. Many experts on the second level who met him would opt to detour without hesitation. But then, Jian Wushuang took the initiative when he found Universe God Long Xiu. That was why Universe God Long Xiu had complimented his courage. Jian Wushuang, you're just a newbie. You didn't find a place to hide but wandered around to fight against experts. It seems that you were trying to train yourself using the experts in Sky Sword Prison. Now, you took the initiative to look for me. Why? You want me to be one of your whetstones too? Universe God Long Xiu glared at Jian Wushuang. Haha, you live up to your reputation, Universe God Long Xiu. You could tell the purpose of my visit at first glance. However, the purpose of my visit is not only treating you as one of the whetstones but also, if possible, I'd like to take your head. Jian Wushuang smiled and said. Universe God Long Xiu's face grew solemn. In Sky Sword Prison, only he would ask for trouble with the others and take their heads. Since when there was someone who would boast shamelessly that they wanted to take his head instead? You're asking for death? Universe God Long Xiu took action directly as he bellowed. He turned into a beast and a terrifying, raging aura spread. Wow! A simple charge, and there were 9 shadows that plunged from the void. The 9 shadows looked so surreal. This martial art motion, Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows as a shrill light flashed in his eyes. Behind, Jian Wushuang's soul power instantly locked onto his target, Universe God Long Xiu. He turned instantly and wielded Blood Mountain sword smoothly. The soaring murderous intention of Universe God Long Xiu led to flowing golden light from his body. Both his hands turned into claws. Wow! 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 In the void, there were suddenly 3 golden claw marks. The 3 claw marks tore the void. Dang! 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 The claw mark collided with Blood Mountain sword, and the impact exploded. Universe God Long Xiu went illusionary and appeared in the 9 shadows again while his real body appeared next to Jian Wushuang. His right index fingers were engulfed with intense golden light. The golden light was like a golden long spear aiming at Jian Wushuang's skull. Jian Wushuang shook and his arms moved in a creepy manner. The sword slashed and Universe God Long Xiu retreated. Universe God Long Xiu harumphed coldly. Suddenly, there were shadows in the surrounding void again. The shadows hemmed Jian Wushuang in and they launched attacks at him simultaneously. Chapter 1460, The Only Weakness. Chapter 1460, The Only Weakness. There were a total of 9 illusionary figures that were hemmed in. They launched an attack simultaneously, waving their claws, landing heavy punches, or giving out brilliant lights from the tip of their fingers. Every single hit was real while Universe God Long Xiu's body moved swiftly among the illusionary figures and appeared in every corner, surrounding Jian Wushuang to perform a vital hit. Even Jian Wushuang found it hard to catch up with Universe God Long Xiu's martial art movements in terms of speed. He deserves to be acknowledged as the one with top martial art movement Sky Sword Prison. That's so terrifying. Jian Wushuang exclaimed, but he was not anxious at all. Although he couldn't follow Universe God Long Xiu's martial art movements, His soul power had locked Universe God Long Shou long ago. Regardless of how creepy Universe God Long Shou's martial art movement was, Jin Wushuang could respond in time and also could withstand Universe God Long Shou's attacks. In the void, Jin Wushuang put his close combat power into full play. In collaboration with his swordsmanship and the power of reincarnation, he fought against Universe God Long Shou face to face. Although he was playing defense, he never once looked in a fix. Bang! A loud thud, and the 9 illusionary figures surrounding Jin Wushuang suddenly dispersed and Universe God Long Shou's real body appeared somewhere far away. Jin Wushuang. The experts in Sky Sword Prison categorize you as an intermediate standard in the 3rd level. From what I can see, your power could be at the top of the 3rd level, and you could totally see through my martial art movement. That's rather impressive. Universe God Long Shou said. He felt rather complicated at the bottom of his heart. He was fast and his divine body was extremely strong. His martial art movement was widely recognized as the top in Sky Sword Prison. However, his power was actually not too strong. He had only created an ordinary real god unique skill, and he had never once comprehended the power of Heaven Wei. His true power was merely at the intermediate standard of the 3rd level, but because of his terrifying martial art movement, he was listed at the top of the 3rd level. But then, Jin Wushuang saw through his martial art movement, so it was rather difficult for him to put his greatest advantage to full play. He naturally couldn't do anything about Jin Wushuang. It's a pity that I've never once understood the power of Heaven Wei. Otherwise, I would be confident of killing him. Universe God Long Shou took a glance at Jin Wushuang and immediately shook his head. Jin Wushuang, you're lucky. See you again soon. Then, Universe God Long Shou moved, and he retreated to the back. However, he had just started. Virum. A boundless blazing quicksand erupted. Suddenly, it covered the entire universe and engulfed Universe God Long Shou within. When the blazing quicksand took effect, Universe God Long Shou's speed was affected. He started frowning. Jin Wushuang, what are you trying to do? Universe God Long Shou roared. What am I trying to do? Hee, I told you earlier. If it's possible, I'd like to take your head down. You thought I was kidding? Jin Wushuang smiled and moved forward to him. Kill me? Haha, that's funny. The entire Sky Sword Prison, besides Heartless King, who was one of the 4 kings, who else could kill me? Jin Wushuang, I suggest that you stop wasting time. Universe God Long Shou sneered at him. Only the Heartless King could kill you? Hee, I'm sorry. From today onwards, there will be a second person. This person will be me. Jin Wushuang smirked. Universe God Long Shou's face grew dim. Universe God Long Shou, the reason you are afraid of Heartless King is that the Heartless King is good at consciousness attacks, right? Jin Wushuang's laughter continued to spread. He had read information about the 4 kings in Sky Sword Prison. Heartless King was one of them, and also the only real god who was good at consciousness attacks in the entire Sky Sword Prison. Universe God Long Shou was extremely fast, and known to be the top in martial art movement. His divine body was extremely strong too. In terms of material attack, he had almost no weaknesses. Among the 4 kings, the other 3 were good at material attacks. Hence, they couldn't kill him. However, Universe God Long Shou's consciousness wasn't strong. Compared to his divine body, speed, and martial art movement, his consciousness was his only weakness. Universe God Long Shou, try to take this. Jin Wushuang's voice was heard again. At that very moment, there was a strong crimson light from his eyes. The crimson light was like a crimson sun, extremely harsh to the eyes. 18 Azura Hell descended directly. As Jin Wushuang's soul strength reached the limit of a universe god, the technique was even scarier than before. Although Universe God Long Shou was back facing Jin Wushuang, as long as he was shined on by the crimson light, he would fall into a phantasmagoria. No. Universe God Long Shou's expression grew grave. He who was trapped in dreamland immediately went insane and started struggling. Break? Break? Universe God Long Shou bellowed in madness, and his consciousness was quivering. Actually, Universe God Long Shou's consciousness wasn't weak. Among peak universe gods in the third heaven, it could be considered as impressive, and he was only one step away from the limit of a universe god. However, such a level of consciousness was obviously insufficient before Jian Wushuang. Rumble. Universe god Long Xiu was raging with anger, and his heart was extremely cold. Along with the bellow, he finally shook off from 18 Azura Hell. Before he could be surprised, he immediately saw a dark light before him. The dark light was actually a black long spear that gave out mysterious strength. The long spear appeared less than 1 meter away from her. At such a close distance, he wouldn't be able to dodge in time even if his martial art movement was amazing. He could only rely on his strong defense power to endure the black long spear. Clang! The black long spear hit his armor, which was transformed from the robe that he was wearing and made a metal crashing sound but didn't pierce it. Just as universe god Long Xiu wanted to let out a breath of relief, he realized the terrifying power from the long spear had pierced through his sea of consciousness. It was an inextinguishable light that Jian Wushuang performed with his all. The inextinguishable light, with the support of the spear, was like a storm. It suddenly tore universe god Long Xiu's consciousness into pieces. Universe god Long Xiu's consciousness slowly dispersed. Before he died, he seemed to look in disbelief and be unwilling to admit defeat. He never thought that when the other 3 kings in Sky Sword Prison couldn't kill him, he would die at the hands of a universe god. Besides, there was a look of relief in universe god Long Xiu's eyes. Jian Wushuang stood there in silence as he watched universe god Long Xiu fall. His eyes were cold. Being imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison, you and I have no choice but to seek our way out with our all. Before I kill you, I want to say that you have killed many other experts, so you can't blame me, Jian Wushuang muttered. Then, he appeared before universe god Long Xiu's dead body. He took away universe god Long Xiu's Qin Kuan ring and the treasures on him. Then, he immediately took a look inside the Qin Kuan ring. Very soon, Jian Wushuang was beaming with joy. Found it! Universe god Long Xiu's secret skill of martial art movement, flowing light phantom. Chapter 1461, Flowing Light Shadow. Chapter 1461, Flowing Light Shadow. Jian Wushuang wandered in Sky Sword Prison for 170 years. Although he exchanged blows with a large number of experts, he was mostly using the experts to train his swordsmanship and close combat power. He had never thought of putting his opponent to death. He thought it wasn't time for him to massacre yet. However, looking at universe god Long Xiu that day, he took action without hesitation and gave full play to many trump cards to kill universe god Long Xiu. He only had one goal in his head, which was to get the secret skill in his hands then. Universe god Long Xiu, widely recognized as the first in Sky Sword Prison. His martial art motion was really terrifying. If my soul power couldn't target where his real body was, he could totally use that technique to suppress me and torture me, Jian Wushuang complimented in silence. Universe god Long Xiu, he was only at the standard of the 3rd level, but he was listed at the top of the 3rd level because of his martial art motion. Jian Wushuang, of course, cast greedy eyes over universe god Long Xiu's martial art motion. Then, he killed universe god Long Xiu and obtained the secret skill of martial art motion from the latter, as expected. Flowing Light Phantom is a secret skill of martial art motion where one turned into shadow in the void and went shuttling to and fro at terrifying speed. There is a total of 5 stages. The first stage, one could cast 3 shadows at once. The second stage, 9 shadows. The third stage, 18 shadows. The fourth stage, 99 shadows. At the 5th stage, also the highest stage, with full power, one could form up to billions of shadows in the void simultaneously. Looking at the description of Flowing Light Phantom, Jian Wushuang was astonished. He knew the secret skill of martial art motion that universe god Long Xiu possessed was impressive, but he didn't know it was that powerful. Universe god Long Xiu depended on this secret skill and got recognized as the top martial art motion in Sky Sword Prison. But in actual fact, he only cultivated to the 2nd stage of the secret skill, Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. The second stage of secret skill, which was to cast 9 shadows at once. Previously, when he was fighting a ferocious battle with Universe God Long Xiu, he had only cast 9 shadows. If the second stage of secret skill is so impressive, just how scary will the following third, fourth, and the highest fifth stage be? Jian Wushuang exclaimed. However, he also knew that although the secret skill was impressive, it wouldn't be easy to cultivate. If it was merely the first and second stage, it would be easy. He only needed constant practice and continuous mastery to become better. However, there was a rather high prerequisite for the third stage onwards. The secret skill of Flowing Light Phantom was a martial art motion that focused on space. From the third stage onwards, it would need to rely on the power of space-time. Hence, to reach the third stage to perform 18 shadows, he had to comprehend one of the supreme 4 doctrines, the space-time doctrine. It was also the reason why Universe God Long Xiu couldn't reach the third stage of the secret skill. After all, he had never once understood space-time doctrine. The secret skill of martial art doctrine isn't ordinary. If I were to successfully cultivate it, I only need to reach the first or the second stage and it had increased my power tremendously. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists. Then, he immediately found a secluded area and started studying the secret skill of Flowing Light Phantom. Jian Wushuang was a person of quick comprehension, and the secret skill of Flowing Light Phantom only had a high prerequisite for the third stage onwards. As for the first and second stage, it was rather easy, especially the first stage. 30 years' time passed in the blink of an eye. In the 30 years, Jian Wushuang reached the first stage of the secret skill of Flowing Light Phantom through continuous study and practice. In an empty void, Jian Wushuang stood there. His figure moved suddenly, and the 3 shadows were casted simultaneously. Swoosh! Jian Wushuang instantly appeared in the void 10 miles away, and immediately plunged again. Swoosh! 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 Along with Jian Wushuang's figure moving, the 3 shadows that he cast continued to plunge as well. The speed was so fast and creepily flexible. No one could tell which was real and which was fake. Soon, Jian Wushuang's figure finally stopped, and the 3 shadows vanished into thin air. This martial art motion is pretty sick. There was a glimpse of light in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Not only did his traveling speed increase terrifyingly and become more flexible after mastering the martial art motion, he also caused his opponent to be deluded by the 3 shadows. In the massacre, it would put him at advantage. Although it is only the first stage, it has already increased my overall power tremendously, especially in terms of close combat skills. As for the second stage, it took me a total of 30 years to study for the first stage, and the second stage will be extremely difficult. I shouldn't dream of mastering it without a few hundred or a few thousand years. 1,000 years. It isn't short. I can only train while I slowly master it. Jian Wushuang smiled, then he continued his journey of wandering in Sky Sword Prison. Before that, when Jian Wushuang was wandering, he would rely on his soul power to avoid some experts. For example, the real gods on the 3rd level. When Jian Wushuang crossed paths with them, he would normally detour to avoid them. But then, Jian Wushuang was dying to fight against the real gods in the 3rd level. In a barren, dark land, there was a purple palace on the mountainside. Swoosh! A young man in a crimson robe carrying a sword on his back appeared before the purple palace directly. Real God Pengyu. A bright, clear voice was heard from Jian Wushuang's mouth. It traveled and naturally spread into the purple palace. Very quickly, a middle-aged man walked out from the purple place barefoot. You are Jian Wushuang? The middle-aged man, Real God Pengyu, looked at Jian Wushuang. You look like you want to fight a battle with me? Jian Wushuang smiled. I have to thank Sky Sword Prison. If I were to be outside, I wouldn't dare to fight against any real god, but now. Real God Pengyu, you're the first real god that I will fight against since I started cultivating. I'd like to see just how strong a real god expert is. If so, let's fight. Real God Pengyu didn't waste time and took out a black rod. The two of them started exchanging blows very quickly. The moment they started the fight, Jian Wushuang let his power to full play directly. Along with his close combat skill that he had obtained in the recent years, as well as the secret skill of flowing light phantom, his swordsmanship was performed with his all too. However, he didn't use his soul power still. The battle was extremely ferocious. Under the situation where his soul power was used, although Jian Wushuang was at an advantage with his comprehension of power of reincarnation, his unique skill was weaker after all. Although real God Pong Yu had never once comprehended power of Heaven Wei, he had created multiple real God unique skills. Some were even close to intermediate level of real God unique skill. Relying on his fierce unique skill, real God Pong Yu could still suppress Jian Wushuang, but he couldn't kill him. Chapter 1462, Succeeding in Unique Skill. Chapter 1462, Succeeding in Unique Skill. Real God Pong Yu was the first real god that Jian Wushuang had fought against. Jian Wushuang felt pressured when he was fighting with real God Pong Yu. Although it was said that real gods in the Sky Sword Prison were restrained and their divine power was capped at the level of a peak universe god in the third heaven, the real gods' divine bodies, including their unique skills and secret skills that they possessed, wouldn't be restrained. For instance, as a real god, he had to create a unique skill of real god level. It was obviously much easier compared to a universe god. Even if he was the weakest kind of real god, the real god unique skill that he had created would be very impressive too. Then, Jian Wushuang continued to wander through Sky Sword Prison. He relied on his soul power and found experts who were at the top of the third level and fought against them, including the real gods of the third level. Jian Wushuang didn't intend to let them off the hook. As long as he came across them, he would have a battle with them. Exchanging blows with real gods was very beneficial to Jian Wushuang compared to fighting against the universe gods in the third level. As for the second level, Jian Wushuang had yet to have the guts to challenge the experts of the second level. Their differences were too vast. In all the vigorous battles they fought, Jian Wushuang was constantly improving and perfecting his swordsmanship. He was also perfecting his unique skill. He had already created 2 rank 3 strongest unique skill. Then, he naturally wanted to create a real god unique skill, but real god unique skill. Jian Wushuang felt that he was not far from it. Sky Sword Mountain, underneath the 9 sword mountains, in the cave dwelling. The owner of Sky Sword Mountain, who was sitting there already, opened his eyes. His sight looked through the void, and he watched everything in Sky Sword Prison. He had been eyeing Sky Sword Prison for a few years. The young man from lineage of Star. He didn't hunt those prisoners who are weak and categorized in the 4th level. On the contrary, he constantly looks for experts at the top of the 3rd level, including real gods, to train his swordsmanship. He treated Sky Sword Prison as his training field. He's quite interesting. The owner of Sky Sword Mountain muttered and quickly closed his eyes. In Sky Sword Prison, the time flew past. To the prisoners in prison, time was cheap. Most of them were imprisoned in the prison for many years, and they had lost all concept of time. In a spacious, barren land, Jian Wushuang held his sword with one hand and stood right in the middle. In the surrounding land, there were strokes of sword marks. The surface of the sword marks were extremely smooth, and it was obviously due to extremely sharp swordsmanship. Vroom. Boundless sword intention suddenly soared from Jian Wushuang's body as Jian Wushuang's eyes let out terrifying light. He held Blood Mountain sword with both his hands, and it shook slightly. There was boundless crimson light on the surface of the blade. The boundless crimson light formed a huge crimson river while Jian Wushuang was the focus of the crimson river. Go! Jian Wushuang released the tension and the force that had accumulated in Blood Mountain, soared to the extreme, suddenly erupted. Wow! So fast that there was almost crimson lightning in the air. Ridiculously fast. The crimson sword light pierced through the void and left an enormous amount of crimson light. It took very long to disperse. The crimson light hit the ground before them, and the ground instantly had a huge sword mark that covered an expanse of a few hundred miles. The sword mark was as smooth as ice and without any bumpiness. On the surface of the mark, There was a faint crimson light and terrifying sword in tension. Done. Jian Wushuang stood in the void and revealed a joyful expression. Ever since he had been imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison, it had been a total of 1,300 years. In the 1,300 years, he had been fighting ferocious battles with the prisoners in Sky Sword Prison. In order to train his swordsmanship, he had been trying to figure out ways to create a real god-unique skill. Then, through the battles with the experts, including real gods, and in collaboration of his comprehension of the painting of understanding sword via reincarnation, he had finally created his own real god-unique skill. Jian Wushuang named it Crimson Light. Although it took a total of 1,300 years, it was considered a miracle to be able to create this move. Jian Wushuang clenched his fist as he grew hot with emotions. His comprehension power was extremely high. If he were to be a universe god in the third heaven, training in Sky Sword Prison with the aid of the painting of understanding sword via reincarnation, it would have been rather easy to create a real god-unique skill. He wouldn't have wasted so much time. However, he was just a universe god in the second heaven, after all. A universe god in the second heaven who could create a rank 3 strongest unique skill was already considered the monster of monsters. As for a unique skill of the real god level, under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be something a universe god in the second heaven could achieve. But Jian Wushuang had. It was really a miracle. At least Jian Wushuang had yet to hear of any universe gods in the second heaven who had created a real god-unique skill in eternal chaotic world. For instance, Ling Baifei, who was the top among all universe god in the second heaven from lineage of star, had only created a rank 3 strongest unique skill. To be able to create a real god-unique skill is already considered a miracle. However, at my stage as universe god in the second heaven, I'm afraid it will be impossible if I want to create another, stronger unique skill. I can only create a unique skill of the same level at most, Jian Wushuang sighed. As a cultivator, regardless of his level, there would be a limit that each level would reach. It was also inevitable for an inverse cultivator. Jian Wushuang was a universe god in the second heaven. His limitation in unique skill would be creating a real god-unique skill. It would be impossible if he wanted to increase its level. Unless he passed through his inverse god's test in the third heaven and became a universe god in the third heaven, then his unique skill could be leveled up further. I've created real god-unique skill, and my comprehension of reincarnation doctrine has improved tremendously in the 1,300 years. The first 3 images in the painting of understanding sword via reincarnation, I already fully comprehended the first and comprehended more than half of the second. As for close body combat, I have also improved a lot. The current me is qualified to squeeze into the second level in terms of my power. Jian Wushuang smiled. Of the 4 levels of experts in Sky Sword Prison, there were 28 in the second level. Among the 28 of them, there were 26 of them who had already comprehended a slight bit of the power of Heaven Wei, while the other 2 were universe gods who were highly talented. But then, Jian Wushuang was confident that he should be able to squeeze into the second level. As for his level among the 28 experts in the second level, he had to fight against the experts in the second level before he could find out. Jian Wushuang quickly moved within Sky Sword Prison and started looking for experts of the second level. Chapter 1463, Invitation. Chapter 1463, Invitation. In the void filled with pungent blood scent, Jian Wushuang appeared on the peak of a mountain. He was overlooking a vast territory before him. The territory was made of billowing hills that formed into a huge mountain range. Here, this should be Darkness Mountain. Darkness Mountain is said to be the territory of one of the 4 kings, Blood Emperor. In Darkness Mountain, there are many experts. There should be some experts on the second level too. I wonder when I'll meet them. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly, and then he entered Darkness Mountain to wander around. Sky Sword Prison wasn't that big. It was at most the size of an ordinary realm in the outside world. As the overlord of the prison, the 4 kings had their territories each in Sky Sword Prison, and they had many experts under their command. The Darkness Mountain was the territory of one of the 4 kings, Blood Emperor. Jin Wushuang was there to have a chance to fight against experts on the second level. Very soon, Jin Wushuang came across a real god in Darkness Mountain and they started fighting. In the continuous hills, there was a pinnacle that seemed to be tainted with fresh blood. On the peak of the pinnacle, there was a crimson castle. The Crimson Castle was where the Blood Emperor resided. In a private room, there was a person in a crimson, long robe. He had crimson, long hair, and even his skin was dimly red. He looked just like an elderly with blade-like eyebrows who was showering in crimson sea. The elderly with blade-like eyebrows was Blood Emperor, one of the top experts in Sky Sword Prison. Blood Emperor meditated in seclusion in the secret room all year round. He hardly revealed himself. But then, Blood Emperor's eyes suddenly shot open. Such senses. Who? Who is it? Who came to Darkness Mountain? As Blood Emperor muttered, in the depth of his crimson red eyes, there was light shimmering. His body quivered slightly. Suddenly, Blood Emperor's figure became vague and suddenly appeared in the middle of the hall in the Crimson Castle. Master! A lady in green stood before Blood Emperor politely. Zishuang, while I meditated in seclusion, did anything major happen in Sky Sword Prison? Blood Emperor asked coldly. All these years, Sky Sword Prison has been the same as before. Nothing major happened, the lady in green answered. How about the newcomers? I've been meditating in seclusion for 50,000 years. There should be many newcomers imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison, right? Blood Emperor asked. During the 50,000 years when Master was meditating in seclusion, from what I know, there's been a total of 385 newcomers. 90% of these newcomers are dead and only a portion of them survived in Sky Sword Prison, the lady in green reported. Among the newcomers, is there anyone who is wandering in Darkness Mountain? Blood Emperor continued to ask. There's one, the lady in green nodded. His name is Jin Wushuang. He's a universe god. He's in Sky Sword Prison for 1,300 over years. During his time here, he has fought with many experts in Sky Sword Prison, and he has improved tremendously. A few days ago, he came to Darkness Mountain and fought with a real god under your command in Darkness Mountain. However, as Jin Wushuang fought with the real god in order to train his swordsmanship but didn't kill anyone, I let him continue to wander in Darkness Mountain as he wished. As expected, there is a newcomer in Darkness Mountain, Jin Wushuang. Blood Emperor smiled and sighed. He then commanded, send a message to the real gods, universe gods in Darkness Mountain. If they see Jin Wushuang, tell them to send a message on my behalf. Tell him that I, Blood Emperor, would like to invite him to pay a visit at the castle. Yes, the lady in green nodded and quickly carried out her task. The entire hall only had Blood Emperor left. Then, Blood Emperor squinted his eyes. Jin Wushuang. I wonder if he's from my tribe. If he is, I'll let him off. But if he isn't, a sharp, shrill shot out from Blood Emperor's eyes. In Darkness Mountain. Bang, bang, bang. A loud thud was heard across the sky. A brawny man in black armor and a black triangle helmet and holding a black long spear had a soaring rage. He continuously stabbed with his long spear, and every single stab was like a raging flood dragon. It pierced through the void and aimed at Jin Wushuang's head. On the other hand, Jin Wushuang became three shadows and flickered in the void at high speed. He dodged the hit of the brawny man easily, then he swung out Blood Mountain's sword at lightning speed too. Every sword light was extremely eye-catching. In terms of power, both of them were obviously not much different. They had been fighting ferociously for an hour in the void, but the match was too close to call. Finally, the two of them calmed down. In Sky Sword Prison, there are only two universe gods who are qualified to be on the second level. They are imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison long ago, and they experienced countless massacres and training to be where they are today. Then, there's another universe god standing on the second level. Jin Wushuang, you've only been in Sky Sword Prison for 1,300 years, and you reached the standard of the second level. That's rather impressive. If you were to continue to improve at such speed, I'm afraid that there might be a chance for us to give birth to the fifth king in Sky Sword Prison in no time. The brawny man in black armor spoke in a loud and bright voice. It reverberated in the universe. The fifth king. Jin Wushuang chuckled. Real god Heishio must be joking. That I could improve to where I am now as a universe god is already lucky enough. To become the fifth king, there might be a slight possibility after I break through and become real god. The brawny man, real god Heishio, raised his eyebrows but didn't deny it. Jin Wushuang, I have just received a piece of news from the owner of Darkness Mountain, Blood Emperor. Real god Heishio said, Blood Emperor wants us to pass you a message on his behalf if we see you. He would like to invite you to his Crimson Castle. Oh! Jin Wushuang was shocked. One of the four kings, Blood Emperor, had invited him over. Real god Heishio, do you know what is Blood Emperor looking for me for? Jin Wushuang asked. I don't know, real god Heishio shook his head. I'm only responsible for passing the message on. As for real god Heishio's purpose, I'm not sure. It's up to you whether you go to the Crimson Castle. Real god Heishio said, and disappeared before Jin Wushuang in the next moment. Jin Wushuang stood in the void in confusion. I have never come across Blood Emperor at all. Why would he invite me over out of nowhere? Chapter 1464, Jin Wushuang's Plan. Chapter 1464, Jin Wushuang's Plan. One of the four kings in Sky Sword Prison, Blood Emperor, the top expert on the first level, his comprehension of Heaven Way had reached the first level of Doctrine Palace. Such a top expert wasn't someone Jin Wushuang could match evenly. He naturally stayed at a respectful distance. He had been wandering in Sky Sword Prison for 1,300 years, but he had never come across any one of the four kings. The reason why he would wander in Darkness Mountain was that he wanted to look for a few real gods at the second level to fight to train himself. But Jin Wushuang had never thought that Blood Emperor would invite him personally. What did he want? In Sky Sword Prison, it is very dangerous. People continuously kill in order to leave this place alive. Real gods like real god Heishio were nice to me merely because they couldn't kill me. If any universe gods on the fourth or the third level who were weaker were to appear before real god Heishio, he would have taken action directly to kill him. Blood Emperor has the ability to kill me. Hence, regardless of what his purpose is, it's impossible that I run to his Crimson Castle. It is no different from asking to die. Jin Wushuang muttered. He had already made up his mind. He didn't plan to bother Blood Emperor at all. He would stay as far away as he could, unless he was confident with his power and thought he could deal with Blood Emperor frankly. He would then agree to see Blood Emperor. Jin Wushuang continued to wander. In the Crimson Castle that Blood Emperor was in. Master, real god Heishio replied. He already passed your message to Jin Wushuang on your behalf. However, Jin Wushuang doesn't look like he intends to make a trip to Crimson Castle. The lady in green stood before Blood Emperor politely. Doesn't intend to make a trip? Blood Emperor raised his blade-like eyebrows. According to the replies of experts in Darkness Mountain, Jin Wushuang doesn't intend to visit Crimson Castle. He was still fighting with the experts in the region to train himself, the lady in green reported. Hee, the young man is quite smart. But, if he doesn't come to Crimson Castle, can I take the initiative to find him in person? Blood Emperor smiled coldly. Tell the people in Darkness Mountain to keep an eye on Jin Wushuang and send his current location to me. Yes, the lady in green replied. Then, Blood Emperor's body turned vague and left Crimson Castle. He then plunged towards where Jin Wushuang was. On a barren land. Rumble. A huge axe shadow appeared out of nowhere and pressed over mightily. Jin Wushuang was immediately tough against it with Crimson Light technique. In the end, he was forced to retreat by fierce strength. Haha, you live up to your name, real god Jiufu. You're really impressive. I learned my lesson today. Farewell. Jin Wushuang laughed and then turned to leave. Real god Jiufu didn't intend to stop Jin Wushuang too. He couldn't kill Jin Wushuang after all. In the void, Jian Wushuang plunged as he recalled the battle with real god Jiu Fu earlier. The expert standing at the second level was really strong. Although I created a real god unique skill and I am qualified to step foot on the second level, I belong to the bottom among all experts on the second level, Jian Wushuang muttered. However, with years of fighting experience, I have constantly improved in grasping flowing light phantom. It shouldn't be long until I reach the second stage. By then, I should be able to cast 9 shadows and my power will increase tremendously, especially in terms of speed. Until then, I should be able to start my hunting plan. Jian Wushuang stayed in Sky Sword Prison for 1,300 years. He had had his hunting plan long ago. After all, it was impossible for him to stay in Sky Sword Prison. He had to figure a way out. As he wanted to leave, he had to hunt down the experts. However, once he had revealed his power, especially his soul attack, he might cause a panic attack among experts in Sky Sword Prison. A consciousness attack was too creepy and hard to avoid. An expert who was good at consciousness attacks would be far scarier than other cultivators of another level. Most of the experts in Sky Sword Prison were of the 3rd or the 4th level. Their defense power was extremely strong. However, their defense powers were mostly against physical attacks. Once they come across consciousness attacks, they would be the same as Universe God Long Xiu that Jian Wushuang killed before. Universe God Long Xiu survived under the king's attack, but he was killed by Jian Wushuang. How would other people compare? Hence, if the news about Jian Wushuang was that he was good at consciousness attacks and his consciousness attack was ferocious, and one without the consciousness strength of a real god couldn't resist if it were to spread, the universe gods in Sky Sword Prison would definitely keep their distance from Jian Wushuang. Everyone would keep a respectful distance and run away when they saw him. Who else would be willing to be a whetstone and fight against him? Plus, there might be some universe gods who joined forces to kill him, to remove him as a threat. Just like one of the 4 kings in Sky Sword Prison, Heartless King. She was a real god who was good at consciousness attacks and extremely strong. Back when she first got imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison, she killed many real gods and universe gods with consciousness attacks. But in the end, the experts of Sky Sword Prison noticed her existence and kept their distance. Whenever they noticed that she was nearby, they would run away. Hence, Heartless King could do nothing about it. Over the years, Heartless King was far from achieving the requirement to leave Sky Sword Prison. Heartless King was too powerful, too aloof. But I'm different. I am just a universe god, and the experts in Sky Sword Prison wouldn't be bothered with me. Compared to Heartless King, who was also good at consciousness attacks like me, I am at a major advantage because my consciousness has already transformed into soul power. Once my soul power is launched, I can easily find experts who are hiding and kill them. Heartless King wouldn't be able to do that, Jian Wushuang sneered. Hence, compared to Heartless King, his advantage over the experts on the 3rd and 4th level was much bigger. But because of that, Jian Wushuang never used his soul power since the beginning. He had been training his swordsmanship and close combat power to increase his overall power. Until he had absolute power to rely on, he would use soul power to conduct the massacres. It was an opportunity that Jian Wushuang tailored when he had entered Sky Sword Prison. Everything was going according to plan. Then, he was waiting for his mastery of Flowing Light Phantom to improve to the 2nd stage and cast 9 shadows. Then, he would begin the massacre. Chapter 1465, Blood Emperor is here. Chapter 1465, Blood Emperor is here. Jian Wushuang's plan was great. However, something unexpected always happens. Jian Wushuang suddenly stopped in the void and his face grew solemn. He could clearly feel the figure in a crimson robe with crimson hair within the coverage of his soul power. This look and this aura, it's Blood Emperor. Jian Wushuang immediately realized the person's identity. In the void near Jian Wushuang, Blood Emperor had already noticed Jian Wushuang's existence too. Haha, found you. With a slight smile, Blood Emperor's figure plunged towards Jian Wushuang. Blood Emperor entrusted his people to pass me a message to invite me to his Crimson Castle but I didn't go. Now, he has taken the initiative to look for me? Jian Wushuang's heart clenched. When he noticed Blood Emperor was plunging towards him, he didn't hesitate but started running away at his top speed. Jian Wushuang, I didn't say that I'm going to kill you. Why are you running away? In the void, Blood Emperor's voice spread as he stopped. Jian Wushuang then stopped running, but he maintained a big distance from Blood Emperor. Although there are many experts in Sky Sword Prison, I reckon there shouldn't be many that wouldn't run away when they see Blood Emperor. I, Jian Wushuang, don't have the guts to deal with Blood Emperor in person, Jian Wushuang said, and his voice spread from afar via divine power into Blood Emperor's ears. I told the others to invite you over on my behalf, but you never came to Crimson Castle as a guest. Naturally, I could only come to find you in person, Blood Emperor smiled faintly. I wonder what Blood Emperor would like me to do for him? Jian Wushuang asked. He was curious too. Why did Blood Emperor look for him? Actually, I looked for you because I needed your help, Blood Emperor said. I have been studying a formation for quite some time. However, the setup of the formation required a gemstone called Tian Sha Gem. I don't have many of them, so I wanted to borrow a few from you. Tian Sha Gem? Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows. What's a Tian Sha Gem? Where did Blood Emperor hear that I have Tian Sha Gems? You don't have Tian Sha Gems? Blood Emperor frowned. I really don't, and I've never heard of Tian Sha Gems, Jian Wushuang said straightforwardly. You've never even heard of them? Blood Emperor squinted his eyes as he thought to himself, he doesn't even know about the Tian Sha Gems. In other words, it's impossible that he belongs to my tribe, even though he carried a treasure of my tribe. Blood Emperor's gaze turned cold, and he instantly lifted his head again. He smiled and said, Jian Wushuang, you should have Tian Sha Gem, but you never knew. I have a Tian Sha Gem with me. Take a look. Blood Emperor took out a crimson gem from Qian Kuan ring and pretended to show Jian Wushuang as his figure moved towards Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, hurry up and run. King of Venomous Worm's voice suddenly heard in Jian Wushuang's head. Jian Wushuang's face grew grim and turned around immediately to run without hesitation. Just as he turned around, rumble, there was a soaring murderous intention which erupted from Blood Emperor. Blood Emperor was originally moving closer to him, but then he was traveling at a terrifying speed too, like a crimson, flowing light that flew through the void towards Jian Wushuang. Blood Emperor said he didn't want to kill me? Jian Wushuang's facial expression changed. His soul power could sense that the distance between himself and Blood Emperor was getting smaller at a terrifying speed. At that rate, he reckoned that Blood Emperor would catch up to him in a short time. Secret skill of dragon blood, Jian Wushuang bellowed, and the divine power in his body suddenly became a blazing inferno and churned at a terrifying speed. Burning with the aid of divine power, Jian Wushuang's speed instantly increased by a few hundred times. The distance between Blood Emperor and Jian Wushuang wasn't far, but it instantly widened the gap at extremely terrifying speed. What? Looking at the scene, Blood Emperor's face changed, and he immediately sent a message to all the experts under his command within Darkness Mountain. He wanted them to stop Jian Wushuang from escaping. There were quite a number of experts under Blood Emperor's control, and most of them had gathered at Darkness Mountain. The moment they received his order, they carried it out. However, Blood Emperor belittled Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's soul power spread. Hence, whenever there were to be any experts that appeared around him, he could notice them at the very moment. Then, he would dodge. The experts in Darkness Mountain that wanted to stop him couldn't even see where he was. The chase only continued for 15 minutes and Blood Emperor had to stop. After all, Jian Wushuang was nowhere to be seen. The experts under his control also couldn't see Jian Wushuang anywhere. He escaped? Blood Emperor looked embarrassed and, at the same time, he was shocked. One must know that he was also good at speed. He took action personally, but Jian Wushuang had run away under his watch. Jian Wushuang's skill of escape was extraordinary. Blood Emperor stood in the void and waited for a while. He was waiting for the replies of the experts under his control. Very soon, he came to a conclusion. Although the young man was very fast at running away, he should have yet to get out of Darkness Mountain. If I'm not mistaken, he must have found a place to hide. The place that he is hiding is definitely within a billion miles range of this region before me. Blood Emperor was clear that it was impossible for Jian Wushuang to run out from Darkness Mountain in such short period of time. Plus, the experts under his control didn't notice Jian Wushuang's existence. Hence, Jian Wushuang had definitely hidden. There was a flash of a chilly gleam in Blood Emperor's eyes. The next moment, he gave a command to the experts under his control. Everyone, gather at this region. Search using consciousness within a 1 billion mile range. We must find Jian Wushuang. The experts under Blood Emperor's control immediately started to search within a 1 billion mile range. A billion-mile range was already extremely vast. One must know that there was a limitation of cultivators' consciousness coverage in Skysword Prison. A real god could only cover an expanse of 1,000 miles with his all. Relying on a real god's consciousness to search for a hidden expert within a billion-mile range was really difficult. Most importantly, within the 1 billion-mile range, the underground was not included. Taking the underground into account, the range became even wider. There was less than 100 of them if the experts under Blood Emperor's control were all added up. Even if everyone gathered to search through the 1 billion mile range, the difficulty level of the search was still considered high. Chapter 1466, Living in Seclusion. Chapter 1466, Living in Seclusion. Within the 1 billion mile range that the experts under Blood Emperor's control were searching through vigorously, in the extreme depths of the underground, there was a cave dwelling that had exploded forcefully by divine power. Jian Wushuang was in the cave dwelling. At that very moment, his face was pale and the aura on his body was weak. King of venomous worms, how long until my divine power has recovered to its peak? Jian Wushuang asked. The stronger your power, the more difficult it is to recover your divine power. Plus, your divine power wasn't expended in an ordinary massacre, but burned by force while you were running away. When you arrived at this cave dwelling, your divine power was almost empty. Luckily, I was there to recover on behalf. You'll need at least 3 days to recover to your peak, King of Venomous Worms replied. With his divine power, which could be compared favorably with peak in the third heaven, under the situation where it was burned entirely, it was already considered an unbelievable recovery rate for him to recover in just 3 days. It was all because of King of Venomous Worms. If Jian Wushuang were to rely on his own recovery power, it would definitely require much longer time. 3 days? Jian Wushuang nodded in silence as his face grew grave. What's going on with Blood Emperor? I told him I have no Tian Sha gem. I said I have none, and he wanted to kill me? Could it be that he was definite that I have a Tian Sha gem? But I don't even know what Tian Sha gems are. Jian Wushuang muttered. It was because you didn't know about Tian Sha gems. That's why Blood Emperor wanted to kill you, King of Venomous Worms said. Why? Jian Wushuang was confused. Jian Wushuang, if I'm not mistaken, Blood Emperor should be someone from Holocaust Sect, King of Venomous Worms said. Holocaust Sect? Jian Wushuang was shocked. Holocaust Sect was one of the most vicious sects in Eternal Chaotic World. They were brutal and merciless. In order to enhance their power, they would even massacre countless living things. Such a sect was hated by every force in Eternal Chaotic World. They were the public enemy of all cultivators. Back in Green Fire World, Jian Wushuang came across an expert from Holocaust Sect, Dao Yuanzi, and he witnessed the vicious measure of one from Holocaust Sect. In the end, Dao Yuanzi died in his hand, and his blood-killing plate armor was from Dao Yuanzi. An expert from Holocaust Sect wants to kill me? Would it be because of blood-killing plate armor? Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows. Should be, King of Venomous Worms nodded. Blood-killing plate armor is a treasure made by Holocaust Sect with a vicious method, and experts from Holocaust Sect should have some sensory ability towards treasure like this. Plus, the closer the distance, the stronger the senses. Previously, when you were wandering around the other places in Sky Sword Prison, Blood Emperor couldn't sense the existence of blood-killing plate armor as the distance was far. But when you came to Darkness Mountains, the distance became closer and he could sense the aura of blood-killing plate armor. Hence, he aimed for you. However, although he could sense the existence of blood-killing plate armor, he wouldn't be able to gauge if you were from Holocaust Sect. After all, people from Holocaust Sect must be extremely careful when they wander around Eternal Chaotic World. They would hide the aura of the secret skill of Holocaust Sect that they cultivated entirely. Under a situation where they do not expose the aura actively, no one would know that he was an expert from Holocaust Sect. Hence, he was nice to you at the very beginning. King of Venomous Worms paused and continued. As for the reason why he asked for a Tian Sha gem from you, he was probing you. Tian Sha gem was a treasure that Holocaust Sect refined forcibly using a unique method. It is extremely precious. Many experts in Eternal Chaotic World never heard of it. However, an expert from the Holocaust Sect would definitely know about it. He used Tian Sha gem to test you, but you don't know anything about it. Hence, he determined that you aren't from Holocaust Sect. You obtained blood-killing plate armor by chance. Hence, he wanted to kill you and take away your blood-killing plate armor. Oh, I see. Jian Wushuang nodded in silence, but he found it confusing. Although my blood-killing plate armor is quite powerful, it is just a chaos unique treasure for Universe God level. It has yet to reach the real God level. With Blood Emperor's power, he shouldn't be bothered by this kind of treasure. Hee, you got this wrong, King of Venomous Worms scoffed. Blood-killing plate armor is really just a chaos unique treasure for Universe God level to you. However, it was different for experts from Holocaust Sect. After all, blood-killing plate armor was a unique treasure to Holocaust Sect, and ordinary experts in Holocaust Sect aren't qualified to have it. Dao Yuanzi, the guy you killed back then, wasn't as powerful as Blood Emperor, but his background should be more impressive compared to Blood Emperor. He didn't get blood-killing plate armor, but Dao Yuanzi got it. To Blood Emperor, he couldn't use blood-killing plate armor of Universe God level. But when he's out of here, he could figure out a way to enhance the level of blood-killing plate armor through massacres. Then, blood-killing plate armor would become blood-killing king armor. Blood-killing king armor is a treasure that many experts from Holocaust Sect dream of. Blood-killing king armor? Jian Wushuang was dumbfounded. He knew that there was blood-killing armor below blood-killing plate armor, but he didn't know about blood-killing king armor. No wonder Blood Emperor wanted to kill me. He wanted to take my blood-killing plate armor. Jian Wushuang understood. Blood Emperor is from Holocaust Sect. If so, what if I expose his identity? Wouldn't he become the public enemy of cultivators in Sky Sword Prison? Jian Wushuang asked. He wouldn't. King of Venomous Worms smiled. If you were to expose his identity in the outside world, he would become a public enemy and be chased after by many experts. However, you're in Sky Sword Prison. In this prison, everyone is a prisoner. Under such conditions, every expert in Sky Sword Prison only wants to survive and shake off their identity as a prisoner one day. As for Blood Emperor being from Holocaust Sect, they wouldn't be bothered. True, Jian Wushuang nodded as he agreed with King of Venomous Worms' assumption. Jian Wushuang, I'll pass on a set of hiding methods to you. Study them and master them as soon as possible, King of Venomous Worms suddenly said. Hiding methods? Jian Wushuang stunned. King of Venomous Worms explained, you're eyed by Blood Emperor and you're in big trouble. Although you're out of his sights for now, he definitely knew that you were hiding in this region. He definitely ordered the experts under his control to search for you in this region. If they find you, you'll be doomed. But if you master this method, it won't be that easy for them to find you. You might as well hide here and cultivate. Live in seclusion. Let Blood Emperor and his people continue their search. After some time, when they grow tired of it, you can find an opportunity to leave. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows when he heard that, and he understood. Chapter 1467, Heartless. Chapter 1467. Heartless. The experts under the control of Blood Emperor were searching for his whereabouts madly, and Jian Wushuang naturally could only opt to live in seclusion. Back when I was wandering around with King Luozhen, I learnt many methods. The hiding method that I'm going to teach you, although it isn't considered too high of a level in Eternal Chaotic World, should be sufficient for you, King of Venomous Worms said. After learning this method, even real God who probes using consciousness in the region wouldn't be able to feel your existence, let alone those ordinary real gods who briefly cover the range with simple consciousnesses. Jian Wushuang nodded and immediately started to cultivate the hiding method that King of Venomous Worms had provided him with. The level of the method wasn't high. Jian Wushuang would be able to master it very soon with his capability. Relying on the method, Jian Wushuang hid his aura entirely. Soon, Jian Wushuang realized that there was consciousness that swept past him. "Someone's here, and it should be a real god," Jian Wushuang said softly. There an aura in the coverage of his soul power. He was obviously a real god. However, the real god left straight away. As expected, even a real god can't find me. Jian Wushuang smiled and he felt at ease. Then, he took out the painting of Understanding Sword via reincarnation and started comprehending it and cultivating it in seclusion. The time flew past. In the outside world, the experts under the control of Blood Emperor, including Blood Emperor himself, continued to search through a 1 billion-mile range. They even searched deep down in the ground, not letting any corner go unsearched. In a total of a dozen years, the experts almost searched the 1 billion-mile range thoroughly, but they didn't find Jian Wushuang at all. Can't find him? Did he get out of this place? In the sky high above, Blood Emperor's face grew awkward, but he quickly shook his head. No, it is impossible for him to escape in such short period of time. He is definitely still within the 1 billion-mile range, but he definitely cultivated some sort of method that concealed his aura. Hence, we can't find him. We are in trouble then. Blood Emperor was confident that Jian Wushuang was hidden in the 1 billion-miles range and concealing his aura. If he couldn't even find him with consciousness probing, it would be almost hopeless for him to find Jian Wushuang. Unless Jian Wushuang revealed himself. As long as Jian Wushuang isn't stupid, he will definitely continue to live in seclusion. Until he reappears, the experts who are under my control won't stay guard in the 1 billion-mile range to monitor his whereabouts for me, Blood Emperor muttered to himself as he tried to figure out a plan. Then, there's only one way to find the young man. There was a glimpse of light in Blood Emperor's eyes. Then, he took out a communication token. 2 years later, when Jian Wushuang was within the 1 billion-mile range, Blood Emperor stood with his hands behind him on the peak of a tall mountain. He looked like he was waiting for something. Soon, in the void before him, a figure in white robe appeared gradually. It was a lady in white robe. The lady looked elegant and poised. She was smiling faintly, and her body was enrobed with a warm aura. She gave people a holy and pure feeling. Blood Emperor, long time no see. The holy lady in the white robe walked slowly and appeared before Blood Emperor. She looked at Blood Emperor calmly. Blood Emperor was one of the 4 kings in Sky Sword Prison. All experts in Sky Sword Prison would revere Blood Emperor when they see him. However, the holy lady was rather calm before Blood Emperor. She didn't seem nervous or afraid, but greeted him as though she were seeing an old friend. Heartless, Blood Emperor replied with a faint smile. He didn't behave haughtily with her either. Heartless king. One of the 4 kings in Sky Sword Prison. Another expert that was alongside Blood Emperor. Also, the only real god in Sky Sword Prison who was good at consciousness attacks. I heard that Fiery King went to Mist Kings. Then, he should be at your next. You invited me over today. Is it to fight against Fiery King? The holy lady, Heartless King, asked. Fiery King? That madman. Blood Emperor's face grew grave. Fiery King was like Heartless King and himself. He was also one of the 4 kings in Sky Sword Prison. Theoretically, Fiery King was not on the same level as him. In actual fact, the other 3 kings in Sky Sword Prison were afraid of him. Plus, Fiery King would leave his territory every once in a while to challenge the other three kings. As he already looked for Mist King, his next target would be Blood Emperor. Humph, the madman can come as he wishes. It has been more than once or twice anyway, Blood Emperor sneered, then looked at Heartless King. I invited you over today, not because of Fiery King, but because of another matter. Oh? Tell me. Heartless King sounded gentle. Heartless, I shall not beat around the bush with you. 1,000 years ago, there was a newcomer in Sky Sword Prison named Jin Wushuang. Blood Emperor said, Jin Wushuang and I shared a great resentment. I have to kill him. You have great resentment with a newcomer? What kind of resentment? Heartless King asked. It's something from outside of the prison. It's inconvenient for me to tell you. Regardless, I have to kill Jin Wushuang. Blood Emperor was speaking in a deep voice. Previously, I realized the resentment between him and me. I wanted to kill him on the spot. However, the young man's defense power was rather strong. He made a narrow escape. Oh! Heartless King raised her eyebrows and said, to be able to run away from you, Blood Emperor, just how capable is this Jin Wushuang? The young man is really capable, but while he could run away from me, he will never run out of Darkness Mountain. I am definite that he is still hiding somewhere under my nose. Over the past few years, I commanded the experts under my control to search through the area, to probe every inch with consciousness. However, they still can't find him. I reckon he must have cultivated an impressive hiding method that can conceal his aura from an ordinary real god's consciousness probing. Hence, I looked for you. Blood Emperor explained. You want me to look for Jin Wushuang for you? Heartless King's pupil contracted. Yes, Blood Emperor nodded. Among all real gods in Sky Sword Prison, you're definitely on the top of the list in terms of consciousness. The ordinary real gods under my control couldn't find Jin Wushuang's existence, but you could definitely find him if you're willing to help with your attainment in consciousness. Chapter 1468, Expose. Chapter 1468, Expose. Blood Emperor knew clearly just how scared Heartless King was in terms of consciousness. Her consciousness, including her manipulation method of consciousness, wasn't something any ordinary real god could be compared to. That was also the reason he invited Heartless King over. Can you definitely find him? Hee, Blood Emperor. You made it sound so easy. Heartless King shook her head and smiled. A range of 1 billion miles. If I were only to sweep the range with consciousness, it'd be easy. However, Jin Wushuang is obviously good at hiding, so I have to rely on consciousness to probe inch by inch, and you also know that the coverage of consciousness is restrained in Sky Sword Prison. Even if it was me, I'd need more than half a month to probe inch by inch over 100,000-mile range. Now, you're asking about 1 billion miles. How long will it take? Sweeping the range with consciousness and probing inch by inch were totally different. If one were only sweeping the range with consciousness, it'd be easy. If a real god wasn't restrained, their consciousness could easily sweep 100,000 miles. A range of 1 billion miles could be swept in a short time. However, probing inch by inch would require using consciousness to probe every corner within the search range. It would be much more difficult than sweeping the range with consciousness. Naturally, the time required would be much longer. The reason Jin Wushuang said that Heartless King's ability to search for experts was weaker than his was because Jin Wushuang lit up his soul power. He spread his soul power, and he could cover each corner of the entire area. Anyone within the range of his soul power would reveal themselves. Although Heartless King's consciousness was strong, she couldn't do that. If some experts were to hide themselves, she had to spend a long time and great effort on probing inch by inch to find them. That was the reason why Heartless King couldn't fulfill the conditions to reach Sky Sword Prison after so many years. In the 1 billion mile range, probing inch by inch was actually very difficult for Heartless King. Blood Emperor, I'm afraid I won't be able to help, Heartless King said coldly. Blood Emperor creased his eyebrows slightly then said, 2 evil soul pearls. How about that? Evil soul pearls? The Heartless King was surprised, but she immediately turned to look at Blood Emperor, Blood Emperor. You are really people from that force, huh? Regardless of where I'm from, we are now prisoners in Sky Sword Prison, aren't we? Blood Emperor said. True, Heartless King nodded and smiled. 3 evil soul perks and I'll find Jian Wushuang for you. 3. Blood Emperor found it a pain. Evil Soul Pearl was Holocaust Sect's exclusive treasure. It required extremely great effort and a high price to pay in order to refine one. Evil Soul Pearl was a great help for consciousness. Although Blood Emperor was an expert in Holocaust Sect, he didn't have many Evil Soul Pearls. But then, he had to take out 3 pearls at once. Although Evil Soul Pearl is precious, it is nothing compared to blood-killing plate armor. Blood Emperor squinted his eyes and then nodded. 3 Evil Soul Pearl, deal. Then, Blood Emperor passed a Qian Kuan ring to Heartless King. There's 1 Evil Soul Pearl here. The other 2, I'll give you after I kill Jian Wushuang. Sure. Heartless King smiled faintly and examined it. Virum. There was a boundless consciousness that spread out from Heartless King and covered every single corner within range. Heartless King had already started probing for Blood Emperor within a 1 billion-mile range. However, even for Heartless King, it wasn't easy to find Jian Wushuang within the 1 billion-mile range. Even if she didn't rest, it would require a long time. In the blink of an eye, it had been 70 years. In the void, Heartless King was still probing inch by inch with consciousness, while Blood Emperor followed next to Heartless King. In this 100,000-mile range, he isn't here. Let's head to the next area, Heartless King said. Then, Heartless King and Blood Emperor immediately came to the next void. For 70 years, we already searched through half of the 1 billion-mile range. If Jian Wushuang were to really be within the 1 billion miles range, we will be able to find him very soon. Heartless King said, and then spread her consciousness again. At that very moment, in the underground below Heartless King and Blood Emperor, in the depth of the cave dwelling, Jian Wushuang was seated quietly as he comprehended the painting of understanding sword via reincarnation. After so many years, I've comprehended the second painting thoroughly. Next up, the third painting, Jian Wushuang smiled. There was a total of 9 images in the painting of understanding sword via reincarnation. Based on Jian Wushuang's comprehension of reincarnation doctrine, he could only comprehend the first 3. He had already comprehended the first 2 among the 3. Jian Wushuang reckoned that if he were to comprehend the third one as well, his comprehension of reincarnation doctrine would be qualified to pass the first level of Doctrine Palace. By then, he didn't have to be afraid of Blood Emperor either. The third is obviously more profound compared to the 2 previous ones, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. But suddenly, there was a boundless consciousness spreading across. Naturally, Jian Wushuang's cave dwelling was within range too. There's experts here to disturb me with consciousness again? It seems like Blood Emperor has yet to give up. Jian Wushuang smoked as he spread his soul power. He wanted to see which experts released consciousness. Just as he looked clearly with his soul power, Jian Wushuang's face grew grave. It's Blood Emperor. And the other person? The person was in a white robe, looking extremely holy. On top of that, her consciousness was extremely shocking. Jian Wushuang immediately recognized the person. It's Heartless King. Blood Emperor invited Heartless King over? Jian Wushuang's face grew grave. The hiding method that King of Venomous Worms passed down to him had no problem if he were to use it to deal with an ordinary real god. Even if the real gods swept their consciousness across him, they would never notice his existence. However, it was Heartless King who came. She was a real god who was good at consciousness attacks. Among real gods in Sky Sword Prison, she was the strongest in terms of consciousness strength. Jian Wushuang wasn't confident in himself that his hiding method was still sufficient before Heartless King. I hope she doesn't notice me. Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows tightly, trying his best to conceal his aura to his maximum. However, he also considered the worst situation and made plans for it. Heartless King was probing inch by inch with her consciousness. Very soon, she found Jian Wushuang in the cave dwelling. Heartless King moved and locked her fierce consciousness power on Jian Wushuang. Found him, Heartless King revealed a smile. However, in the cave dwelling in the depths of the underground, Jian Wushuang's face instantly changed. She found me. Hurry up and run. Without hesitation, Jian Wushuang, who made a plan for the worst conditions, instantly started running away. Chapter 1469, Consciousness Prison. Chapter 1469, Consciousness Prison. Can I escape? Heartless King smirked coldly in the sky high above as she spread a boundless consciousness. The entire universe grew dark. Swoosh! Jian Wushuang plunged out of the underground and looked at a black wall blockage formed entirely with consciousness that had appeared before him. His face grew grave. Break? Wow! There was a sharp glimpse of sword light. Jian Wushuang erupted his divine power to his limit and performed the real god-unique skill that he had invented, Crimson Light. Although the sword light made a huge crack on the black wall blockage, it didn't slash the black wall blockage apart. The crack immediately recovered too. What? Jian Wushuang looked to be in a fix. Swoosh! Swoosh! The two figures suddenly appeared in the black space. They were Heartless King and Blood Emperor. Blood Emperor, according to our deal, I found Jian Wushuang for you and locked him up in this consciousness prison. As for if you can kill him, it depends on yourself. Heartless King smiled faintly. This is the remaining 2 evil soul pearls. Blood Emperor threw a Qian Kuan ring to Heartless King as he moved towards Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, you made it so troublesome for me to find you. Blood Emperor looked at Jian Wushuang coldly, and his eyes filled with a surging murderous intention. We are in big trouble. Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows tightly as he looked around. This should be one of the measures that made Heartless King famous, Consciousness Prison. It is said that in the Consciousness Prison, even a real god on the top of the 2nd level can barely escape. However, just because real god on the top of the 2nd level couldn't escape, doesn't mean that I can't. Jian Wushuang thought to himself quietly. He swept out his soul power wantonly and covered the consciousness prison surrounding him. The consciousness prison is really sturdy, but there's weak point. The weak point is there. Jian Wushuang locked towards the direction. He could feel that the consciousness wall blockage from that direction was obviously much weaker than the others. With my ability, if I were to perform all my techniques, maybe I could explode the weak point. Then, I'd have a chance to escape. Jian Wushuang thought and already made up his mind. Blood Emperor had already taken action. There was a flash of murderous intention in his eyes. Rumble. A fierce aura soared and his body immediately grew 3 meters high and was covered in crimson red, as though he were a living blood person. Jian Wushuang, die. A loud shrill and the statue of the 3-meter-tall blood person suddenly appeared before Jian Wushuang. Wow! Blood Emperor only briefly lifted his hand and immediately, there was a blade shadow that crystallized in the void, covered in crimson light. The blade shadows that overlapped one another contained boundless power. Suddenly, they slashed at Jian Wushuang with anger. Hong! It was as though the entire universe was slashed in half. Such strong power. Jian Wushuang was frightened, and his soul power instantly flowed out. Roar! A deafening roar was suddenly heard, and there was golden light that erupted from Jian Wushuang's body and formed a huge golden divine ape. The divine ape was wielding a sword as it swept out fiercely with a boundless, unyielding manner. Oh! Heartless King, who had already moved to the border of consciousness prison, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Jian Wushuang is also good at consciousness attacks. He seems to be quite good at it too. Bang! There was a loud thud, and the entire universe shook madly. However, the consciousness prison was still as sturdy as a rock. The huge divine ape became a golden, flowing light and flew out. It landed on the consciousness wall blockage behind and shook from the hit. Then, the golden divine ape took another huge stride forward. After taking a hit of mine, Not only did you not die, but your aura didn't even weaken. Jian Wushuang, your power is not too shabby. The blood person that Blood Emperor had transformed into fixed its gaze on Jian Wushuang with its bloodshot eyes. Hee, if Blood Emperor were to let out your fighting power of a true real god, it would be easy peasy to kill me. However, it won't be that easy now. Jian Wushuang sounded extremely arrogant. Although he was only a universe god, his divine body could be compared favorably with a real god's. On top of that, with blood-killing plate armor, even though Blood Emperor's abilities were much stronger than his, it wouldn't be that easy to really kill him. I'd like to see just how long you can endure for. Blood Emperor launched another attack, but he intended to fight Jian Wushuang in close combat. Wow, wow, wow. Blood Emperor was like a crimson ghost that constantly appeared around Jian Wushuang. A fierce, ferocious hit was launched one after another at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang cast 3 shadows simultaneously and gave full play to flowing light phantom technique. At the same time, he erupted the close combat power that he had trained for the past 1,000 years in Sky Sword Prison entirely. Bang, 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 bang. Every ferocious hit and collision made a vigorous roar. After 1,300 years of training, Jian Wushuang's close combat skill was definitely much stronger than before. However, compared to Blood Emperor, who became an overlord in Sky Sword Prison long ago, he was still a notch lower. Most importantly, Blood Emperor's comprehension of Heaven Way was sufficient to pass through the first level of Doctrine Palace. In terms of unique skill, he was also much stronger than Jian Wushuang. That also led to the one-sided situation in the battle. Jian Wushuang was suppressed by Blood Emperor entirely. Luckily, his defense power was extremely strong. After he took a few hits from Blood Emperor, although he was wounded, it wasn't to the state where he would die. Humph, if you were to be outside Sky Sword Prison, you'd be dead long ago. Blood Emperor's gaze grew cold and continuously damaged Jian Wushuang. Although Jian Wushuang tried his best to fight back, his condition went from bad to worse due to the difference in their power. During the vigorous fight, Jian Wushuang intentionally moved towards the weakest point of the consciousness prison. Soon, very soon, there was hope in Jian Wushuang's eyes. He knew clearly that he was merely fighting a losing battle desperately, like a cornered wild beast, as he continued to fight against Blood Emperor. His real intention was there, but his goal was to aim at the weakest point of consciousness prison. Just as Jian Wushuang and Blood Emperor were fighting against each other in the consciousness prison, in a place near to consciousness prison, swoosh, a figure that was showered in flames appeared in the void. He had just appeared, and he could sense the boundless consciousness power nearby. Why would heartless consciousness prison be here? The brawny man with fiery red hair creased his eyebrows and instantly plunged in the direction of the consciousness prison was at. Very quickly, he arrived before the consciousness prison. Then, he overlooked the huge consciousness prison before him. Chapter 1470, This Technique. Chapter 1470, This Technique. Heartless and Blood Emperor? The brawny man engulfed in flames smiled. Even with the hindrance of consciousness prison, the brawny man could still see the happening within clearly. He naturally also saw the scene of Blood Emperor fighting against Jian Wushuang. This universe god should be Jian Wushuang, who came to Sky Sword Prison not too long ago. To be able to struggle for so long in Blood Emperor's hand, his power is not too shabby. However, it ends here. The brawny man smiled faintly as he watched. He couldn't be bothered, nor did he plan to get involved. In consciousness prison. Very soon. I'll be there very soon. Jian Wushuang's eyes were red with a tinge of madness. However, in actual fact, he was absolutely calm and cool-headed. He had been moving towards the weakest point of the consciousness prison the whole time. He finally arrived at the weakest point of the consciousness prison, but his divine body was heavily injured. This is it. There was a glimpse of light in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Hong, a vast, blazing quicksand exploded directly. The blazing quicksand region moved towards Blood Emperor under Jian Wushuang's manipulation. Although it seemed to only have constrained Blood Emperor slightly, it at least affected his speed. At the same time, there was an enormous amount of crimson flame that flowed from Jian Wushuang's body. The crimson flame formed a huge, crimson sea of fire directly. Jian Wushuang was standing right at the core of the sea of fire, as though he were the king of the Crimson Sea. The power of Star Palace in his body instantly flowed out too. The secret skills of Scarlet Kingdom and Star Palace were performed simultaneously. Break? Jian Wushuang's expression looked extremely crazy as the golden divine ape that covered the surface of his body let out a roar. The sword in its hand was revealing boundless power as well. Wow! A terrifying sword light swept out. The sword light wasn't a slash against Blood Emperor, but at the consciousness wall behind Jian Wushuang. It was a single venture that Jian Wushuang risked everything on, and he performed a variety of his trump cards at once. If the hit were to collapse the consciousness wall, he would stand a chance to escape. Hong! A vigorous noise, and the originally sturdy consciousness prison suddenly shook madly and teetered from the attack. In the very next moment, on the consciousness wall that Jian Wushuang hit, a crack appeared and had an opening. Although the opening wasn't too big, it was big enough for Jian Wushuang to run out of. What? He knew the weakest point of my consciousness prison? Heartless King, who had retreated to the border of the consciousness prison, was surprised. Compared to Jian Wushuang being able to cause an opening in consciousness prison, she was even more shocked by the earlier technique that Jian Wushuang had suddenly performed. Especially, that one technique. This technique? Heartless King was shocked. Even Blood Emperor was stunned on the spot. Blood Emperor, you never said that Jian Wushuang knew this technique before? Heartless King straightaway roared. I never knew he knew that technique too. Blood Emperor bellowed, but he looked extremely distressed. At this point, we can't think too much. Kill. Swoosh. Blood Emperor was fueled by murderous intention. He locked his gaze on Jian Wushuang and plunged to chase after him. However, Jian Wushuang, who caused an opening in consciousness prison, already appeared outside of consciousness prison after he had exited from the opening. I'm out. There was joy shimmering in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Without the hindrance of consciousness prison, it would be much easier if he wanted to escape in the open space. Jian Wushuang instantly performed the secret skill of dragon blood, and the divine power in his body started burning in madness. At the same time, he swept out his soul power. Just as Jian Wushuang performed the secret skill of dragon blood and was prepared to make a run. What? Jian Wushuang's face suddenly changed. Within his sensory range of soul power, he noticed an extremely hot aura which was traveling at terrifying speed. The aura appeared in the void right before him. This is... Jian Wushuang lifted his head and saw a cloud of boundless flame sweeping over. The flame was like a cloud of fire that descended from heaven. The cloud of fire landed before Jian Wushuang. Rumble. The boundless flame swept forward crazily in an imposing manner, like breaking dead wood. The surrounding 10,000-mile range was burned by the blazing flame to the point where not even a blade of grass would grow. The terrifying power frightened Jian Wushuang, while Blood Emperor and Heartless King, who were chasing after Jian Wushuang, immediately hauled their steps. The boundless flame slowed down and finally left a small flame burning. Inside the small flame, a brawny figure gradually revealed itself. He had fiery red hair, fiery red eyebrows, and even his beard had a flame-like redness. His body was built and his skin was tan. He was filled with an air of masculinity. However, the brawny man engulfed in the flame was covered in unprecedented rage, and his gaze was furious too. Looking at the visitor, Blood Emperor and Heartless King grew grave. Jian Wushuang stopped in the void afar too. He was shocked to see the sight. Such a terrifying aura. The aura was so savage and so much stronger compared to Blood Emperor and Heartless King. This is Fiery King. Jin Wushuang immediately understood the visitor's identity. In Sky Sword Prison, the four kings were publicly recognized as the four most powerful experts. However, among the four experts, there were differences in their power too. Among them, Fiery King was known publicly and recognized as the strongest. He was stronger than Blood Emperor, Heartless King, and also Mist King. The legend said that Fiery King would visit the other three kings every once in a while to fight against them. Every time they fought, although he couldn't kill the other three kings, he could torture the other three kings. Hence the reason why he was recognized as the #1 overlord in Sky Sword Prison. The other three kings were afraid of Fiery King to a certain extent. Then, Fiery King appeared before Jin Wushuang. Impressive. 4 kings in Sky Sword Prison, and there are 3 here. Plus, Fiery King took the initiative to block Blood Emperor and Heartless King for me? Jin Wushuang's expression grew strange. The brawny man showering in flame, Fiery King, was in boundless anger as he stared at Blood Emperor and Heartless King before him. Blood Emperor, Heartless, the two of you. How dare you do anything to my underling? You have guts. A loud roar was heard from Fiery King. His deafening voice shook the surrounding void as though they were shivering in fear. Hearing that, Blood Emperor and Heartless King grew pale, while Jin Wushuang looked surprised. Chapter 1471. Fiery King. Chapter 1471. Fiery King. My man? Fiery King said that I'm his man? Jin Wushuang was caught by surprise. He had not been in Sky Sword Prison for long. He had not came across Fiery King before, nor had he been an appendage to Fiery King. But then, Fiery King said that he was his man? More interestingly, from Blood Emperor and Heartless King's expressions, they seemed to know that he was Fiery King's man. What was going on? Fiery King. Heartless King looked at Fiery King. I am invited by Blood Emperor. He gave me benefits while I only looked for Jin Wushuang on his behalf. Before this, I never knew that he was your man. I had no idea either, Blood Emperor said. I don't care if you knew or not. In short, you already took action against him. Fiery King was raging with anger. He was really angry at that moment. When he came to the void nearby and saw Blood Emperor and Heartless King were fighting against Jin Wushuang, he didn't bother, nor did he intend to get involved. After all, a massacre in Sky Sword Prison was originally crazy. Jin Wushuang wasn't related to him at all, so his death had nothing to do with him. However, at the crucial moment, Jin Wushuang performed various trump cards and caused an opening in the consciousness prison. Among the trump cards that Jin Wushuang performed, it included the technique from Scarlet Kingdom. The moment he saw Jin Wushuang perform the secret skill of Scarlet Kingdom, Fiery King couldn't just sit and watch. As you already took action against my man, you have to pay the price for what you have done. A cold voice was heard from Fiery King's mouth. The next moment, Fiery King immediately launched an attack. Rumble. Fiery King's figure expanded instantly and suddenly became a giant that was 100 zhang tall and covered in flame. It was a flaming giant. Wow! The flaming giant stepped hard and kicked in the direction of Blood Emperor and Heartless King. On the way, a churning crimson flame swept out mightily. It suddenly covered the surrounding void in an instant. In the 10,000-mile range, it became a crimson sea. The flaming giant that Fiery King became was the only ruler of the Crimson Sea. Looking at the sight, Jin Wushuang's eyes stared with his eyes wide opened. This is Scarlet Kingdom. Scarlet Kingdom? Yes, Fiery King was performing Scarlet Kingdom's technique then. The difference compared to Jin Wushuang's was that the Scarlet Kingdom technique that Fiery King performed was at a peak level. It could cover a total expanse of 10,000 miles. As for Jin Wushuang, even if he performed Scarlet Kingdom with all his power, the coverage wouldn't be more than 10 miles. Scarlet Kingdom was a precious secret skill of Lineage of Scarlet. Fiery King is an expert from Lineage of Scarlet. Jin Wushuang was surprised. He finally found out why Fiery King said that he was his man. It turned out that the two of them belonged to lineage of Scarlet. Rumble. A terrifying rumble sounded across the battlefield. Even if Blood Emperor and Heartless King, who were swallowed by the Crimson Sea of Fire, were to work together, they would still be in a fix from the ferocious attack of the flaming giant that Fiery King transformed into. In a short while, they were trembling in the balance and were dispirited. Consider this a lesson that I teach you. If there's a next time, humph. Fiery King's loud voice was heard across the universe, and the crimson sea of fire that covered the surroundings slowly stopped spreading. In the sea of fire, Blood Emperor and Heartless King glared at Fiery King in anger. Let's go. The two of them turned and left immediately, without hesitation. The universe quickly calmed down. The flame on Fiery King slowly dispersed, and he returned to his original look of a brawny man. He suddenly plunged forward and appeared before Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, Fiery King looked excited when he looked at Jian Wushuang. Thank you, Mr. Fiery King, for lending a helping hand. Jian Wushuang quickly thanked him. Haha, you are from lineage of Scarlet, a junior to me. Of course I have to save you. Plus, even if I don't, you should be able to escape, right? Fiery King laughed. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrow but did not deny it. True. He had already freed himself from Heartless King's consciousness prison, and he had already performed the secret skill of dragon blood. Even if Fiery King didn't appear, he would be able to run away too. Let's go. Find a place and let's have a chat, Fiery King smiled. Very soon, the two of them found a remote cave dwelling in Darkness Mountain. In the cave dwelling, Jian Wushuang and Fiery King sat opposite one another. Jian Wushuang, where did you cultivate the secret skill from Scarlet Kingdom? Fiery King asked. At Snow Kingdom in Dayu World, on Scarlet Island, Jian Wushuang briefly explained the process of him cultivating Scarlet Kingdom. After he heard Jian Wushuang's description, Fiery King nodded his head and revealed a gratified expression. Luckily, although lineage of Scarlet is on the decline, it has never once been destroyed. Mr. Fiery King, would you be the creator of lineage of Scarlet? Jian Wushuang asked. Back when he was on Scarlet Island, the master of Scarlet Island once told him the history of lineage of Scarlet. He said that lineage of Scarlet was created by a top-notch expert above universe god. Lineage of Scarlet was once brilliant, but it was in decline later on. Creator? I guess so, Fiery King nodded faintly. As expected, Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Then, Fiery King started telling him the story. Many years ago, I created lineage of Scarlet in the kingdom, and the kingdom was one of the 72 kingdoms that Sky Sword Mountain controlled. Then, because there was a real godamy who took charge, lineage of Scarlet was considered a great force in the Holy Kingdom. There was almost no one who dared to provoke us, but then, because of an accident, I offended Sky Sword Mountain, and it could be said that I offended Sky Sword Mountain greatly. Then, I understood that lineage of Scarlet was in danger. Hence, I made a prompt decision and ordered the experts of lineage of Scarlet to immediately leave the Holy Kingdom while I also opted to run away. However, Sky Sword Mountain was too powerful. In the end, I was arrested by experts from Sky Sword Mountain and imprisoned here in Sky Sword Prison. Fortunately, lineage of Scarlet escaped. Fiery King smiled. Jian Wushuang sighed. The 72 holy kingdoms that Sky Sword Mountain controlled and the distance to Snow Kingdom was very far. Scarlet Kingdom ran away from the 72 holy kingdoms into Snow Kingdom and steadied its foundation in an ordinary world in Snow Kingdom. They really ran very far away. I thought I'd forever be imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison and never meet any junior of lineage of Scarlet. I never thought that I'd be able to meet you today. Fiery King looked at Jian Wushuang with a smile on his face. Chapter 1472, Hopeless. Chapter 1472, Hopeless. To be able to see a junior from the lineage of Scarlet in my remaining years, and know that lineage of Scarlet still exists in eternal chaotic world. I, Fiery King, can die with no regrets. Fiery King smiled and said. Jin Wushuang could understand Fiery King's feelings. Over the years, he had been imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison, and he was cut off from the outside world. He wasn't sure how Lineage of Scarlet was doing and whether if it was destroyed. He had been worried. Then, when he finally met Jin Wushuang, he found out that Lineage of Scarlet still existed and had already steadied their foundation in Snow Kingdom. Fiery King could finally feel at ease. Mr. Fiery King, don't worry. With your ability, there will definitely be a day when you can leave Sky Sword Prison, Jin Wushuang said. Leave. Fiery King shook his head slowly. It isn't that easy to leave Sky Sword Prison. I'm afraid there won't be a day where I leave here. Why? Jin Wushuang creased his eyebrows. From Jin Wushuang's point of view, Fiery King was widely recognized as the top expert. Even the other three kings had to bow down before him. Such an expert, if he were to carry out a major massacre, should be able to kill many experts. Through accumulation over the years, it would just be a matter of time until he fulfilled the criteria to leave the prison. Jin Wushuang, you're only a universe god. To a universe god, as long as you kill 100 of universe god of the same level or 10 real gods, you can leave. However, for a real god, the criteria is different. Fiery King smiled faintly as he explained. A real god who wants to leave Sky Sword Prison has to kill 1,000 experts, and they must not take their levels into consideration. In other words, even if you kill real gods of the same level, it will be counted as one. You know everyone's defense power in Sky Sword Prison is very high. They aren't that easy to kill. Plus, there are not many experts in Sky Sword Prison. It is too difficult for a real god to kill 1,000 experts in the prison. It's really difficult, but there's a string of hope, Jin Wushuang said. Yes, there's a string of hope. The hope is to accumulate over the years. Even if I only kill one expert every 10,000 years, I'd be able to fulfill the criteria in 10 million years. However, the mentioned criteria was for ordinary real god, but I am one of the 4 kings in Sky Sword Prison. As kings, our criteria to leave is even tougher, Fiery King said. Tougher? Could it be that they ask you to kill 10,000 experts? Jin Wushuang asked. 10,000? No, as kings, we have to kill 1,000. But the 1,000 that we kill have to be real gods. Fiery King said. What? Jin Wushuang was surprised. Kill real gods. Kill 1,000 real gods, then he could leave Sky Sword Prison? How could real gods be killed so easily? Plus, comparing real gods to universe gods, the numbers were much less. Since the birth of Sky Sword Prison, including all real gods that had died and left, he reckoned there weren't more than 300 of them. There weren't even more than 300 real gods who had been imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison. How could the 4 kings kill 1,000 real gods? Jin Wushuang, now you know why I felt hopeless about leaving Sky Sword Prison? Fiery King smiled faintly, but Jin Wushuang saw the smile and found it extremely sad. Jin Wushuang grew distressed. At the same time, he pitied Fiery King and the other 3 kings. The 4 kings in Sky Sword Prison looked so enchanting and were treated as overlords in Sky Sword Prison. But, in actual fact, the 4 kings were much sadder than any other experts in Sky Sword Prison. After all, although it was dangerous for the other experts to stay in Sky Sword Prison, and the probability of them falling wasn't low, they stood a chance to leave Sky Sword Prison after all. However, the 4 kings seemed to not stand a chance at all. To kill 1,000 real gods. Even Jin Wushuang himself reckoned that it would be hopeless. Of course, if we 4 kings want to leave Sky Sword Prison, there is another possibility, Fiery King said. How? Jin Wushuang turned to look at Fiery King. Breakthrough, and become the 2nd stage of real god. Fiery God explained. The stage is second to Almighty. It is far stronger than ordinary 1st stage real god. Experts at that stage, even Sky Sword Prison can't imprison them. Hence, the owner of Sky Sword Mountain once said that if we were to break through to that stage, we could leave as well. It's a pity that it isn't that easy to break through to that stage. Eternal chaotic world, there are so many real god experts. But just how many of them could really take that leap? At least, from what I know, I am hopeless in this life. Not only myself, But the other three kings don't have any hope either. Jin Wushuang's face grew grave as he nodded in agreement. All right, forget about that. Let's talk about you. Fiery King looked at Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang, why are you imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison? Why are you chased after by Blood Emperor and Heartless King? This, Jin Wushuang thought for a while and briefly told Fiery King the story. Oh, lineage of Star? You are a disciple of Star Palace? Fiery King looked at Jin Wushuang in surprise. He had once wandered in 10 cultivation sanctuaries alone. He had heard of lineage of Star and disciple of Star Palace before. Haha, your higher up in lineage of Star is quite interesting. He sent you to murder in Sky Sword Mountain. It was obviously to provoke the owner of Sky Sword Mountain, Fiery King laughed. No one denied it, Jin Wushuang pouted, then briefly explained why Blood Emperor was after him. Holocaust sect? You mean Blood Emperor is Holocaust sect's man? Fiery King's gaze turned cold as he stood up. I am only guessing, but it should be that, Jin Wushuang answered. He believed in King of Venomous Worm's judgment. Plus, from his viewpoint, that was the only reason for Blood Emperor to come after him. Humph, the bastard from Holocaust sect. Fiery King's voice was cold. Previously, when I was wandering in Eternal Chaotic World, I once saw Holocaust sect's doings. Their vicious formation refined all living things in 21 worlds in less than 1,000 years. Back then, in the Holy Kingdom, it stirred up a great commotion and even got the owner of Sky Sword Mountain involved. It is said that the owner of Sky Sword Prison personally investigated the case. However, the people from Holocaust sect ran away too quickly and didn't fall in the hands of the owner of Sky Sword Mountain. I never thought that the Sky Sword Mountain that we are currently in had people from Holocaust sect too, and that he would be one of the 4 kings. Chapter 1473, 3,000 Years. Chapter 1473, 3,000 Years. Holocaust sect, an eternal chaotic world, was hated by everyone, especially by Fiery King, who once watched the merciless act of Holocaust sect with his own eyes and loathed them even more. It's a pity that it isn't eternal chaotic world, but Sky Sword Prison. Even if we find out about Blood Emperor's true identity, we can't do anything about him, Fiery King continued. The experts in Sky Sword Prison are all prisoners. They have trouble even keeping themselves alive. Who would be bothered if Blood Emperor was one of the experts from Holocaust sect? As for myself, even if I intend to take action against Blood Emperor, under the limitation of divine power, I can only suppress him and torture him. But it's impossible for me to kill him. Fiery King was publicly acknowledged as the #1 expert in Sky Sword Prison. Even if it was him, under the condition where his divine power was limited, he couldn't kill a king. Jin Wushuang, if Blood Emperor is really after you because of your blood-killing plate armor, you have to be careful. Fiery King looked at Jin Wushuang and exhorted. Blood-killing plate armor, to us ordinary universe gods, isn't very useful. However, to Blood Emperor, who is from Holocaust sect, it is very useful. If he were to get blood-killing plate armor, he could figure out a way to enhance the power of blood-killing plate armor over the years. He could level up blood-killing plate armor into blood-killing king armor. Once he obtains blood-killing king armor, I dare say that his fighting power should be able to reach the 2nd stage of real god. By then, he could leave Sky Sword Prison. And this should be his only chance to leave Sky Sword Prison. He definitely won't let the chance slip. Hence, even if I just taught him a lesson earlier and warned him, he will definitely not hesitate to take action against you if he has a chance. I understand, Jin Wushuang nodded. He also knew that blood-killing plate armor was useful to Blood Emperor. Before blood-killing plate armor, Blood Emperor definitely wouldn't be bothered by Fiery King's threat. After all, although Fiery King was strong, he couldn't kill him. At first, I intended to train myself at Blood Emperor's Darkness Mountain for a while. Then, when my Flowing Light Phantom reaches the 2nd level, I will start my massacre plan. However, it seems like my plan has to be delayed. Jin Wushuang's face grew solemn. Blood Emperor had his eyes on Jian Wushuang. If he were to continue training in Sky Sword Prison or launch a massacre plan, Blood Emperor might find him again. Then, he wasn't sure if he could keep himself alive in a fight against Blood Emperor. Jian Wushuang, if you want to train, why not just return to Fiery Prison with me? Fiery King said. Fiery Prison? Jian Wushuang was surprised. We, the four kings, each have our territories in Sky Sword Prison. Blood Emperor's territory is here in Darkness Mountain, while mine is in Fiery Prison. It is much bigger than Darkness Mountain, and there are more experts there too. Plus, it is my territory. You can fight against anyone as training, regardless of how much Blood Emperor is dying to get the blood-killing plate armor from you. He doesn't have the guts to barge into Fiery Prison to hunt you down. Plus, he can't hunt you down anyway, Fiery King suggested. Great idea, Jian Wushuang beamed with joy. What he lacked was training. There was still room for improvement in terms of his power. Once he improved his power, he would be confident enough to fight against Blood Emperor. By then, even if he were to wander in Blood Emperor's territory, Darkness Mountain, Blood Emperor could only sit and watch but couldn't do anything about him. If so, let's depart immediately. Jian Wushuang immediately departed to Fiery Prison with Fiery King. Fiery Prison was just like rolling hills, but most of the hills were made of volcanoes. At that very moment, among the scorching hot volcanoes, Jian Wushuang stood with his sword, while there was a short, elderly in red armor before him. The short, elderly held a red hammer in each hand, while he revealed a smile on his face. Jian Wushuang, did you offend Mr. Fiery King? Mr. Fiery King sent us a message that, if we were to ever come across you, we have to try our best to kill you. Oh! Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and wasn't surprised. After all, it was a requirement that Fiery King had suggested. As he wanted to train himself in Fiery Prison, it naturally had to be a life-and-death challenge. If the experts in Fiery Prison were to hold back their power, the training wouldn't be as effective. Want to kill me? I shall see if you have the ability to, Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Kill? The short, elderly didn't bullshit anymore. There was a chilly gleam in his eyes as he charged forward. Hong! Hong! The two red hammers pierced the air and slammed down toward Jian Wushuang with boundless power. Jian Wushuang immediately wielded his sword to block. From that day onwards, Jian Wushuang wandered in Fiery Prison alone and exchanged blows with many experts in Fiery Prison. There were more experts in Fiery Prison than in Darkness Mountain, especially experts on the second level. There were a total of 8 in Fiery Prison itself. The others were made up of many real gods and universe gods on the peak of the third level. These people were suitable for Jian Wushuang to train himself on. Plus, the experts didn't know Jian Wushuang's relationship with Fiery King. They even thought Jian Wushuang had offended Fiery King, which explained why Fiery King was so angry that he wanted him dead. Hence, the experts in Fiery Prison who came across Jian Wushuang tried their best to kill Jian Wushuang. But Jian Wushuang's defense power was extremely strong, and he could barely deal with them. During his training, Jian Wushuang's power was increasing gradually. The years flew past. In the blink of an eye, it had been 3,000 years. For the past 3,000 years, Jian Wushuang had been fighting vigorously with all the experts in Fiery Prison. In addition to the 1,300 years that he had been in Sky Sword Prison, he had been imprisoned for 4,300 years. 4,300 years was an extremely long time to Jian Wushuang. In Fiery Prison, on the top of a huge volcano, on the border of the volcano crater, Jian Wushuang sat in silence, alone. He slowly opened his eyes and revealed a joyous expression. 3,000 years. I have been cultivating and comprehending in Fiery Prison for 3,000 years. I have finally comprehended the third image of the painting of understanding sword via reincarnation. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly while he felt a despondent mood. He was a person of quick comprehension, and he possessed high innate advantage in terms of comprehension towards reincarnation doctrine. He didn't use too much time to fully comprehend the first 2 images of the painting of understanding sword via reincarnation. However, He had used a total of 3,000 years to comprehend the third image, and he had many related trainings in the past 3,000 years. Chapter 1474, Visiting Darkness Mountain Again. Chapter 1474, Visiting Darkness Mountain Again. Heaven Way is unfathomable. Furthermore, the deeper you dig into it, the more difficult it is to comprehend. Jin Wushuang, you are only a universe god after all, and you are only a universe god in the second heaven. To be able to comprehend the third image of the painting of understanding sword via reincarnation in 3,000 years is already very impressive. You must know that an ordinary real god might not even reach your level in 300,000 years or 30,000 years, let alone 3,000 years. King of Venomous Worm's voice rang in Jin Wushuang's head. Jin Wushuang raised his eyebrows. He knew that a universe god was different from a real god. Once he reached the level of a real god, it would be much easier to comprehend Heaven Way as compared to a universe god. A universe god who could comprehend a slight bit of power of Heaven Way was already considered a top genius. To a real god, comprehending power of Heaven Way was something common. Although it took me longer, I have reached this step regardless, Jin Wushuang smiled. The step was referring to passing through the first level of Doctrine Palace. Jin Wushuang, who had fully comprehended the third image of the painting of understanding sword via reincarnation, had possessed the power to pass through the first level of Doctrine Palace. In other words, his comprehension of power of Heaven Way alone wasn't any weaker than the four kings in Sky Sword Prison. In terms of divine power, they were on the same level as well due to the fact that real gods were restricted. Then, compared to the four kings, he reckoned their only difference was their created unique skills. Jin Wushuang was only a universe god in the second heaven after all. The highest limit that he could reach was to create a beginner real god unique skill. However, it was different for real god. The unique skills created by the four kings in Sky Sword Prison were much stronger. I am definitely weaker in terms of unique skill. However, I have many trump cards and techniques. On top of that, my divine body is strong. It should be sufficient to fight against Blood Emperor. If so, I can begin my massacre plan very soon. There was light shimmering in Jin Wushuang's eyes. Over the years, he had been wandering in fiery prison for training and never once left because of the threatening existence of Blood Emperor. He never had the confidence to fight Blood Emperor, which led to a temporary hold on his massacre plan. However, it was different then. On that day, Jin Wushuang had found Fiery King. You're ready to leave fiery prison? Where do you intend to go? To wander around and hunt down experts? Fiery King looked at Jin Wushuang. No, I do not intend to wander around. I plan to head over to Darkness Mountain directly. Jin Wushuang said. Darkness Mountain, Blood Emperor's enemy's nest? Fiery King's face grew solemn as he looked at Jin Wushuang. You seem to be confident in dealing with Blood Emperor? Yes, Jin Wushuang smiled. In Sky Sword Prison, there shouldn't be anyone who has the power to kill me. Not even Fiery King yourself, I'm afraid. Oh, so confident? Fiery King raised his eyebrows. If so, I will not say more. You already have my communication token. If you run into any trouble in Darkness Mountain, send me a message. All right, Jin Wushuang nodded. Then, he immediately departed. Fiery King looked at Jin Wushuang's shadow and sighed with emotion. 3,000 years ago, when this boy fought Blood Emperor, it was difficult for him to stay alive by giving his all. But today, 3,000 years later, he is so confident that he can stay alive before Blood Emperor and even me. TSK, his speed of improvement is terrifyingly fast. My lineage of Scarlet has an impressive young man. I hope that this young man stands a chance to leave Sky Sword Prison. Sky Sword Prison, Darkness Mountain. It had been 3,000 years since Jin Wushuang last came to Darkness Mountain, which was Blood Emperor's territory. In the void above all rolling hills, Jin Wushuang in a crimson robe, carrying a sword behind him, was walking forward slowly. 3,000 years ago, Blood Emperor and the experts under his command drove me to a miserable corner. I hid in the cave dwelling underground for 100 years, but didn't dare to pop up. In the end, he even asked Heartless King to look for me. If it wasn't for Fiery King's arrival, even if I could have escaped Blood Emperor and Heartless King's chase, I could only have found a place to hide again. Hee, the debt from 3,000 years ago, Jin Wushuang is coming to take revenge today. Jin Wushuang's gaze was cold and his soul power spread across wantonly. In 2 days, Jin Wushuang's soul power detected an expert's existence. Universe God? Jin Wushuang towering in the void, and he could clearly feel an expert in a cave, dwelling in a mountain afar with his soul power. The expert was just a universe god, and he was only on the 3rd level. Although this universe god has good defense power, it's a piece of cake for me to kill him with my current power. However, he's only a universe god. Even if I killed him, it won't be of much help to me. Jin Wushuang shook his head and left. He was also only a universe god. The criteria for him to leave Sky Sword Prison was that he either kill 100 universe gods or kill 10 real gods. If it were like before, when Jin Wushuang had not had enough power, he could only figure out a way to kill 100 universe gods in order to bail himself out from Sky Sword Prison. But now, he had absolute power, and he was leaning towards the latter option. Killing 1 real god is equal to killing 10 universe gods. It is obviously a worthy choice. Jin Wushuang smiled and continued to search through Darkness Mountain. His soul power was a great advantage that he had. Taking advantage of his soul power, it was too easy for him to find those experts in Darkness Mountain. In a few days' time, Jin Wushuang had found a real god. Real God Huayuan, on the 3rd level in Sky Sword Prison, a real god that has yet to grasp Heaven Way. Plus, he is an expert under Blood Emperor's command. 3,000 years ago, he was among the real gods who were searching for me within the 1 million miles range. Jin Wushuang smirked coldly and instantly plunged towards the marsh where real god Huayuan was at. In the huge marshland that was up to 100 miles wide, real god Huayuan had opened up a cave dwelling below the marshland. Over the years, real god Huayuan had been staying there. It was a beautiful cave dwelling. It was spacious, and there were various decorations. They were all brought in from outside the prison by real god Huayuan himself. It was rather luxuriantly decorated. On an exquisite stone bed in the middle of the cave dwelling, real god Huayuan was lying casually with wine and food by his side. All that was missing were a few beauties and maidservants serving him. If he had that too, no one would have been able to tell that he was a prisoner. Chapter 1475, Real God Huayuan. Chapter 1475, Real God Huayuan. Sigh. I should not have done anything to that royal disciple secretly for such a small benefit back then. Otherwise I, Huayuan, would not have been locked up in this Sky Sword Prison. Moreover, this imprisonment is for 8 million years, real God Huayuan sobbed as he lay down. Back then, he was considered a well-respected overlord in a region of the Holy Kingdom. However, due to a rash decision, he had been imprisoned in the Sky Sword Prison for a total of 8 million years. Initially, real God Huayuan had still had hope that he could accomplish the criterion of the Sky Sword Prison to kill 1,000 universe gods and then leave the prison. However, he soon realized that meeting such criterion was merely a futile hope. Not to mention leaving after achieving the criterion, it was already very difficult for him to keep himself alive in the prison. After all, to some of the universe gods who stood at the top in the Sky Sword Prison, it would be a lot easier to kill a real god like him than to kill 10 universe gods. As such, it was natural that some universe gods had their eyes on him, such as the 2 demonic universe gods who were of the 2nd level. Under conditions where his divine power was restricted, he was not the 2 demonic universe gods' opponent. Moreover, just keeping himself alive was difficult. As such, he chose to be under the command of the Blood Emperor. Although he lived his life under poor circumstances for 8 million years, at the very least, he would still be able to keep himself alive. I don't even know when I, Huayuan, we'll be able to leave this shitty place. Real God Huayuan was swearing secretly. However, at that moment, boom! A wave of tyrannical divine power erupted abruptly and struck the swamp that he was in directly. In no time, the whole swamp was lifted up. Furthermore, the impressive divine power also spread mercilessly to the cave that he was in. Whoosh! The cave that real God Huayuan was in broke into pieces instantly, and he plunged out immediately. Real God Huayuan appeared at the higher end of the void. As he looked at the swamp that had been completely flattened, he became extremely furious. Jin Wushuang, is that you? Real God Huayuan stared at the blood-robed youth who was standing in front of him. Real God Huayuan, I trust you have been well, Jin Wushuang giggled. How dare you? Even though you know that the Blood Emperor is looking everywhere to kill you, you still dare to come to the Darkness Mountain. Moreover, you also destroyed my cave. Do you really think that with the Fiery King as your supporter, no one in the Sky Sword prison will do anything against you? Real God Huayuan shouted angrily. Haha, the Fiery King is indeed giving me support. However, I have come to the Darkness Mountain alone this time around. Since the Blood Emperor wishes to kill me so much, by all means bring it on, Jian Wushuang laughed. Very good. I shall send a message to the Blood Emperor now. Real God Huayuan took out a token immediately. Jian Wushuang crossed his arms and stood at his position. He did not interfere and allowed Real God Huayuan to send the message. After a short while, have you finished sending your message? Jian Wushuang's laughter could be heard. Real God Huayuan stored his token. However, his eyes had already squinted slightly. This Jian Wushuang did not stop me even though he saw me sending a message to the Blood Emperor. Could it be that he isn't scared due to his strong backing? Real God Huayuan, since you have finished sending your message, isn't it about time that you think about your own situation? Jian Wushuang chuckled. Why? Could it be that you still wish to use us real gods as your whetstones, just like before? Real God Huayuan's voice sounded grave. Whetstone? No, my tough training is more or less over. Now I must think of a way to leave the Sky Sword prison. You should know the criterion to leave as well. As I am a universe god, I must either kill 100 universe gods or 10 real gods to leave. As for you, you are my first target, Jian Wushuang grinned. Kill me? By yourself? Real God Huayuan sneered. What a joke. I am a real god. In the Sky Sword prison, apart from the 4 kings, who could kill me? Before this, when I first came to the Sky Sword prison, I also met a person known as Universe God Long Xiu. He was more confident than you and claimed that in the whole Sky Sword prison, apart from the Heartless King, no one could kill him. However, he died later on and he was killed by me, Jian Wushuang said apathetically. You killed Universe God Long Xiu? Real God Huayuan's eyes narrowed. Universe God Long Xiu's name was famous in the Sky Sword prison. Although he was only a universe god, his ability to keep himself alive was way greater than a real god like himself. However, he had died at the hands of Jian Wushuang. You shall join Universe God Long Xiu as well. Jian Wushuang's eyes glowed with murderous intent. Buzz! Majestic sword essence rose at once. When the foot of Jian Wushuang, who was standing quietly in the void, originally moved, 9 shadows burst forth in a split second at the same time. The 9 shadows pierced through the void easily and appeared in front of real God Huayuan. This is Universe God Long Xiu's secret skill of martial art movement? Real God Huayuan was shocked. However, what followed after that was a roar, Humph! No matter what, you are merely a universe god. Do you think that I will be afraid of you? Boom! Majestic divine power also burst forth from real God Huayuan's body. All the hair on his body turned scarlet. His eyes turned stringent, and his body became bigger. It was as though he had become a real fire ape. Moreover, he was holding a completely red stone rod. The stone rod was 3 meters long, and it was as thick as a person's arm. When real God Huayuan swung the stone rod, he unleashed an earth-shaking power instantly. Go to hell. Real God Huayuan's face distorted. Under the condition of his divine power being restricted, He had already unleashed all his power, unique skills, and secret skills to their maximum. All his power was converged into the stone rod alone. As for Jin Wushuang, who was in front of him, with a flash of the 9 shadows, figures appeared and wielded the Blood Mountain sword. Crimson light. Swish. It was so fast that it was as if a crimson-colored lightning had appeared in midair. It was so fast that it was ridiculous. The crimson-colored sword light and the boundless void. In the places which the sword light passed, a great amount of blood-colored sword light was left behind and did not dissipate even after a long time. In no time, the sword light collided head-on with real God Huayuan's red stone rod. Both Jin Wushuang and real God Huayuan had unleashed the unique skills of real gods. Moreover, the divine power that both of them had released were about equal. However, what was different was that the sword light that Jin Wushuang had executed contained the power of reincarnation. Moreover, it was different from 3,000 years ago. At present, his comprehension of the reincarnation doctrine had already achieved the standards of the Doctrine Palace's first level. Hence, when the power of reincarnation was used, its power was at least 10 times stronger than before. This was still in comparison to the past. As for real God Huayuan, he had never possessed the slightest bit of the power of Heaven Wei. This collision. Puff! Real God Huayuan coughed out a big mouthful of blood straight away. His blood covered his hair, causing his hair, which was already scarlet in color, to become even redder. The aura on real God Huayuan's body also decreased by a huge amount immediately. He retreated in a pathetic state, and it was only after quite a while that he managed to regain his posture. Die! As soon as Jin Wushuang's body moved, 9 shadows appeared. He did not give real God Huayuan any time to catch his breath. Chapter 1476, Massacre began. Chapter 1476, Massacre began. One stroke. He caused me severe injury with just one stroke? How could he be that powerful? Real God Huayuan was still dumbfounded. One should know that he was a real god. Although he was the weakest kind of real god and his divine power was restrained, he was at the peak of the 3rd level in Sky Sword Prison. Under the circumstances of them fighting head-on, the sword principle that Jin Wushuang had performed broke his stick and heavily injured him simultaneously. What kind of power was that? Even out of the real gods who were at the peak of the 2nd level, there was barely anyone who had such power. Run, hurry up and run. Real God Huayuan was in panic mode. He had entirely lost his courage to fight against Jin Wushuang. After all, his defensive power was ordinary. Jin Wushuang had caused him severe injury with one stroke. If he were to perform another few strokes, he would definitely be dead. Jin Wushuang smirked at the sight of real God Huayuan running away. Then, the divine power in his body started churning within. The secret of dragon blood. The secret skill could be used for making an escape. It could also be used to hunt someone down. Even though it was only the first layer of the secret skill of dragon blood, it had increased Jin Wushuang's speed tenfold, and the expense of divine power was within Jin Wushuang's endurance. In combination with the secret skill of flowing light phantom, Jin Wushuang caught up to real God Huayuan in a short time. Then, he instantly performed the sword principle. No! Real God Huayuan let out a shrill cry and tried his best to withstand the attack. However, in a short while, Hong, a terrifying power made real God Huayuan's divine body quiver madly. In the end, it collapsed. Then, Jin Wushuang buried real God Huayuan's life nuclei in oblivion. Real God Huayuan, who had been imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison for a total of 8 million years, died. In the void, Jin Wushuang stood there, looking at real God Huayuan's cold body, and he felt extremely emotional. Real God. He is a real god. I killed a real god. There was an unprecedented light in Jin Wushuang's eyes. Humph. However, he was only a real god of the bottom rank. So what if you killed him? There's nothing to be excited about. Plus, this real god is in Sky Sword Prison where his divine power was restrained. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to kill him. King of Venomous Worm's voice was heard in his head. Of course, even when we're out of Sky Sword Prison, a real god with ordinary divine power and unique skill like real god Huayuan, and never once comprehended the power of Heaven Wei, you could be evenly matched with them with your current power. Jian Wushuang smiled. In Sky Sword Prison, the divine power of a real god was restrained. It did cut down the real god's power drastically. However, even if real god Huayuan could have erupted perfectly, he could really be matched evenly with his current power. I killed real god Huayuan. Blood Emperor should be the first to receive the news. I wonder what his response will be, Jian Wushuang muttered. However, regardless of his response, I will not be afraid of him. Plus, real god Huayuan is just the beginning. Then, let's begin the massacre. With boundless rage, Jian Wushuang continued to start hunting for his prey in Darkness Mountain. In the middle of Darkness Mountain, in the Crimson Castle, the elderly with blade-like eyebrows in a crimson long robe, Blood Emperor, sat on his throne in the utmost position of the hall. Before him, a lady in green stood politely. Jian Wushuang. He came to my Darkness Mountain again? He has guts. Blood Emperor looked cold. Could it be because he thought I wouldn't dare to kill him with Fiery King backing him up? Blood Emperor sneered at the thought. Although Fiery King was strong and he wasn't his match, he only maintained a respectful distance but was not afraid or fearful of him. After all, Fiery King couldn't kill him. But Jian Wushuang had blood-killing plate armor on him. It would help him to increase his power tremendously. Plus, it was his only hope to leave Sky Sword Prison. Hee, as Jian Wushuang is so arrogant, that'd be great. I am worried that I will have no opportunity to kill him. Blood Emperor smirked coldly and lifted his head. Go, immediately send Huayuan a message. Let him figure out a way to drag Jian Wushuang over. Even if he can't delay him, watch him for me. I am coming after him personally. Yes, the lady in green nodded and immediately sent real god Huayuan a message. After a while, the lady in green creased her eyebrows. Why? Blood Emperor asked. I have no idea what happened, but real god Huayuan didn't reply, the lady in green said. No reply? Could he be fighting against Jian Wushuang? Continue to send him messages, Blood Emperor ordered. The lady in green continued to send messages. 2 hours later, the lady in green stopped messaging. The atmosphere in the hall grew creepy. It has been 2 hours. Even if he was fighting Jian Wushuang, they wouldn't be in a fight for so long and didn't even reply to any messages. However, he really didn't reply at all. There's only one possibility, which is that real god Huayuan has already died. Blood Emperor squinted his eyes. If he was dead, he naturally wouldn't reply. That was the only explanation. Huayuan died? Could it be Fiery King? Blood Emperor creased his eyebrows, and then he shook his head very quickly. No way. Fiery King is widely recognized as the top expert in Sky Sword Prison. He is reliant on his own identity. Huayuan never once provoked him on his own. It's unlikely that he would lower himself to take action against Huayuan. There isn't any possibility that he would help Jian Wushuang kill Huayuan either. In other words, the one who killed Huayuan could only be Jian Wushuang. A universe god killed a real god? Blood Emperor's face grew extremely grave. In Sky Sword Prison, in a situation where divine power was capped, there was a possibility for a universe god to kill a real god. For example, the 2 monstrous universe gods on the 2nd level in Sky Sword Prison had the achievement of killing a real god. Hence, Blood Emperor wasn't surprised that Jian Wushuang had reached such a stage. He was shocked at Jian Wushuang's improvement speed. When he first came to Sky Sword Prison, he was only at the 3rd level and not even on the peak of the 3rd level. But it has yet to reach 5,000 years' time. He has already reached the ability of the 2 monstrous universe gods and killed a real god. Such a terrifying speed of improvement. No wonder this boy dares to return to Darkness Mountain. It turns out that he is extremely confident about his own power. However, it is because of his confidence that I have an opportunity to kill him and take blood-killing plate armor. Blood Emperor clenched his fist and looked at the lady in green. Send a message to the experts under my command to keep an eye out for Jian Wushuang within Darkness Mountain from today onwards, and report to me immediately when they see Jian Wushuang. This time, I will not give him any chance to run away." Blood Emperor was raging in anger. Chapter 1477, Insane Massacre. Chapter 1477, Insane Massacre. Jian Wushuang had killed real god Huiyuan. Although this matter had shocked the Blood Emperor, he was not too concerned about it. It was merely a real god at the lowest level. Since he was killed, so be it. However, a mere 10 days had passed since the incident with real god Huiyuan. Similarly, real god Qi Lin, who was under the command of the Blood Emperor, had sent a message to the Blood Emperor saying that he had met Jian Wushuang. Both of them were engaged in an intense fight, and he wanted the Blood Emperor to rush over quickly. The Blood Emperor was delighted when he received the news. However, on his way to real god Qi Lin's location, he realized that there were no longer replies to the messages that he had sent. When he arrived at the scene, Jian Wushuang and real god Qi Lin had disappeared long ago, and only the battlefield, which was in shambles, was left behind. In no time, the Blood Emperor confirmed that real god Qi Lin had also fallen. 1 month later, another incident occurred within the Darkness Mountain. Jian Wushuang came across a third real god known as real god Huanyu. This real god was different from real god Huiyuan and real god Qi Lin whom he had killed. This was because real god Huanyu was someone who had learnt a small bit of the power of Heaven Wei, and he belonged to real gods at the second level. When comparing abilities, he was a lot stronger than real god Huiyuan and real god Qi Lin. However, the results were 2 rays of flittering light were shuttling back and forth in the void quickly. Real god Huanyu, it is impossible for you to escape. Jian Wushuang was filled with a murderous aura. He had already used the secret skill of dragon blood and unleashed the blazing quicksand region toward real god Huanyu crazily. Although real god Huanyu had used all his tricks, he was still unable to escape Jian Wushuang in the end. In the skies of a giant flatland, there were still remnants of huge amounts of divine power around the void. As for Jian Wushuang, he was looking down at real god Huanyu's body with a cold expression. Real god Huanyu. Among the many real gods in Sky Sword Prison, he was considered a real god who kept an extremely low profile, and his ability to stay alive was decent. Under normal conditions, as long as it was not something that was at the level of the 4 kings that took action personally, no one else could kill you. However, it is a pity that the person you came across is me. Jian Wushuang murmured. Comparing abilities, although the Jian Wushuang of that moment still could not be compared to the 4 kings, he was not too far away from them. Moreover, his ability to chase after opponents was extremely great. By using the first stage of the secret skill of Dragon Blood and combining it with the secret skill Flowing Light Phantom, even real god Huanyu, who was an expert in speed, would be unable to escape from him. This allowed Jian Wushuang to possess the absolute means to kill a normal real god, and even those who had comprehended a small bit of the power of Heaven Wei and possessed the power of real gods in the second stage in the Sky Sword Prison. Furthermore, he was different from the 4 kings. The criterion for the 4 kings to leave the Sky Sword Prison was too demanding, and there was almost no hope. Hence, the 4 kings had lost hope a long time ago. As such, even though they had very strong abilities, they did not massacre the real gods. Instead, they occupied a small area as their territory willingly and became one of the kings by allowing the real gods to depend on them. After many years, the reigning 4 kings had come to a mutual understanding, and they would not take action against the real gods easily. Take the Fiery King for an example. Even though he itched for a fight, he would only fight with the other 3 kings. But how about Jian Wushuang? His power at the moment was very close, or even equal to the 4 kings. However, he was only a universe god. Hence, his criterion to leave the Sky Sword Prison was to kill 10 real gods. As such, Jian Wushuang would obviously not hesitate and take action directly. Apart from that, there was still revenge to be had against the Blood Emperor. Hence, within the Darkness Mountain, The real God experts under the command of the Blood Emperor would naturally be the first to be affected by becoming the targets of Jian Wushuang's massacre. Within the Darkness Mountain, Jian Wushuang was continuing his massacre. As for the Blood Emperor, when he received news that even real God Huan Yu had died at the hands of Jian Wushuang, he was no longer able to remain calm. It should be known that real God Huan Yu was a real god who had comprehended a small portion of the power of Heaven Wei, and he belonged to real gods of the second level in the Sky Sword Prison. Even if the Blood Emperor wanted to kill him, he would need to use quite a bit of effort. However, Jian Wushuang was actually able to kill him. The Blood Emperor understood at once that Jian Wushuang's power at the moment had achieved a shocking stage already. In the whole Darkness Mountain, apart from him, no one else could compete with Jian Wushuang. After understanding this point, the Blood Emperor immediately sent a message to the experts in the Darkness Mountain who were under his command. Listen up, all of you who are in the Darkness Mountain. It doesn't matter whether you are a universe god, real god, or even a real god in the second stage. All of you are to find a place to hide and lay low. In addition, hide your presence. With this, that Jian Wushuang should not be able to find you. However, if he does find you, no matter who you are, run away immediately. At the same time, send a message to me, and I will rush over straight away. Remember, do not leave it to chance. Although that Jian Wushuang is a universe god, he is extremely powerful. Real God Huayuan and real God Qi Lin have already died by his hand. Now, even real God Huan Yu has fallen. If all of you do not start to be careful, the next one to die will be you. The Blood Emperor's message was sent out. At once, many experts in the whole Darkness Mountain were in shock. Jian Wushuang was a universe god. Moreover, it had not been over 5,000 years since he came to the Sky Sword Prison. When he first came to the Sky Sword Prison, he was only of the third level. However, at the moment, he could even kill real God Huan Yu, who was of the second level. A universe god who was able to kill a normal real god of the third level had indeed appeared before in the Sky Sword Prison. However, it was the first time that a universe god who was able to kill a real god of the second level who had comprehended a small portion of the power of Heaven Wei had appeared in the Sky Sword Prison. Everyone was surprised by this news. After that, for the sake of remaining alive, the real gods and universe gods in the Darkness Mountain started to find hiding places and kept themselves hidden immediately. Some of them hid in the forest of the tall mountains, while some of them hid deep underground. All of them had hidden their presence completely. Under normal circumstances, if a real god were to conceal their presence intentionally, with the consciousness level of a universe god, it would be extremely difficult for the real gods to be discovered. However, in actual fact, no matter how the experts hid themselves or erased their presence, in front of Jian Wushuang's soul power, they were just wasting their energy. With a sweep of his soul power, any experts within its radius would be unable to escape. Comparing Jian Wushuang and the Heartless King, this was something that was more frightening about Jian Wushuang. He continued to wander around the Darkness Mountain as he was seeking the real gods wantonly. As long as they were discovered, he would attack immediately, and the real gods had no chance of escaping from his hands. News poured in continuously. First, it was real God Huayuan, real God Qi Lin, and then real God Huan Yu. What followed after that was real God Tian Yu and real God Xue Sha. In a mere 3 months, 5 real gods were killed by Jian Wushuang. It was only a mere 3 months. With this terrifying massacre that was started by Jian Wushuang within the Darkness Mountain, the whole Sky Sword Prison was in an uproar in no time. Chapter 1478, Fighting Against Blood Emperor Again. Chapter 1478, Fighting Against Blood Emperor Again. In 3 months, he had killed 5 real gods. Jian Wushuang's existence already struck fear in all real gods in Sky Sword Prison. The real gods in Darkness Mountain, who had attached themselves to Blood Emperor, were seized by extreme fear. However, just when Jian Wushuang had met the 6th real god in Darkness Mountain and was killing the 6th real god, Blood Emperor had finally arrived. Blood Emperor had been searching for Jian Wushuang personally in Darkness Mountain when he had killed real God Huayuan back then. It was a pity that Darkness Mountain was rather huge. Jian Wushuang was quick in action, and Blood Emperor couldn't get there in time when he was killing the few previous real gods. Until the sixth real god. In the spacious void, the breeze blowing was piercingly cold. However, the air was static. Jian Wushuang, in 3 months, 5 real gods under my command were killed. You are really capable. Blood Emperor's gaze was cold, along with boundless murderous intentions, as he glared at Jian Wushuang. Just 5 real gods. Plus, although the 5 real gods were attached to you, there were no substantial benefits to you. Even if I killed them, what effect would it have to you, Blood Emperor? Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Blood Emperor's face grew dim. Jian Wushuang made it sound so leisurely. Although there were no substantial effects to the 5 real gods' death, what about his reputation? The 5 real gods were an appendage to him, and they were killed by Jian Wushuang directly in his territory. That had led to great disgrace to him. Among the experts in Sky Sword Prison, it was probably the topic of conversation then. They were probably all making fun of him. As long as I kill you, everything will settle down. Blood Emperor fixed his gaze at Jian Wushuang. True. It'd die down after you kill me, and you'll still be widely recognized as one of the overlords in Sky Sword Prison. As for the 5 real gods, there'll definitely be other real gods to go under your command in the future. However, there's only one problem. Jian Wushuang looked at Blood Emperor with a cheeky smile. That is whether you can kill me. You have a death wish. There was a sharp gleam in Blood Emperor's eyes. Roar. There was a fierce aura soaring up. Then his body immediately rose and turned into a 3-meter-tall crimson figure, covered in blood. A terrifying, imposing manner swept out. Wow! There was crimson light that plunged through the void. It was extremely creepy. It was as though the entire universe was drowning in a prison of blood. Blood Emperor. Jian Wushuang glared at the incoming Blood Emperor with his bright, sparkly eyes as he plastered a bloodthirsty smile across his face. Virum. There was an enormous amount of crimson flame which flooded in and formed a vast crimson ocean, while Jian Wushuang was the king of the crimson ocean. Simultaneously, an enormous amount of blazing quicksand flowed out. Scarlet Kingdom and Blazing Quicksand were performed at the same time. Over the course of 3,000 years, Jian Wushuang's Scarlet Kingdom had improved under the Fiery King's guidance. He could already perform the 3rd stage of Scarlet Kingdom then. As he performed the mighty Scarlet Kingdom, Jian Wushuang's power increased by double. He moved, and there were 9 shadows that appeared all of a sudden. Then, Jian Wushuang immediately wielded his sword. 9th Heaven Stroke. Swoosh. A boundless sword intention soared to the highest heaven. The moment the sword intention exploded, Blood Mountain sword in Jian Wushuang's hand suddenly increased in size. Then, a towering sword shadow appeared in the void. The sword shadow carried a boundless sword intention, just like a nemesis sword. Along with the operation of Jian Wushuang's divine power, the nemesis sword swung out. 9-shade crimson knife. Blood Emperor let out a low roar too. As his figure moved, a significant horrifying crimson blade light revealed. There were crimson shadows on the crimson blade light, moving just like moving ghosts that were extremely creepy. Suddenly, the two collided. Dang! The collision of fierce force made Jian Wushuang's face grow grave. He retreated a few steps. Roar, roar, roar. There were roars reverberating in the universe simultaneously. Then, there was a demonic dragon that was formed by 9 strips of soul power plunging in the direction of Blood Emperor along with boundless imposing aura. Go! Blood Emperor waved casually, and there was no blade shadow. Only a crimson light glided past. The 9 demonic dragons shattered into pieces altogether. The void before Jian Wushuang suddenly shattered, and the 3-meter-tall crimson man that Blood Emperor had taken the shape of suddenly appeared from nowhere. Then, there was a crimson claw that clawed at Jian Wushuang's head at lightning speed. In the end, it pierced Jian Wushuang's head, but there was no blood nor brains that flushed out. A shadow? Blood Emperor felt his pupils contract. Jian Wushuang's figure was already next to Blood Emperor. Then, Jian Wushuang's body was tense in a bow shape as he gripped Blood Mountain sword tightly. He looked like he was well prepared. 10,000 shadows. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Countless sword lights suddenly erupted. Every sword light was unbelievably fast, and the power was terrifying. In that instant, there were hundreds of sword lights that were cast. The hundreds of sword lights were aiming at Blood Emperor's throat, heart, skull, and the other vital parts. Every sword light's angle was tricky. 10,000 shadows was like ninth heaven stroke. They were created during Jian Wushuang's training in the past 3,000 years. They were real god unique skills. Jian Wushuang had only created 3 real god unique skills by then. Besides those 2, there was Crimson Light that he previously created. Due to the limitation of his level, the 3 sword principles were merely beginner real god unique skills. However, they were entirely different in nature. Ninth Heaven Stroke, also known as Nemesis Sword, carried boundless sword intention. It focused on absolute power. 10,000 Shadows was more suitable for close combat. Hundreds of sword lights launched attacks at one's vital parts at the same time, so it was hard to guard against. Crimson Light was a combination of speed and power. It'd be more suitable if it were to be used for surprise attack. At the moment the countless sword lights erupted, the vigor in Blood Emperor's body churned and formed a huge crimson beast. The crimson beast blocked Blood Emperor. Not only did it block all the sword lights, it also let out an angry bellow and charged towards Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's body flashed creepily, and he shook off the crimson beast with ease. "Haha, Jian Wushuang, it seems that I have belittled you. In 3,000 years, your power has increased to the current stage. It seems that even if it is me, I have to perform some tricks to be able to kill you." Blood Emperor's cold voice reverberated across the universe. "Go ahead and perform all sort of tricks." Jian Wushuang's face grew extremely solemn. "If so, then you, prepare to die." There was a glimpse of murderous intention. Blood-killing demon prison. Virum. A terrifying vigor erupted from Blood Emperor's body, and the vigor formed loud clouds of crimson fog that covered the sky. They flowed towards Jian Wushuang at a terrifying speed. This technique? The king of venomous worms in Jian Wushuang's body was surprised. Chapter 1479. Unable to do anything. Chapter 1479. Unable to do anything. This is Holocaust Sect's blood-killing demon prison, one of the most terrifying secret skills. Jian Wushuang, you had better be careful. The king of venomous worms warned. Even without the king of venomous worms mentioning it, Jian Wushuang could already tell that this move was not normal. Come. Jian Wushuang's eyes glowed brilliantly, and a vast amount of soul power burst forth from his body. In no time, a giant golden divine ape appeared out of thin air. The divine power and soul power from his body had combined beautifully. An immense amount of blood mist came forth. The blood mist contained frightening corrosive power, and it engulfed Jian Wushuang's golden divine ape with a whooshing sound. The golden divine ape on the body surface of Jian Wushuang gave a fierce roar, and even its giant body started to change shape under the corrosive power of the blood mist. Jian Wushuang's expression turned grave. He then manipulated his divine power, and an enormous amount of sword essence burst forth at once. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Sounds of the divine power suppressing the corrosive power could be heard continuously, and they carried on for 2 breaths' time. The great amount of blood mist finally dissipated completely, and within it stood Jian Wushuang. The golden divine ape on his body surface had already disappeared, and what had replaced it was a black tortoise. However, this black tortoise had already been corroded to the point that not much of it was left. Jian Wushuang's gaze was like lightning, and he stared at the Blood Emperor in front of him. What a horrifying secret skill! Just by blocking this move alone, about 30% of my divine power has been depleted, and about half of my soul power has been depleted. If such a secret skill were to be used a few more times, I would be unable to block it. However, it is fortunate that it also takes the Blood Emperor quite a bit of effort to use this move. He could feel that after unleashing this move, the Blood Emperor's aura had depleted considerably as well. At that very moment, the Blood Emperor also looked toward Jian Wushuang. However, his eyes were filled with surprise. He actually blocked it? This little kid actually blocked my blood-killing demon prison? The Blood Emperor was stunned. He knew very well how strong this attack of his was. Even in the Holocaust sect, this secret skill was extremely powerful. However, Jian Wushuang had actually blocked it while facing it head-on. It wasn't until this moment that the Blood Emperor finally understood that Jian Wushuang's abilities were on par with his own. Blood Emperor, that attack just now must have been your strongest attack. Jian Wushuang's icy cold voice could be heard. Since you have already used your strongest attack, you shall take my attack now. As soon as the words left his mouth, a vast amount of soul energy burst forth from Jian Wushuang's body again. The golden divine ape, which had been corroded by the blood mist until nothing was left, appeared again. Moreover, its body seemed to be bigger than before. As for Jian Wushuang, who was shrouded by the golden divine ape, the divine power as well as the 5-star ancient god power in his body erupted from his body and gathered in the index finger of his right hand. As Jian Wushuang's eyes turned narrow, he pointed his index finger, which gathered a vast amount of divine power and glowed brilliantly with a golden light abruptly. Ancient God's fourth finger, God's test. Boom! As soon as he pointed his finger, the heavens and earth shook. The void around the area turned completely dark. Within the endless darkness, a dark, golden-colored, giant finger that looked like it had appeared from the ancient times appeared out of thin air. This finger brought along power that could destroy the world, just like the God's test which descended from the heaven, and the power headed in the direction of the Blood Emperor. Ancient God's fourth finger. As a 5-star ancient god, this was the strongest attack that Jian Wushuang could manage. Judging by raw power itself, this finger was a lot more powerful than the real god's unique skills that Jian Wushuang had created, and it could be considered his strongest attack at that moment. At that moment, Jian Wushuang unleashed his strongest attack. As he looked at the golden-colored giant finger moving toward him, the Blood Emperor's expression turned grave, and an enormous amount of crimson light burst forth again. 9-shade crimson knife. A terrifying, bright crimson knife light appeared and swung in the direction of the dark, golden-colored, giant finger. Bam! The finger was struck by the crimson-colored knife light. This caused most of its divine power to be dissipated crazily, and a hole also appeared in the middle of the giant finger. In the end, not much power was left to do anything to the Blood Emperor. Humph! With a groan, the Blood Emperor's face turned pale, and he could not help but retreat a step back. However, he regained his posture straight away. Haha! As expected of the Blood Emperor, who is one of the 4 kings. Today, I, Jian Wushuang, have learnt my lesson, and I shall take my leave now. A hearty, loud peal of laughter from Jian Wushuang could be heard. However, Jian Wushuang had already unleashed the secret skill of Dragon Skill and plunged into the void far away. The Blood Emperor stared at Jian Wushuang's back coldly. However, he did not give chase. It was clear that Jian Wushuang's ability to escape was impressive, and it would be impossible for him to catch up. Moreover, even if he did catch up, he would be unable to do anything to Jian Wushuang. In just 3,000 years, he became this strong? The Blood Emperor had mixed feelings. However, in no time, he began to send a message to the experts in the Darkness Mountain. I have already fought with Jian Wushuang. Currently, his abilities are on par with mine. As for all of you, if you do not wish to die, leave the Darkness Mountain quickly and find a place to hide. After finished sending his message, the Blood Emperor swung the sleeves of his robe, turned around and returned to his Crimson Fortress. He had already exhausted all his energy. However, he was still unable to kill Jian Wushuang. With Jian Wushuang's abilities, if he were to go on a killing spree in the Darkness Mountain, no one could stop him. Within the Darkness Mountain, when the experts under the command of the Blood Emperor received his message, all of them were dumbfounded. Even though the Blood Emperor had taken action personally, he was still unable to do anything to Jian Wushuang. The Blood Emperor personally said that Jian Wushuang's abilities were not inferior to his own? How is this possible? Even the Blood Emperor is unable to do anything. Who else is there in Darkness Mountain who can stop Jian Wushuang's massacre? Run! Get out of the Darkness Mountain quickly. If we were to remain here, as soon as we are discovered by Jian Wushuang, we will definitely die. The experts in the Darkness Mountain made a move one after another. No wished to die. If they were to continue staying in the Darkness Mountain, there was a high possibility of them being discovered and killed by Jian Wushuang. However, if they were to leave Darkness Mountain and hide within the vast lands of the Sky Sword Prison, it would be extremely difficult for Jian Wushuang to find them. In the void, Jian Wushuang plunged toward the front slowly. He soon found a place and stopped so that he could recover his divine power. In the fight with the Blood Emperor, he had unleashed many moves continuously and had depleted a great amount of his divine power. This Blood Emperor is indeed strong, especially that blood-killing demon prison move of his. If not for the blood-killing plate armor protecting my body, I might have been unable to block it completely. However, the fight with him had also proven my judgment. My abilities now are indeed about enough to compete with the four kings, Jian Wushuang chuckled. With the king of venomous worms present, in no time, Jian Wushuang's divine power had recovered to its peak. However, at that moment, the fiery king sent a message. Chapter 1480, Jian Wushuang on the First Level. Chapter 1480, Jian Wushuang on the First Level. Jian Wushuang, I heard that you fought Blood Emperor again, and you were so well matched? Fiery King asked casually. Yeah, we were. But if you were to describe it as well matched, it'd be too forceful. In terms of power, Blood Emperor is stronger than I, Jian Wushuang smiled. The earlier battle looked as though they were well matched, but Jian Wushuang knew clearly that Blood Emperor was one notch above him during the fight. Don't be humble. Blood Emperor admitted himself that your power is not inferior to his, Fiery King said. Jian Wushuang kept quiet. Oh yeah, you're still in Darkness Mountain, right? Fiery King asked again. Jian Wushuang responded. I just received an update. Blood Emperor sent a message to the expert under his command for them to leave Darkness Mountain, Fiery King said. They left? Jian Wushuang was shocked. What else can they do besides leaving? Fiery King scoffed. You're obviously hunting them down. Even real God Huan Yu on the second level died in your hands. The real gods and universe god in Darkness Mountain are naturally afraid of you. Plus, your consciousness probing measure is so impressive. No matter how well they hide themselves in Darkness Mountain, they will be found by you. Under such circumstances, unless one has a death wish, why would they dare to stay back? Jian Wushuang understood then. If these real gods were to leave Darkness Mountain and hide in every corner in Sky Sword Prison covers a large expanse, and even I would find it difficult to find them, Jian Wushuang said. True, Fiery King smiled. However, as they are already hiding from me, forget about them. Anyway, those who found trouble with me 3,000 years ago weren't just Blood Emperor alone, Jian Wushuang said. What do you mean? Would you be considering the experts under the command of Heartless? Fiery King said. Yes, Jian Wushuang nodded. 3,000 years ago, Heartless King came to assist Blood Emperor in killing me. Then, I already killed 5 real gods under Blood Emperor's command. As for Heartless King, how can I just let her simply avoid it? I'll go to her territory to carry out a massacre and take revenge on her. Jian Wushuang, Heartless King is different from Blood Emperor. Her consciousness attack is extremely strong. Are you confident that you can deal with her? Fiery King said. Don't worry. As I dare to visit her territory, I am definitely confident, Jian Wushuang smiled. Consciousness attack. The attack that Jian Wushuang feared the least was a consciousness attack. After all, he lit up his soul power. Even though his soul strength only had the limit of universe god, His soul endurance power was far more impressive compared to real God. After they ended the communication link, Jin Wushuang immediately departed to where Heartless King's territory was. He arrived at Heartless King's territory and started a massacre again. The time flew past. In Sky Sword Prison, in between two remote mountains, there was an exquisite purple pavilion. In the pavilion, there were two figures seated at a long, narrow table with wine and delicacies. The two figures, a man and a woman, were both young and both universe gods. Universe god Tianfeng and universe god Gu Tong were the other two most famous universe gods in Sky Sword Prison besides Jin Wushuang. On top of that, they were also known as monstrous. There were many prisoners in Sky Sword Prison. Excluding Jin Wushuang, there were only 28 people on the second level. Among the 28, there were 26 real gods, while the remaining two were universe gods, who were the two before him. At that very moment, universe god Tianfeng and universe god Gu Tong were drinking as they chatted leisurely. Tianfeng, have you heard about what happened in Heartless Land recently? Universe god Gu Tong asked. Such a major incident, it spread all over Sky Sword Prison so tumultuously. Of course, I know, universe god Tianfeng smiled and continued. Speaking of which, Jin Wushuang is pretty amazing. He first visited Blood Emperor's Darkness Mountain and killed 5 real gods. Then, he went to Heartless King's Heartless Land and killed 2 real gods. Among the real gods who were killed, there were some who were on the second level. They died by his hand anyway. Then, Universe God Tianfeng was impressed too. He was Universe God himself. Under the circumstances of their divine power being restrained in Sky Sword Prison, he could also kill a real god who was weak as real god Huiyuan. However, if he were to run into real gods on the second level, he could only be evenly matched at most. However, Jin Wushuang could kill real gods on the second level. He was obviously much stronger than him. I heard that Heartless King took action personally. She even performed her strongest master stroke, Life and Death Ninth Heaven, but it didn't cause any effect to him, Universe God Gu Tong exclaimed. Life and Death Ninth Heaven? Universe God Tianfeng looked shocked. That's a terrifying dreamland. With Heartless King's capability, if she were to perform it with her all, besides the 3 kings and a few real gods on the top of the second level, theoretically, there shouldn't be anyone else who could withstand the attack in Sky Sword Prison. But this Jin Wushuang, a universe god, can withstand that attack. I wonder why his consciousness is that strong. Both Universe God Tianfeng and Universe God Gu Tong were fearful of Heartless King's strongest master stroke. Although both of their fighting powers could be compared favorably to real god on the second level, they were universe gods after all. Their consciousness strength was merely on the level of a universe god's limit. If they were to run into Heartless King need not perform her strongest master stroke. They reckoned that any of her random consciousness attacks could kill them both. Heartless King and Blood Emperor both took action against him, but they couldn't do anything to Jin Wushuang. Naturally, no one could stop him from carrying out a massacre. Plus, Jin Wushuang was an accomplished universe god in terms of his consciousness-probing ability. As long as he swept with his consciousness, no one could hide or conceal their aura under his watch. Hence, the experts under the command of both kings were terrified, and they left Darkness Mountain and Heartless Land to hide in the corners of Sky Sword Prison. We are all universe gods. Both of us are known as monstrous too. However, compared to Jin Wushuang, the difference is so vast. With his capabilities, it shouldn't be long until he reaches the criteria needed to leave Sky Sword Prison. Yeah, I'm jealous of him. Universe God Tianfeng and Universe God Gu Tong sighed emotionally as they were both envious of Jin Wushuang. Then, in Sky Sword Prison, there were people who secretly listed Jin Wushuang on the first level. In other words, he was on the same level as the 4 kings. But no one dared to call Jin Wushuang the 5th king. It was because everyone could tell that Jin Wushuang wouldn't stay in Sky Sword Prison for long. He had already killed the 7th real god by then, and he could totally continue to massacre and kill 10 real gods. It would definitely be very easy. Chapter 1481, Leaving. Chapter 1481, Leaving. In the dark red sky, cold wind was swirling. Swoosh, swoosh. Two shadows, one in front and one behind, swept past the void. Real God Kong Ling, it is impossible for you to escape. Jin Wushuang's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He was staring at the shadow in front of him which was escaping, and he had already used the secret skill of dragon blood. Jin Wushuang, I am not one of the Blood Emperor's men, and I have never depended on the Heartless King. Moreover, I have never had any dealings with you before. Why must you be so ruthless? Real God Kong Ling's furious voice could be heard from the front. Ruthless? Jin Wushuang laughed coldly. Everyone, including you and I, have been thrown into the Sky Sword prison involuntarily. I need to kill 10 real gods so that I can leave. As such, I'm sorry. As soon as his words left his mouth, the divine power that was already burning in a frenzy in Jin Wushuang's body intensified even further. With the second stage of the secret skill of Dragon Skill, Jin Wushuang's speed increased by 100-fold immediately, and he caught up with real God Kong Ling instantly. Die! Jin Wushuang did not hesitate due to pity in the slightest bit, and he attacked straight away. After some time, real God Kong Ling, who belonged to the third stage of real gods, was killed by Jin Wushuang. The 10th real god. Atop the void, Jin Wushuang looked down at real God Kong Ling's body with his eyes glowing brilliantly. From the time he had started his massacre in the Darkness Mountain up to the current moment, it had been 2 years. And finally, he had killed the 10th real god. Initially, Jin Wushuang had planned to release his power against the Blood Emperor and the Heartless King. Hence, the 10 real gods who had died at his hand should have been experts under the 2 kings. However, it was a pity that the experts under the command of the 2 kings were not idiots. Since it was only him executing the massacre, the experts had already left the territory of the 2 kings and found themselves a hiding place in the Sky Sword prison. As such, Jin Wushuang had no choice but to kill those real gods who had never offended him. Buzz, buzz. In the void, a peculiar power gathered all of a sudden. They have come? Jin Wushuang's eyes were glowing with delight. At the moment that the peculiar power gathered, all the experts in each and every corner of the whole Sky Sword prison felt it. Within the purple, exquisite attic, Universe God Tianfeng and Universe God Gu Tong raised their heads. This power. Someone is about to leave the Sky Sword prison. If I'm not wrong, the person who is leaving is Jin Wushuang, right? Apart from him, the Sky Sword prison does not have anyone else who has fulfilled the conditions to leave. He left the Sky Sword prison after less than 5,000 years. I am envious of him. Within the Crimson Fortress in the Darkness Mountain, that little kid Jin Wushuang has finally left. The Blood Emperor clenched both his fists. However, his eyes were filled with mixed feelings. Initially, he had planned to kill Jin Wushuang and acquire the blood-killing plate armor. With this, he would have a chance to leave the Sky Sword prison. However, in the end, Jin Wushuang's speed of growth had completely stunned him. Hence, he had given up hope of acquiring the blood-killing plate armor a long time ago. When he saw Jin Wushuang leaving at that moment, he heaved a sigh of relief. The Fiery King sat within a sea of fire at the bottom of a lofty volcano in the fiery prison. At that moment, he could not help but raise his head. This little kid has met the conditions? The Fiery King murmured, and his face wore a smile. Fiery King, a message was delivered. Jin Wushuang, you're about to leave? The Fiery King questioned. Yes, Jin Wushuang chuckled. I am bidding my farewell to you before I leave. Thank you for taking care of me for the past few years. After I get out, I will definitely find a way to get you out. Haha, don't think of trying to get me out. The chances are slim. You should continue training outside. For my lineage of Scarlet to have a junior like you, I can die without any regrets. The Fiery King laughed heartily. No matter what, I will do my best. After Jin Wushuang repeated himself, The peculiar power in front of him took the form of a giant hand and grabbed Jian Wushuang with lightning speed. Jian Wushuang had no way of defending himself against it, and had also never even thought of defending himself against it. He was caught by the giant hand and sent into a wormhole that had opened temporarily. As the wormhole disappeared, the sky sword prison settled down quickly. Within a dim cave, the space opened up, and with a glowing light, Jian Wushuang's body appeared in the cave. This place is... As soon as he appeared, Jian Wushuang's eyes surveyed the area. In no time, his attention was focused on a shadow sitting with its legs crossed in the area in front of him. He was a middle-aged man who carried 3 long swords, and he looked like a unique, fierce sword. This middle-aged man caught Jian Wushuang's attention due to the cruel sword essence that he was releasing. This sword essence had caused even Jian Wushuang to be terrified. Suddenly, the middle-aged man opened his eyes. In a split second, a vast amount of sword essence burst forth, and his cold eyes locked on to Jian Wushuang immediately. At that moment, Jian Wushuang only felt as if his neck had been strangled with great force by someone. He could neither speak nor breathe. This caused him to experience fear that he had never experienced before. The good thing was that this condition only lasted for a moment before it was undone. Jian Wushuang heaved a sigh of relief, and he greeted the middle-aged man respectfully at once. "I am Jian Wushuang. Greetings to the owner of the Sky Sword Mountain." What a frightening sword essence. Just a simple gaze was enough to deter Jian Wushuang from having any ideas of resisting him. This middle-aged man must be an almighty. This caused the identity of the middle-aged man in front of him to surface immediately. "Little kid, how was your experience in the Sky Sword Prison?" the owner of the Sky Sword Mountain asked casually. "Not bad," Jian Wushuang replied indifferently. "Oh?" The owner of the Sky Sword Mountain shot a glance at Jian Wushuang. "That's right. You have been in the Sky Sword Prison for more than 4,000 years. Moreover, you have also continued to improve yourself during the 4,000 years. Hence, you will not find it uninteresting. To you, this prison has become a good training place." After hearing what was said, Jian Wushuang laughed within himself. Most of the cultivators in the Sky Sword Prison had been imprisoned for many years. During these years, their abilities had risen to their maximum a long time ago. Hence, there was not much hope for them to raise their abilities any further even if they wanted to. Moreover, they were unable to leave the prison. Naturally, this was a form of suffering to them. However, Jian Wushuang was completely different. "In the past, you killed one of the white deacons in my Sky Sword Mountain. Moreover, you killed him within the Sky Sword Mountain, ignoring the rules of my Sky Sword Mountain." The voice of the owner of the Sky Sword Mountain turned cold. Jian Wushuang became stupefied. "However, I have already imprisoned you in the Sky Sword Prison, as it is a rule of the Sky Sword Mountain. Since you were able to leave the Sky Sword Prison by yourself, no matter what feuds you had with my Sky Sword Mountain in the past, all of them are written off. You can leave." Chapter 1482, Jian Wushuang's Request. Chapter 1482, Jian Wushuang's Request. When Jian Wushuang saw that the owner of Sky Sword Mountain had allowed himself to leave, he was delighted, but he didn't move at all. "Why, what's up?" The owner of Sky Sword Mountain sounded cold. Jian Wushuang thought for a while and said politely, "Senior, to be frank with you, I have 2 requests. I hope that Senior will agree." "Haha." The owner of Sky Sword Mountain suddenly laughed. The laughter sounded casual, but as it reverberated, the entire cave dwelling shook vigorously. Jian Wushuang was standing in the middle of the cave dwelling, and his face went pale immediately. Luckily, he had already reached the first level of state of mind. Hence, he could continue to stand on his feet in the laughter. If it were to be any ordinary person, even a real god, as long as they wasn't on the first level of state of mind, they might have knelt on the ground. The owner of Sky Sword Mountain stopped laughing and his face grew cold. "Such a joke? I am willing to let you go, and I'm nice enough to do so. You have the guts to request something from me?" Jian Wushuang's face grew grave. His mind and soul were quivering madly under the huge pressure that the owner of Sky Sword Mountain imposed. However, he clenched his teeth and persisted. "Humph, as you're a disciple of Star Palace, tell me about it." The owner of Sky Sword Mountain glanced at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was delighted. He took a deep breath and started saying, "The first thing is that I have an enemy over the years that I've spent in Sky Sword Prison. His name is Blood Emperor. Blood Emperor is one of the 4 kings in Sky Sword Prison. I've come across him twice, and I'm definite that he's from Holocaust sect. Hence, I'd like to request that you, Senior, eliminate him." Holocaust sect? The owner of Sky Sword Mountain looked at Jian Wushuang, and he looked shocked. He previously thought Jian Wushuang was stupid to ask for something at a crucial moment. But from how things were looking, Holocaust sect is the public enemy of countless cultivators in eternal chaotic world. Regardless of when, as soon as an expert of Holocaust sect is found, he must be exterminated immediately. However, are you sure that Blood Emperor is from Holocaust sect? The owner of Sky Sword Mountain stared at Jian Wushuang. Yes, Jian Wushuang nodded heavily. "All right then, wait for a bit," the owner of Sky Sword Mountain said, and then he closed his eyes. Sky Sword Prison, Darkness Mountain, in the Crimson Castle. Blood Emperor was lying leisurely on a crimson bed. "Now Jian Wushuang has left, my Darkness Mountain has finally resumed its tranquility," Blood Emperor muttered to himself. He had already sent a command to all the experts who had left Darkness Mountain to avoid Jian Wushuang previously to return. After all, he was one of the overlords in Sky Sword Prison. If those experts who were an appendage to him weren't around, he wouldn't feel like an overlord at all. In Sky Sword Prison, in such a dull and fearless environment, his only happiness was derived from his feeling as an overlord. Suddenly, vroom vroom, a strange force condensed in the void above Crimson Castle. This force? What's going on? Could it be that someone is leaving Sky Sword Prison again? Blood Emperor was still in astonishment, but the void above substantiated into a towering hand and grabbed him at lightning speed. Blood Emperor had no strength to resist but was caught by the huge hand. At the same time, there was a terrifying, forceful strength that flushed into Blood Emperor's body and marched unhindered in his body. It's the owner of Sky Sword Mountain." Blood Emperor had fear spread across his face. "Humph, it seems like what Jian Wushuang said was right. You're really from Holocaust sect." A cold voice traveled across the universe. At the same time, it rang in Blood Emperor's head. Blood Emperor stiffened in an instant. "Jian Wushuang, it's Jian Wushuang. He met the owner of Sky Sword Mountain and told him about my identity." No. "The owner of Sky Sword Mountain, please let me off. Please show mercy." Blood Emperor immediately roared and pleaded. "You're a lackey from Holocaust sect, and you want me to show mercy? Die." Then, the huge hand exerted strength, and it was like pinching an ant to death. The hand crushed Blood Emperor's body into pieces. Blood Emperor's aura immediately dispersed too. After that, the huge hand gradually vanished into thin air too. The universe resumed its original state. However, in the shattered ruins of Crimson Castle, the lady in green, who was appendage to Blood Emperor, felt an overwhelming billow in her heart. Blood Emperor is from Holocaust sect. The owner of Sky Sword Mountain found out about his identity and killed him? Jian Wushuang. Is it because of Jian Wushuang? In the dim cave dwelling, the owner of Sky Sword Mountain opened his eyes again. Jian Wushuang, you're right. Blood Emperor was really from Holocaust sect, and I've exterminated him. As the owner of Sky Sword Mountain spoke, there was rage in his eyes. These people from Holocaust sect, they deserve to die. They lurk among various cultivators in eternal chaotic world. If they do not reveal some tricks from Holocaust sect, no one would be able to tell their identity. Even if it was me. You helped me this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't know that I had imprisoned an expert from Holocaust sect in Sky Sword Prison. Tell me, what's your second request? Jian Wushuang felt touched. He could clearly feel that the owner of Sky Sword Mountain was treating him slightly better than earlier. Maybe it was because he took a huge risk to request Blood Emperor's death. From the owner of Sky Sword Mountain's point of view, it wasn't a request but a helping hand from Jian Wushuang. Hence, he had a better feeling about Jian Wushuang. Another request is that I hope Senior can release one of the four kings, Fiery King, from Sky Sword Prison, Jian Wushuang said with extreme care. Fiery King? The owner of Sky Sword Mountain stole a glance at Jian Wushuang and smiled faintly. You and Fiery King are related? Yes, Jian Wushuang nodded. He took good care of me when I was in Sky Sword Prison. Plus, he and I are from the same lineage originally. He could be considered as one of my seniors. I naturally want him to be released. Of course, if Senior were to have any request in return, I would try my best to fulfill it. Oh! The owner of Sky Sword Mountain immediately waved his hand. If it was an ordinary real god or universe god, I would allow it because you helped me unearth an expert from Holocaust sect earlier. However, Fiery King is one of the kings in Sky Sword Prison. He is quite useful to me, so please return. Senior, Jian Wushuang panicked. Return first. In the future, if my Sky Sword Mountain needs assistance from Lineage of Star, we can discuss it then, the owner of Sky Sword Mountain said, and then closed his eyes. Hearing that, Jian Wushuang was convinced. He didn't bother the owner of Sky Sword Mountain further, but bowed politely to him before he turned to leave. Chapter 1483, Receiving His Awards. Chapter 1483, Receiving His Awards. After the owner of the Sky Sword Mountain had left the cave, Jian Wushuang did not stay on, and he left the Sky Sword Mountain straight away. I have finally left the Sky Sword Mountain. Jian Wushuang looked at the giant Sky Sword Mountain behind him, and he felt reluctant. It should be known that he had been imprisoned in the Sky Sword Prison for 4,400 years. During Jian Wushuang's training to date, this was the place that he had stayed for the longest period of time. I should send a message to Hall Master Yuan first. Jian Wushuang took out Hall Master Yuan's transmitting token. However, when he looked at the token, Jian Wushuang's expression turned strange. From his point of view, he was a disciple of the Star Palace. In order to fulfill the ultimate disciple task, he killed someone in the Sky Sword Mountain. Hence, he had broken the rules of the Sky Sword Mountain and was imprisoned in the Sky Sword Prison by the owner of the Sky Sword Mountain himself. Such a matter must have reached the ears of the Lineage of Star by now. Under normal circumstances, Hall Master Yuan would have shown himself and thought of ways to get Jian Wushuang out. However, even though a total of 4,000 years had passed, Jian Wushuang continued to remain in the Sky Sword Prison and, in the end, he had depended on his own abilities to get out. Moreover, when he met the owner of the Sky Sword Mountain previously, he did not mention anything about it. Hall Master Yuan, Jian Wushuang sent a message, and he got a reply promptly. Jian Wushuang, you got out of the Sky Sword Prison so quickly? Hall Master Yuan's voice was filled with a bit of surprise. Previously, I had thought that you would be able to get out within 50,000 years. Looking at it now, I was too conservative. In less than 5,000 years, you left the Sky Sword Prison with your own hard work. The Sky Sword Prison is extremely dangerous. My luck must have been good as well. Otherwise, I might not have a chance to send a message to you again. Hall Master Yuan, Jian Wushuang said. Haha, it is obvious that you are trying to blame it on me. However, you must understand that the Sky Sword Mountain is not a small force. Moreover, you were imprisoned by the owner of the Sky Sword Mountain himself. In my Lineage of Star, the owner of the Sky Sword Mountain might only be willing to give some face if the Palace Master showed himself. However, the Palace Master is always meditating in seclusion throughout the year. You know this, Hall Master Yuan said. Understood. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. All right, since you have come out, return back here and meet me so that you can receive the additional rewards for completing the ultimate disciple task. After finishing speaking, Hall Master Yuan cut off the transmission. Jian Wushuang kept his token. However, his gaze was abnormal. Jian Wushuang, if my guess is not wrong, when Hall Master Yuan arranged the third part of your task, he had already guessed that you would be imprisoned in the Sky Sword prison. In other words, you could also say that he arranged for you to be imprisoned in the Sky Sword prison. The King of Venomous Worms' voice echoed in Jian Wushuang's head. I have also thought of this point, Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently. In actual fact, when he was just imprisoned in the Sky Sword prison, he had already had suspicions. After all, back then when he was about to face Universe God Mo Yen, he had made ample preparations and the process had been executed perfectly. Although those real gods near Universe God Mo Yen did not realize it, the owner of the Sky Sword Mountain, who was in a distant cave, had actually realized it and took action personally. For this to happen, the owner of the Sky Sword Mountain must really possess remarkable powers. Even though he was meditating in seclusion, he still had everything that was going on in the Sky Sword Mountain in his eyes. However, there was another possibility, and that was that the owner of the Sky Sword Mountain had had his eyes on the Sky Sword Mountain for that period of time. More accurately, he had his eyes on Jian Wushuang. As long as I make a move, the owner of the Sky Sword Mountain will show up immediately and imprison me in the Sky Sword prison. Jian Wushuang shook his head and giggled. Of course, he knew that Hall Master Yuan had done this to train him, and it was out of goodwill. Moreover, although he was imprisoned for over 4,000 years in the Sky Sword prison, in terms of abilities, he had improved greatly. Let's return to the lineage of Star. Jian Wushuang headed for the Purple Moon Sanctuary immediately. Within the dazzling galaxy of the Starland in the Purple Moon Sanctuary, I have returned. Jian Wushuang appeared in the vast galaxy. As he looked at the neighboring galaxies, he could also faintly see a meta beast playing in the galaxy from the corners of his eyes. Hence, he could not help but wear a smile. In no time, Jian Wushuang returned to within the lineage of Star. As soon as he had returned, he went to see Hall Master Yuan. Jian Wushuang, after not seeing you for over 4,000 years, your abilities must have risen considerably, right? Hall Master Yuan looked at Jian Wushuang with a smile. About there, Jian Wushuang said. I also know a bit about the rules of the Sky Sword prison. Since you left the Sky Sword prison with your own abilities, you must have killed a sufficient number of experts. Tell me, how many experts have you killed? Are they universe gods or real gods? Hall Master Yuan questioned. I killed 10 real gods. Jian Wushuang did not hide the truth. Real gods. Hall Master Yuan's eyes brightened. Although the real gods in the Sky Sword prison have their divine power restricted to some extent, their bodies and unique skills did not weaken. For you to be able to kill 10 such real gods, haha, seems like you must possess the power to rank in the top 30 of the universe god ranking list. Should be, Jian Wushuang nodded his head. In actual fact, Hall Master Yuan only knew that he had killed 10 real gods. However, he did not know that it was done in a very short period of time. Moreover, among the 10 real gods, some of them had already comprehended a small portion of the power of Heaven Wei and belonged to the second stage of real gods. In addition, Jian Wushuang's power might even be able to rival that of the 4 kings in the Sky Sword prison. For him to be able to do this much, Jian Wushuang's abilities could totally earn him a place in the top 20, or even higher on the universe god ranking list. All right, there is no need for unnecessary words. Now, I shall give you the additional rewards for completing the ultimate disciple task. Hall Master Yuan became stern. Firstly, the additional reward for the first part of the task, 100 million Chaos Gems. For these 100 million Chaos Gems, due to the fact that you owe the Star Pavilion 47 million Chaos Gems, you will only receive 53 million Chaos Gems. Hall Master Yuan took out a Qin Kuren ring and handed it to Jian Wushuang. After Jian Wushuang received the ring, he swept his eyes past it normally and kept it after that. Although 53 million Chaos Gems was not a small sum, to Jian Wushuang just then, it was not a lot. It should be known that within the Sky Sword prison, he had killed 10 real gods. Among the 10 real gods, there were weak ones as well as strong ones. By killing the real gods, all their valuables and family keepsakes had fallen into his hands. By adding all of them up, the Chaos Gems that he possessed had already exceeded 1,000 million. For the second and third parts of the task, You have acquired the opportunity to enter the real God Hall. For the second part of the task, you are allowed to enter for a month. For the third part of the task, you are allowed to enter for 2 months. By adding them up, you are allowed to enter for a total of 3 months. I have already sent a message to inform the deacon who is in charge of guarding the real God Hall. You can go there directly, Hall Master Yuan said. Understood. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. Lastly, there is another additional reward. Real God-level Chaos Unique Treasure. Chapter 1484, Blood Feather Reincarnation Armor. Chapter 1484, Blood Feather Reincarnation Armor. Jian Wushuang beamed with joy. Real God-level Chaos Unique Treasure was extremely hard to come across, and it was an extremely valuable treasure. Even among real gods in Eternal Chaotic World, there was hardly any who owned real God-level Chaos Unique Treasure. For instance, when Jian Wushuang killed 10 real gods in Sky Sword Prison and retrieved their Qin Kuan rings, there was only one real god who owned a real god-level Chaos Unique Treasure, and the real god-level Chaos Unique Treasure that the real god owned was a long spear. The long spear was a divine attack weapon. Jian Wushuang used a sword. Even if he received a real god-level Chaos Unique Treasure which was a spear, he could only look at it. But then, he received a bonus reward from completing the Ultimate Disciple task in Lineage of Star. The bonus reward was aimed for him. The real God-level Chaos Unique Treasure was definitely something he could use. Jian Wushuang, first tell me which segment of real God-level Chaos Unique Treasure you'd like. Hall Master Yuan looked at Jian Wushuang. This, Jian Wushuang thought for a while, then he lifted his head and answered, to me, the most useful thing will be a real God-level Chaos Unique Treasure in Forming Realm. Forming Realm? Hall Master Yuan stunned. Yes, Jian Wushuang nodded. He knew clearly how useful a realm treasure would be. In an evenly matched situation, a person with a realm treasure would definitely be at an advantage. Plus, even if one were in danger, he could use a realm treasure to suppress his enemy and make an escape easily. Hitting when one pleased and leaving when one wished. That was the biggest advantage of realm treasure. Jian Wushuang had always possessed a realm treasure, Blazing Quicksand Gourd. It was a pity that the stronger his power grew, the less useful the Blazing Quicksand realm would be to him. For instance, when he was in Sky Sword Prison, he gave his all to performing Blazing Quicksand realm, but it only had suppressing power to Universe God in the 3rd and 4th level to a certain extent. To Universe Gods who were stronger, the effect was rather unnoticeable. Hence, he naturally wanted to get another stronger realm treasure. However, after hearing Jian Wushuang's reply, Hall Master Yuan's expression grew strange. He said, Jian Wushuang, how dare you? Out of various kinds of treasure, realm treasure is no doubt the rarest and hardest treasure to come by. Comparing the real God-level Chaos Unique Treasures, a realm Chaos Unique Treasure could equal a few divine attack weapons. Jian Wushuang was speechless. Hall Master Yuan shook his head and continued, forget about real God-level realm Chaos Unique Treasure for now. I shall prepare 2 treasures, and you can choose from them carefully. Then, Hall Master Yuan waved. A green sword and crimson armor that gave out a strange aura appeared in the void before him. Jian Wushuang immediately looked at the 2 treasures. You should be able to see for yourself. The green sword is a divine attack weapon while the crimson armor is a defense treasure. Look, Hall Master Yuan looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, pick the crimson armor. King of Venomous Worms' voice rang in Jian Wushuang's head. Of course, Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Hall Master Yuan, I pick the armor. You're quite smart. Hall Master Yuan smiled too. Among treasures of the same kind, although armor couldn't be compared to realm treasure, it is more valuable than a divine attack weapon. The crimson armor is named Blood Feather Reincarnation Armor, and I specially picked it for you. Blood Feather Reincarnation Armor? Jian Wushuang beamed with joy. The armor's name included the word reincarnation. Jian Wushuang, you should have comprehended reincarnation doctrine from the 4 supreme doctrines, right? Hall Master Yuan looked at Jian Wushuang with interest. Yes, Jian Wushuang nodded and admitted it straight away. That's it then. Not only is Blood Feather Reincarnation armor great in defense power, it contains a secret skill that can enhance one's power. The secret skill requires the power of reincarnation to trigger it. The higher one's comprehension towards reincarnation doctrine is, the stronger the power triggered from the secret skill. However, relying on your current comprehension level, it should still be rather difficult to trigger the secret skill, Hall Master Yuan said. Jian Wushuang grabbed the Blood Feather Reincarnation armor straight away. He touched the armor gently with his palm. Jian Wushuang could even faintly resonate with the armor. Then, Jian Wushuang's smile grew even wider. Oh yeah, as you already have Blood Feather Reincarnation armor. Please pass me the Blood-Killing Plate armor. Hall Master Yuan looked over. Blood-Killing Plate armor? Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows. Blood-Killing Plate armor is Holocaust sect's treasure after all. Previously, you were weaker in power, and there was no better treasure. You had no choice but to use Blood-Killing Plate armor. But now? Your power had increased tremendously, and you have got yourself a stronger Blood Feather Reincarnation armor. It's best to not keep Blood-Killing Plate armor with you. The experts from Holocaust sect possess a certain sensory power to Blood-Killing Plate armor after all. If you were to wander in eternal chaotic world with Blood-Killing Plate armor with you, you might catch the attention of the people from Holocaust sect, Hall Master Yuan explained. Jian Wushuang nodded faintly. In Sky Sword Prison, he had been under Blood Emperor's watch because of Blood-Killing Plate armor. In Eternal Chaotic World, there were definitely more hidden Holocaust sect experts. There definitely were experts stronger than Blood Emperor, but he had never come across one before. It was naturally best to pass Blood-Killing Plate armor to Hall Master Yuan. Jian Wushuang removed the owner recognition on Blood-Killing Plate armor, then passed it to Hall Master Yuan. This Blood-Killing Plate armor saved my life countless times. Jian Wushuang sighed. Although he loathed to hand it over, he had no choice. Blood-Killing Plate armor was Holocaust sect's treasure after all. Very soon, Jian Wushuang left Hall Master Yuan's and returned to Sword Star where he resided. He saw Qiu Yuan's Sword Star and briefly asked about how the internal affairs and lineage of Star had been over the past 4,000 years. Then, Jian Wushuang opted to cultivate in seclusion. In the secret room, Jian Wushuang sat down while the Crimson Blood Feather Reincarnation armor floated before him. Start owner recognition. There was a glimpse of light shimmering in Jian Wushuang's eyes, and he started the owner recognition process. Blood Feather Reincarnation armor was a real god-level chaos unique treasure after all. It wasn't easy for it to recognize a new owner, but fortunately, Jian Wushuang comprehended reincarnation doctrine, and he was a person of quick comprehension. There wasn't any accident in the process of owner recognition. A month later, Blood Feather Reincarnation armor turned into a crimson robe and was put on by Jian Wushuang. After owner recognition, Jian Wushuang started studying the secret skill in Blood Feather Reincarnation armor. Jian Wushuang was surprised when he started to study it. Haha, Hall Master Yuan only knew I comprehended reincarnation doctrine, but he didn't know how much I comprehended reincarnation doctrine. Its beginner level requires one to possess comprehension level towards reincarnation doctrine that could pass through the first level of Doctrine Palace. And I happened to reach the prerequisites. Chapter 1485, Challenging the Star Tower Again. Chapter 1485, Challenging the Star Tower Again. The secret skill of the Blood Feather Reincarnation armor indeed required a very high level of the reincarnation doctrine. Just the beginner level alone would require the power to clear the first level of the Doctrine Palace. However, Jian Wushuang had an extremely high level of comprehension of the reincarnation doctrine. During the 4,000 years in the Sky Sword Prison, he had been studying the painting of Understanding Sword via reincarnation intensively. As a result, he had completely understood the first 3 paintings of the painting of Understanding Sword via reincarnation. Hence, He possessed the power to clear the first level of the Doctrine Palace. In just a short while, Jian Wushuang managed to get the hang of the secret skill. Within the secret room, Jian Wushuang continued to sit with his legs crossed. However, he had already fully activated the secret skill of the Blood Feather Reincarnation Armor. Gosh, this power! Jian Wushuang clenched both his fists tightly and felt the enormous amount of power in his hands. It was the full release of his divine power. However, after he had activated his blood and the secret skill of the reincarnation armor, his divine power increased greatly compared to the past. As of now, my divine power is unable to rival that of a real god. However, the distance between us is no longer as huge as before, Jian Wushuang sighed. The difference in divine power between a real god and universe god was extremely great. Previously, in the Sky Prison Tower, it was because of the fact that the real god's divine power was restricted that Jian Wushuang could kill them. If not for the restriction, he could only fight with the weakest of the real gods. However, at that very moment, with the secret skill of the Blood Feather Reincarnation Armor, the difference in divine power between him and the real gods had been reduced greatly. Not only does this Blood Feather Reincarnation Armor increase my defense greatly, it has also caused my abilities as a whole to skyrocket. Jian Wushuang chuckled, and he was elated. After getting the hang of the secret skill, Jian Wushuang walked out of the secret room. Next, he walked toward the Star Tower. The Star Tower was one of the 3 training grounds of the lineage of Star, and Jian Wushuang had only cleared its first level. Within the second level of the Star Tower, swoosh! Jian Wushuang summoned 9 shadows and unleashed his sword principles. He was extremely swift and fierce. The long-bearded, strict middle-aged man who fought with him also swung his longsword and clashed with Jian Wushuang's attacks continuously. However, it was obvious that Jian Wushuang's sword principles were faster and fiercer. Their power was also a lot greater. Go down! Jian Wushuang gave a shout, and a sword light struck the body of the strict middle-aged man like lightning and caused him to retreat. The second level was cleared. As for the third level was a lot more difficult than the second level. By relying on his own sword principles and his close combat abilities, he was not the stern middle-aged man's opponent. In the end, Jian Wushuang had no choice but to use the reincarnation doctrine that he had learned. By adding reincarnation power to the sword principles, their power rose sharply, and he cleared the third level straight away. After clearing the third level, Jian Wushuang did not continue. Instead, he left. I have already learnt 3 of the 4 secret skills of the lineage of Star. For these 3 secret skills, the secret skills of Star Palace could be learnt when one becomes a disciple of the Star Palace. As for Shinmia Golden Body, I only managed to learn it after I cleared the 19th level of the Illusionary Mind Sea. However, I am still unable to explain the origin of the secret skill of Dragon Blood. But now, I have cleared the 3rd level of the Star Tower. Hence, I am able to learn another secret skill. Thus, it is logical that I am able to learn the secret skill of Dragon Blood. As Jian Wushuang walked across the tall buildings alone, he wore an indifferent smile. Senior Wushuang. Greetings, Senior. During his walk, the disciples of the lineage of Star, who Jian Wushuang had met, all greeted him modestly. As for some of the disciples, they were talking in whispers. Senior Wushuang demonstrated his extraordinary skills in the previous battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace, and he is almost on par with Ling Feibai. Later on, he went out to the outside world alone for training, and this journey alone was for over 4,000 years. It is only until when the next battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace is about to reopen again that he finally returned. Say, do you think Senior Wushuang will be able to retain his position as a disciple of the Star Palace in the battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace this time round? No idea. This is hard to say. If Senior Wushuang remains a universe god of the second heaven, then there will be no problem. However, at that moment, he and the equally famous Ling Feibai back, then will have both become universe gods of the third heaven. The battle between the Star Palace disciples who were universe gods of the third heaven will be more intense. However, Senior Wushuang is extremely talented. Even if he were to be reduced to a normal disciple in the battle this time round, by waiting for another 5,000 years for the next battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace, he would definitely be able to climb up the ranks. That is true. Jian Wushuang, a voice could be heard. Jian Wushuang stopped walking and turned his head. When he saw the person walking over, he wore a smile. Long time no see, Ling Feibai. Jian Wushuang laughed happily. It is because of the fact that you keep on immersing yourself in training in the outside world. The elegant and smart youth Ling Feibai came to the front of Jian Wushuang. Ling Feibai was one of the top geniuses of the lineage of Star. During the previous battle between the geniuses of the Star Palace disciples, at the universe god of the second heavens level, Ling Feibai could be said to be unrivaled. Even Jian Wushuang had lost to Ling Feibai in that battle. After over 4,000 years, Ling Feibai had already passed the god's test for the third heaven and become a universe god of the third heaven. Just a while more in the battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace that occurs once every 5,000 years will begin again. Do you have confidence this time round? Ling Feibai looked toward Jian Wushuang. The battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace? Jian Wushuang was stunned. Back then, when he had first come to the Star Palace, he had paid close attention to the battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace. After all, if he were unable to keep himself within the top 5, he would be reduced to a normal disciple. In the lineage of Star, the difference in treatment between a normal disciple and a Star Palace disciple was extremely huge. However, at that moment, Jian Wushuang was no longer that interested in the battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace. Looking at the time, the battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace is indeed about to begin soon. Jian Wushuang chuckled and spoke again immediately. I am quite confident. How about you? I have no confidence at all. Ling Feibai shook his head and forced a smile. Jian Wushuang, ever since you made a breakthrough to the universe god of the third heaven, you have been living in the outside world. Hence, you have never fought with the disciples who are universe gods of the third heaven before. As such, there are some things that you do not know. Give me an example. Jian Wushuang spoke with interest. Then I shall tell you. Within the universe god disciples of the 3 levels of the lineage of Star, the number of disciples who are universe gods of the third heaven is the greatest, Ling Feibai said. Oh! Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows, and he understood quickly. All the disciples in the lineage of Star were real geniuses, and a normal god's tests were unable to stop them. Hence, those disciples would usually not stay at the same level for long, as they would be able to make a breakthrough. They would make a breakthrough from universe god of the first heaven to the second heaven, and then from the second heaven to the third heaven. However, after reaching universe god of the third heaven, you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.